Hello, guys. Hoping you're having an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are, guys. So, the match has started 20 minutes ago. I'm late. I had a mishap with my makeup, so that's why I'm late. Such a stupid excuse, but it is still an excuse, sort of thing. But yeah, so as you can see, the color doesn't match. So for me, finding the right shade for my skin is a pain in the butt because I really haven't found anything that suits my skin tone. So yeah, I tried to fix it as best as I can. Plus, I was playing with my makeup around the eyes as well. But we are going to be watching the game between BDS and Black Dragons. And on the other channel, there is Team Secret versus Scars at the moment. So in the other game, so let's just unmute quickly.
From Leakerfact saying that he's dealt with him. That's it for BDS. Decision made. Leakerfact can play his life. If he gets any more, it doesn't. If he doesn't, it doesn't matter. But we're going to stay down in sight now, and we're just going to let them try and push us. We saw, I think, bottom yellow was barricaded. You know, they know they're not going to be coming from the breach that late in the round. So at this point, you know that they're coming from either kitchen door or from security. That's their only choices, and BDS were well ready for it.
Except Paul, as you can see, I think Solotov's got an issue with his keyboard or something by the looks of it. Self-diagnosing and self-resolving by the looks of it as well. Him and Leakerfact working together on that one. Job's been done. And he can resume. So no big lengthy rehost to go through by the looks of it, which is what we love to see, Tim.
I often have a problem with my mouse, Des.
Oh.
Usually the left button, it doesn't seem to work very well.
I think it seems to like always miscalibrate. And you know, when you try and swing right, it goes way off.
It seem to work.
Your bullets never land. I've seen it so many times.
It's a constant problem that I have with.
Have you tried replacing it a few times?
I have, yeah. It's a really weird thing. I've tried changing the sense. I've tried replacing the mouse, and I just seem to continue with this. I mean, it obviously can't be me. You know, it must be the equipment, but
maybe it's your monitor, mate.
Could be.
Could be.
Could try replacing the monitor or my chair.
That 240 hertz ain't enough, mate.
Yeah, it could be.
Get up to whatever it is. These days.
What are they talking about? They are way They are so around
everyone
everything.
hearing that is like, what's a CRT?
That's the best bit! That's the best bit!
Cathode ray tube, yeah, the old school massive fat monitors.
Oof.
God. Memories of school have just come rushing back.
The
size of some of those monitors were ridiculous.
I remember school before computers, my friend.
Don't show your age too much, Tim. Come on.
I genuinely, we'll get back to the round, don't worry. I genuinely remember us getting the first computer in our school. I genuinely remember that. Anyway.
What's this thing? Why are we having to use that? Ugh.
Anyway, move on.
Now here we are,
Mm-hmm.
watching video.
How'd you do, fellow kids?
Yes, we'll get you a cap, Tim, and a red jacket and a skateboard later.
Oh, dearie me. Right, let's get into it. It's round 5. BDS, a bit of a comeback trail. Lost the first 2 rounds, but then have looked...
They are so fun in this.
In the last
Tim and
2.
us.
So you're going to see the Selmas deployed on the floor to the sides of the hatches. They are, however, going to be shot away.
I think that got impacted off there from the side.
No,
yeah, there was Solotov that's dancing above.
He was inside of Visa, and he's actually shot it off from the side, I believe.
No, but he used his impact to bomb bombs down here. It's Solotov above, yeah.
There was a few shots, a few impacts, but they've dealt with it. As long as you don't get the yellow portion of the Selma touching the electricity, it will be fine, you see. So you can extend it onto the hatch, and you can get it cleared out, despite the Cade electrical being on there. But BDS, they were ready for that, and they had a secondary plan. Love to see it.
Yeah, I like that. I'll tell you what, that's a bit of a trade coming through for freebie, and surely enough, the Chico should get recovered from there. But the big thing for me is, like, we've seen a number of teams yesterday when they played on concert doing just that. Opening up the hatch by making use of the Selmas in that exact way. So BDS have then stacked 3 players nearby to make sure it actually stays denied away, which is really, really smart. Now the ace is offline, you've only got the Thermite on side, he's now going to fall down as well. Another C4 gets tossed skyward here as well. Surely a 1v1 gets one out here at some point. Leakerfact hitting the deck. Finished off here by Florio. Not too bad at all for the boys in orange. Almost they come into a 4 versus 2 with the plant going down, and BDS are nowhere to be seen.
The not Solotov does manage to find Hornet, but the diffuser is down and things are going to get real difficult now. Shaco's going down, looking at the stairs. Guto finds Solotov, and that was a really nice attack from Black Dragon.
No.
Push didn't really work for them.
Get away, get away.
Just inside of Visa door, but they didn't get it done. However,
I really don't like Black Dragons. The attitude is so annoying.
Solotov out in the cold. Once they've got Monte into that server corridor, you saw him walk right underneath the hatch they were trying to open originally. With it closed, they don't need to worry about the flank. They don't need to worry about the hatch being dropped behind them. They just wandered on in and started taking fights inside the site. It worked out really well for Black Dragons, so good adaptation gets them a third attack.
What you'd normally see there is try and get full control of like Teller's Archives area and then push down the stairs in towards server, but they left that to BDS and said, if you guys want to use that, we're just going to hold a crossfire on. So you want to come walking down, then by all means go ahead, my friends. Really didn't need any control outside of Visa itself, and once that was in their hands, well, you saw the outcome. Really good decisive round, and this is where I think this game will be decided, is in the ability for the teams to move from slow to fast incredibly quickly. And that's exactly what Black Dragons did. I think BDS weren't expecting to move so quickly. It was panic stations from that point onwards of, oh my god, we've got to get back downstairs, we've got to fight over this, we've got to do that, got to do this. And although it started well for BDS, really caught a slip at the wheel there about halfway through the round. Now we get to see how Black Dragons round up the half. 4-2 attacking half will feel pretty good if they manage to get to that.
Yeah, so right now BDS and Black Dragons are in this game, and then you have Team Secret versus Scars. It's 2-2 at the moment. Later, around 7, it will be Elevate versus Chiefs and Space Station versus Virtus Pro. So we will see how the games are going to proceed. It's best of 3. Later, this is best of 1, by the way, guys. So we will have to see how the games is going to proceed. Otherwise, we have to go in and play some games for the rest of the stream.
I'd expect to see, maybe some Vigil, maybe some Mute, anything they can do to try and prevent those scans.
Hello, Foxley. How are you doing? I'm doing good. I started late because my makeup was kind of... my foundation is too dark. I'm trying to find a foundation shade that matches me, but I don't have any luck with that at all. So I'll try to mix the colors by hand, but nope, that did not work.
They're in a very, very good position going on towards their own defensive side. Of course, BDS could be a very different team on the attack, 2 halves to a game of Siege, all that good stuff. Wait and see how it shapes up when we get there. Really though, another play.
But how are you doing? Are you feeling better when it comes to your headache?
The only player that hasn't played the Deimos so far.
He's not going to get a go either. No. Unless it goes to overtime, maybe they'll let him have a turn then.
Maybe if it's really that dominant, but I'm not convinced we'll find ourselves getting to
But so far, like, it's looking pretty good for half of my prediction. Is kind of good right now.
Off of site itself. They're looking to contest it. Look at this, 2 players jumping around the same hole as well. They want to fight it, and they've got the down as well. Tim, love that. The confidence to step back, and remember what I said earlier about the verticals really being in your favor. Let's step back across there, control that angle, and got the kill they need. And Leaky Fat's got away for free, and it's a friendly kill with a nade. That is not ideal.
Yeah, the wheels have...
Has that rolled downstairs and killed him? Is that what's happened?
I think it's a Deimos, yeah, it does. So they were trying to deal with the player in behind the desk. They knew that the Valk was there and playing. This is beautiful from BDS.
Another team kill? Well...
Wow!
Clown music plays very loudly.
At the minute, the BD in BDS seems to stand for Black Dragons. Black Dragons certainly doing the job for them at the minute. Yeah, it's been a tough round for them. Like I said, they sent the nade in to try and deal with the Valkyrie in behind the desk because they weren't getting it done from underneath. And I've got to ask questions of...
Aww, really I'm so sorry to hear that.
That floor behind the desk really with the book before he lost his life. You can see the final kills come in from BDS.
You have to cozy in yourself with a blanket or something, watch some good movie or like that. Have some hot chocolate, maybe some tea. Just cozy yourself in. It's the best thing to do when you're sick.
He was just sort of stood to the side of the verticals, but not really showing himself to the angle from the window. So it was just really great positioning and great understanding from BDS. If Ask opens up another step to the side,
that's kind of funny how Black Dragons team killed twice in the same round.
Black Dragons can get a bit of momentum in the round, but BDS They were just playing with every single millimeter that they were given.
They played really well because they went aggressive onto that buck when he was down below, so we couldn't keep opening the floor up. But for me, the comedy of errors was the nade that Nux threw in from the execute window, bounced through the whole of the floor and killed killed the Deimos, who was down inside of Art. And I was just like, that could not be any more unfortunate, because obviously your Deimos there is your backup buck in a way to give a little bit of vertical trip, but they've lost both of them, which then means realistically, BDS are free to play inside of sight, free to contest you, and you saw exactly how the round played out. And this is why sometimes those early kills in a round, the first or second, can actually be round-deciding kills.
Well, they've effectively lost 2 players just trying to deal with the desk player, which can be done from the closet window, from Art window. You don't
just
even
make it to
really
you right
need
now.
go
My
in
mom
there.
is
If you've
cooking
got a
dinner for
book,
me.
you can open up enough
Just
of the
going
floor from
to
below
chill
and
one.
hold an angle.
Aww.
You can't play in behind there realistically.
W
So
mom.
I think maybe Black Dragons have just
W mom.
fumbled it. I think they've maybe overcomplicated clearing that position, and you know, there's no way that BDS should have been able to keep sort of commandeering and having the control over that corner of the room. They shouldn't have really needed nades.
So the
going
match
in.
just
They should,
really
you know,
ended way earlier than I
Played that
expected.
half quite well in terms of how slow and composed they were. They didn't really give BDS many opportunities to hit them out on their own, for example, and in fact, often punish them out on their own. So although it was slower, as we would come to expect, I do think it was quite well put
So
together.
it looks
And
like
those
I
attacking
placed
rounds, you're not gonna
W7M
complain
and
about
Dark
that
Zero
constant
to
success
pass
of
the
defense
first
as it normally proves to
3
be. Now
map
let's show their chops on the
wins.
defensive side,
That they
BDS
get the
have gotta show us
3
what they can do
maps
on the
win.
attack. And Tim, to no one's
And,
surprise, guess what Shaiko starting on? It's going to be the Deimos, but it's Leaky who strikes first here. With that
And so far W7M has 2 wins, so that might be my prediction so far going right. Dark Zero had lost both of them, so
job done. We can see the boogie drone going on in and doing its work, taking out not only the barricade but a ton of the floor. Hornet, however, manages to strafe around the corner, find his man. He's left on 8 HP, but some of that damage is done because that's all your boogie drone's gone.
You know what? I admire the balls. To then go pushing in towards a boogie drone where you know there's going to be a round, where you don't really have full knowledge and awareness of exactly where they are, back outside the window or not, to still go in and take that challenge is brilliant. Solotov taking off on the round means that they've only got 1 really down that opens up that vertical flooring for them. Looking on the rest of the team, what can you really use here to get things opened up? Are you going to start chucking the Selmas on the ground or making use of the Bannerets, Kairos, or the Deimos here? Like, Deimos can really get the job done for you, but you give him away in that spot. Really want Shaiko in these more lethal positions. So I think it's just really good to get rid of a really crucial operator in this lineup that BDS needed to get control of the downstairs.
Yeah, dealing with this mirror window is going to be particularly important, and they've managed to do that by targeting the Tuberau, which just moved him away for the time being. Of course, the soft floor will allow them, you know, to spray through and hit that canister as well. Make sure that the glass has been dropped. There might be an opportunity here.
how are they going to do this now?
Cleared out, which I think they have sort of yellow pillar area.
They need to hurry up a little bit.
Say, if this area is clear, they can potentially get in and plant on the bomb chassis, even if somebody's playing the mirror window. It doesn't matter too much. But while somebody's on that yellow pillar, it won't happen. They need to go in there and get that.
And there's 3 C4s still contend with those, so it's not as simple as walking in and just plant, because they'll find themselves getting blown sky high, as they almost found out there. Mirror taken down, still 2 C4s to play behind here as well, so keep an eye on when those get whipped out. But more now it's about the pressure that
Can I just go and plant?
Push in towards security, and that's exactly
Hello?
what he's doing. Finds a second, plant's going down, but like this, they've lost a couple of players themselves. As left standing here, C4 no real capacity to get it out. I say that now, it comes out, but it's the
Oh, that was lucky. If the C4 would have connected, that would have been bad.
Very jubilant reaction.
Really good from BDS. You know, recognise that Nux was the linchpin of the defence there, really. As soon as they get him cleared out, everybody is kitchen or deeper. Like you said, they've got nitros in hand, but BDS had smokes and other utilities.
So when it comes to BDS, they won the game yesterday against Kia with 7-4.
We can at least get into a spot where they probably not.
So if they win this, they will be the second team who has 2 wins.
If they do hit us with a nitro, we can send somebody else in. We've got weight of numbers now. You know, they can grab it and go for a plant as well. So just a really good recognition.
Yeah, so far it's like the only team that has 2 wins in a row is actually W7M. No, I take it back. W7M and Team Liquid are the ones that have 2 wins so far. So they are the only one that has that.
It just wasn't enough in the end, and that's always going to be the problem with playing BDS.
G2, however, have lost 2 games. So I guess Team Liquid with 8-6, but onto Scars with 7-4. And it was Chalet they lost. left.
Ask is one of our only players that's over 100 kills in total, but on this map he's been really quiet down at 3 and 7. And the blessings of
Like Una had 3 kills.
Well,
Jesus.
he's not really the main entry for this team. That sits with Ask. Both are very, very close in terms of entry count, but Ask is the one that you tend to see getting into more aggressive positions and looking for the early fights. And so far he's been chewed.
So G2 is going to be facing Sonics. Sonics has also lost both their games, which is also very surprising. They lost against Space Station Gaming 8-6 in the map Bank. And Canada had only 2 kills that map. Oh my god, he played really bad. Ashen had 17 and Benjamin Massa had 11 kills. They played really well. Might this be a new change for Space Station Gaming? That could be really interesting to see.
Without that on side, I think they're a little bit more limited. Things like the Deimos definitely help, and having the Monty on side here is going to help, and the Grim for the execute. That's all well and good, but I am curious to see throughout this half how they adapt to not having that Doka be available to them.
A little bit of a risk from, I think it was the smoke of Nux there. Just
he's got to stop, man. He's 16 HP.
That's it, he really does need to start. 3 Toxic Babes in pocket as well. If he goes, they go with him. And it's going to be a huge loss of utility, especially when you can see in the distance Breeder dropping yellow with the shield. Going to try and make life as difficult and uncomfortable as possible with the Monty. Knows that there's a shotgun hard left. Not too much of a problem, so long as he's got his shield extended. Does have some support with him. But
wow.
certainly not scared here. Black Dragon's ass man.
Wow.
With the shield, and that is a brilliant passage of play from Black Dragons to clear out top yellow.
How is the bot yellow not locked down for them? They've let a player on the side.
Yeah, that was about the one ask that, like, how did I miss the yellow stairs like that?
Get things closed out, but BDS there, I think, a little bit asleep at the wheel, and they pay the price. Just 2v1, and the separate player that was buying yellow by himself, and Brady could do nothing but watch on there as he got bullied off and shut down. Maybe a bit of an overkill there, I'm afraid, Leaky Fat, but I don't think he gets much more out of this round now unless he pulls up a wondrous shot on towards Hornet, who's dancing around these yellow stairs, waiting for him to get too close. And there's a shotgun shell.
Yeah, you don't want to go there, actually.
Yeah, 35 seconds left to go. It's only likely to be exit frags if Leakafak is able to pick up any more. Not to say that it's not possible, but it's unlikely. 1v3 becomes a 1v2, however. Florio is there waiting to take his shots over the balcony. They had themselves positioned perfectly on either side. Nice crossfire. Nothing that Leakafak could do about it. And BDS, like you say, a couple of mistakes there. There's the big
I'm surprised that Doc Zero is playing really bad. To be honest, I am kind of surprised that G2 is playing bad as well. I actually thought they would win the first, like, I thought they would, like, win the second match, because the first match I can understand why they lost to Liquid, because they were really good. That's more like 50-50. But that they won to Scars in the next match, I just don't get it. That was really, really bad.
Come to help them in this case, and again a wonderful play around top yellow from Black Dragons, kings of top yellow in that round.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody or anything on the flank would have done, but BDS, unfortunately for them, didn't have it. 4-4, and this one continues to be a close affair. We saw a lot of overtimes yesterday, Des, you and I, which is nothing new for us, it's fair to say, but it looks like we could well end up screaming towards another one in the first game of the day here, because there is very little to separate these two teams. Like you said, you know, coming in here, a lot of the coaches, a lot of the fans, I'm sure a lot of the players thought that this may be a tournament that was BDS's to lose. You know, given recent performances, finalists at Manchester Major, but they just haven't been able to show us that cutting edge.
Like, BDS needs to wake up now. They lost 2 rounds in a row, I think. So, oh, the one, the last one. Yeah. I'm just.
Feels like he's been a little bit quiet, and that kind of backline that mops everything up for BDS. You know, Leakafak goes out and gets a couple of kills, and then you've got these players inside that just kind of lock everything down. It just doesn't really feel to be happening that way this tournament.
No, that's a concern, like I mentioned earlier, for BDS. Is like at times it just feels like they lack that edge at times, and we know that they're super competent players. It was the EU super team when it got pulled together.
There's an interesting hold
from old M&M, having 3 really great players that were on this roster for a long time for BDS coming together.
That's very interesting hold with the mirror window and everything.
They looked almost unstoppable. Of course, as we saw back in Manchester, they are plenty stoppable.
Imagine doing the mirror window with a cast upstairs.
Consistent, and that is what always worries me about BDS, is do they lose form at the wrong time?
The problem with the mute jam
That would actually be a pretty interesting
and then it had to be destroyed. The problem with that is it was
strat to do if you're like defending by the south. Everyone is top floor for some reason.
So that's just going to make things a little bit less safe inside a site, particularly if BDS can take control of this top floor, maybe get a little bit of verticality onto Piano. It makes Hornet's position even more important here. Let's try and hold on for as long as possible. Doing a good job so far. A minute 20.
By the way, the cheesecake that I made is almost gone. I almost ate a half a cheesecake, almost a half, because it's so good. Plus, I don't eat cheesecake a lot. Like, it's been months, like maybe 6 months or more before I ate it last time. And also, my husband took some to his father, and then, like,
on the top floor to stop that vertical being played, but it's not stopping the gunfight being forced. He's very happy to walk to the red pings at this point and say, you know what, I'll happily take the battle back, giving nothing over towards the other side for free. Smoke coming on through, and that could be their agency here. An attempted flank down spiral also shut down. BDS with the numbers advantage, but can they still get this flank down? I'm not too sure.
Well, that's the big question. Black Dragons have still got top floor. Can they use it? Can they deny
it's 2 versus 5.
That's going to be the case as Users is able to stick it. So whilst BDS haven't
they should win this.
floor, they've given it over to Black Dragons. They've had confidence that maybe Black Dragons just wouldn't be able to do enough with it. And BDS were right. The gap was paid off there. They've left them up there out in the cold, and they've
it would have been very, very weird.
Numbers enough that they couldn't cover the entire site. They've found the space. They've got the plant down. BDS showing that
so timeout for Black Dragons.
I love how in this game actually we've seen both teams adapt into what have become very common defenses for 2 different sites. When we had the downstairs site, for example, that electrified hatch inside of Visa, normally opened up by an ace with 2 of the Selmas on the soft flooring. You contest that by having someone above, or you have players inside of Visa itself willing to contest and shoot those Selmas off. In that round there, it is so common that you see players trying to plant in that corner of like Trophy Expo, whatever you want to call it. In that little spot, you're always exposed to top floor, and the way they countered it was with the Grim Bees and with smokes. So the adaptation here to what is becoming the norm on this map, I'm really enjoying seeing from both teams, to be fair. At this point for BDS, though, they're the ones in the lead, and that's why attack timeout's coming for Black Dragons. They've got to figure this one out. They feel themselves that this one is starting to slip away from them.
Yeah, definitely that. They know that now BDS are... They're one of those teams that, smell a bit of blood in the water and they're going to come after you. They know that they are close and they do know how to close games out. They're going to need 2 more rounds, and I said it yesterday, I feel like BDS are one of those teams that have always got that little, they kind of keep 10% in reserve sometimes, and when they really need to call on it, you'll just see them take it up a notch, and I'm wondering whether we're going to see that here in round 10 or not. Is it going to be that they just start stretching their legs now? That last one was a really nice round for them. Black Dragons never really got close. BDS were on top in terms of numbers, kills, everything. They just walked in and started killing people inside a site. If the confidence is up, if they're feeling like now's the time to get the job done, they've also, of course, by virtue of Black Dragons calling attack time out, they have the same opportunity themselves, BDS, to have that discussion, and just watch for them upping the pace a little bit on attack here and upping the pressure on Black Dragons.
If nothing else, I'm really happy to see Leakifak having a good game, because I know it was only 2 games that we saw played yesterday, but he was the lowest rated player on BDS, and it's not like him. So again, I forget who it was, called him a playmaker. He's the best playmaker in the world right now. You really want to keep a close eye on him. Didn't have the best day yesterday, but sometimes players, they don't always have the best start to tournaments or the best start to get games themselves overall. So I think actually having yesterday is a bit of a, I want to say a warm-up. It feels bad to say your official games are a warm-up. Warm-up wasn't really great for them, but clearly starting to warm into the game more and more as time goes by. Nox taken down by Shaiko.
Come on, BDS.
Following him behind 2.
Oh,
What, that should have been a freebie, but a freebie it was not guaranteed to be. Tim, they've just walked in and started planting here. There's nothing more to be said.
This is what I said. This is what I said BDS might do, and that is get aggressive and just put the pressure on.
Wow.
That's exactly what BDS have done.
They just went in a plant?
We'll kill anybody that's immediately in our way, and we'll put the
that's
diffuser
gonna
down.
hurt
You're
for
not gonna
Black
stop us.
dragons.
as I said,
Jesus.
just taking it up a gear, just finding that extra 10%, and right now it's going to put them onto match point, almost certainly. Guto is going to be down on the cap can. They know that the last is above. They're watching that hatch for the drop potentially, and with a Monty on side, there's absolutely no chance for Hornet here realistically. He's going to come face to face with the shield. Chase down, Brede gets his second.
That's really good. They did really good.
Closing out that round.
Such an intelligent round. We were talking about the hatch inside of Visa earlier. Solotov's on the Hibana out there trying to get it opened up, and naturally, BDS, sorry, just the time.
It just got to show that you don't really need to clear out sometimes, because if you don't have any presence on site, you might as well go in a plant.
But BDS knew this, they expected it, and that is why 30 seconds into a round, Monty is in sight and planting down with no one anywhere nearby to contest it. So it was a really good bait and switch being shown by BDS there. Big brain play, gets them up to 6 and 4 and at match point.
Great decoy, as you say, just to draw that attention. We head then into
The thing is, who's got to win who, phase 2? So if BDS won the last first one, so that second, so they will be on this bracket, which is going to be tomorrow 6:30.
Black Dragons go. Not an easy site always to hold on to. I don't think BDS will make it as
Here's the thing, I don't like the matches being so late. Like the last match for today is at midnight. That's way too late, and I wanted to see W7M and Team Liquid match. I really want to.
Alternatively, Brede will try to work in from top yellow. Personally, I think it'll be top yellow. They've spawned over that side. They got hit last time on the flank, but they're not going to make that mistake again. You know that they're going to have cams down there. You know it's going to be watched. You know they're going to be cautious for anybody moving around underneath. So they'll make sure that Shaco can properly support.
Watching all those matches, guys, I so want to play. I so want to play.
I mean, yeah, they found the answer last time, right? I'm just thinking, what do BDS change?
Yeah, it's because of the time difference. So if we were living closer, so if I would be living towards UK, then the match would be 11 PM instead of midnight. So, and that would actually have worked more in my favor. But yeah.
Actually sat inside a site itself. That's where the Grim comes online, for example, or a bot comes in below. Liquefax underneath now, and as soon as they get any kind of sniff as to where a player is, guess what's coming skyward? There'll be some skeleton key shells looking for those unfortunate souls to still be inside of sight.
Yeah, that's it. As soon as they can get that player moved out of the middle of CEO, they can then look at deploying that SAM cam that they particularly want to. I think they're conscious, you know, of any potential further canisters to make sure they've got them cleared out.
But yeah, Montreal are 5.
Hit on the flank last time. Ask is moving around underneath.
I think 5-6 hours, maybe 6 hours ahead.
There is now absolutely no excuses for BDS to get hurt by Ass.
I just like Shaco on drone duty at this point for his team. It shows a lot of team play when you've got your main fragger being the one who's set back and sat on drones here to enable the rest of the team to get their way forwards and start marching on in. Pressure kind of being built around the site a little bit here, but top yellow is now in their control. Liquefax underneath, two are on the window. They're starting to build up what they need, Tim, but we can't afford to have the same thing happen as we saw last time round we were here, where that...
Yeah, I do that cam as well. I do that cam as well. It actually works really well.
They're likely to go in through the window when Brede starts pushing forward here just to create that little bit of space. I think there's 2 stacked up on the rappel, which
is he hiding?
One probably goes in, but
Shaco
just gets away with it there. Nux just... Little bit, fraction of a second too late on popping up, but like you said, that's the big problem is BDS.
Do they know Ella is hiding in the corner?
It's gonna have to be go time for BDS soon.
They've bailed, they've changed their mindset. Leave top yellow and
leave back. You dirty dog.
I believe on the Monty. In fact, they're going up towards the roof as well, so he'll go back towards yellow again here. That kill has unlocked the round for them. They feel getting rid of the Goyo, taking away the Knight. In fact, no, the impacts on the back pocket that have been removed here. Knocks in fine Shaco as well, but look at this, they're losing players everywhere.
Yeah.
decimated. It thought for a second it looked like they might be able to get something off this, but it's simply not to be. Solotov's in and trying to take a fight towards Guto, but he'll get away with absolutely nothing.
Yeah, time ran out. They should have done that earlier. They were waiting too long, BDS. To be honest, they waited for too long before moving in. Actually, that's kind of, that was bad.
BDS have kind of done everything that they should have done, everything that they needed to do to try and clear out that plant spot inside of the window.
Yeah, but they were too slow. They were too slow.
Resilient to it. They've constantly been able to keep having an impact on that space. We saw even at the end the Toxic Babe canisters still going into that position. They were able to fend off the Monty to prevent Shaiko pushing round on the Deimos. Nux just holding it down on top yellow. Really, really solid stuff from Black Dragons.
Great C4 sailing over the top. Crazy thing is, it's a 1v1 here at the end, by the way. It's worth stating. It's more down to the clock than anything else because BDS, I think, got a little bit held up.
Oh, by the way, we got the name for the new season, guys.
Wasting time.
Name for the new season.
Against what I spoke about earlier in the Dokkaebi ban. That is what BDS use so often, to overwhelm and push in and get aggressive and use that noise of the phone calls to make plays.
So,
without that onside, I'm not saying they're flailing, absolutely not. They're still at match point.
The full reveal on the new season is coming on Sunday, 8 p.m. CT. It's coming on November 17th, 8 p.m. CT. I can't even talk. So that's going to be, and the new name of the season is called Collision Point. That's going to be interesting.
Which is how we find ourselves here. And if you aren't sure what it means without the whole one-on-one thing, if you win from this, you go up to 2-1. You're then into a best-of-3 promotion game.
So there is an interesting thing. Tell me more. Okay. I will just do this now because we don't need to watch the match. Okay. So I'm just going to show you what I saw from a little bird called Twitter. So it's not going to be anything fancy trailer here because this is just a preview. So there's like no sound, but as you can see, so what does this picture mean? What do you think? So this just tells that Blackbeard is gone. The old Blackbeard shield is gone. So the shield is broken, which kind of suggests that the shield is now gone. It's no longer valuable as Blackbeard, and it looks like he's like shipped up from the sea by the looks of it, like shipwrecked or something. There was a talk that Blackbeard would have some kind of harpoon thing with a steel wire that would like force, it's kind of like an invisible shield but with a like string. You can only see the string, so you need to vault over or prone type of thing, because proning or vaulting is kind of a little bit of a disadvantage when you actually are in a fight. We also see the card here, which suggests something as well. Did Deimos maybe get him? So we will know more this week. They will release more trailers coming up in a few days, so yeah. And this, by the way, looks like his new weapon. This thing here, it looks like it's his new weapon. Yeah, it's the only operator that's going to be have a new thing is oh, it's 7-7. Up to Scars and Secret. Damn. Ah, BDS won. Not surprised.
There are no more second chances now, and I think we can't really ignore actually for Black Dragons. They came out of the league with just a single point and still managed to make it to the major. The fact that here will be a surprise to many. They've had a couple of good performances so far, but BDS, unfortunately for them, just a better team on the day.
Yeah, I think, like I said, BDS, it might not have been an all-time performance from them.
They did well.
Making really risky decisions like that, but that's the decisions that are needed to pay off shows that their mental is stronger.
Yeah,
than
BDS
ever.
won.
Team Secret, another man advantage thrown
But
away.
yeah, that's
Armory
going to be
Lockers
so
archives. Now they
exciting.
need to
I'm
attack
like,
onto Ventilation Workshop in round 15, or they're going to be going down 1-0
here.
and losing to Scars. This will be back-to-back wins against European teams for Scars as well.
I'm all right. I've seen a lot of things in my time. This game is certainly one that I will keep in top of mind for a long time, Jesse. The amount of rounds that did not go as we scripted them.
okay, if I talk quickly about what they are going to be releasing this season. So this is what I know so far, which is confirmed by Ubisoft. So they go to rework Black Bear, so he's going to get released. Cross-platform play will be released, so now we'll be able to play with console players, which will shift the meta. I'm not sure if it's going to be a lot or not, but it's going to definitely shake everything. There's also match cancellation 3.0, which is that the game will automatically kick a player out of the game if it's considered as a cheater. So you will not be losing your points, stuff like that. You will just reset for a new game. And there will be automatic text chat moderation. So when you curse, it's going to be showing stars, so you can't curse anymore, which is kind of good. And there's going to be a new dynamic matchmaking. I'm not sure what that entails, but hopefully the matchmaking will get better for the ranks. I so hope so, because otherwise it's going to be horrendous. And also there's going to continue to release more on the map training side as well. So that's kind of what I have in store in information, but that's pretty much a lot. It's going to be a slow. There's not going to be anything bigger announcement on the last season. I think they're saving most of the bigger things for the SI 6 Invitational, which is going to be in February. So don't expect too much. And they're also going to be releasing the roadmap as well, updating the roadmap for the year, because Siege is going to go in on the 10th year, so they're going to be announcing something really good.
Rek and Nina on the side of Scars. You really are putting your biggest stars on display in the closing moments of this matchup. This is the final round. Groovy
That's
removing the head of Rek.
nasty.
And now it's Nina to keep his own head as Groovy goes for the slow pick. Virtue in the same spot. The old man can still shoot. Virtue against his former region with the pick. And it's Secret to emerge with an 8-7 scoreline. My God, was that a hard fight for both of
That
these
was
teams.
hard.
A great performance, obviously. Congratulations to Team Secret. Virtue in the 1v1, getting the job done.
Let's see here. BDS.
Also, when we did our game plan, we just looked like, what do you want to play? What do we not want to play against? That's just like not really a special preparation.
Let's see here. So the match that's going to be starting.
To win so many rounds on the attack afterwards as well.
I think there was so many like, really
after
good,
that
broken players on attack.
is.
It was open, so as soon as like we did 3-3, we just said okay.
So
guys,
we
game
have
was open,
Elevate
firstly.
versus Sheep
Kinda
or
disrespect the
Space
cycle,
Station
so,
Gaming versus Virtus
we said, okay,
Pro.
let's agree
I'm
open,
really
give us
interesting
something
to
to
see
play, so these
SSG
are the
versus
bench
Virtus
to
Pro,
win
because both teams have played really good.
2 wins, 1 loss bracket. Is there any team you really want to play to?
So that's going to be
the
really
finals?
interesting.
Not really. Because obviously you won the last event, so we're confident, and I think we are the team to play. So
those 4 teams that are playing right now, so you have both these matches, then have 2 other matches. They are going to be best of 1. After that, it's going to be best of 3. So that's the issue that I have. Yeah, they did say they're going to nerf the shield, but that will not happen until the next season. So I'm not sure what that means, what they're going to do for nerfing, because they did a horrendous job with nerfing Dokkaebi and Solis. I feel like nerfing them has been the poorest decision. I feel like Dokkaebi, for her, it doesn't change anything. If you lock her ability for 1 minute, that will not change the game. because you usually want to use a gadgetry towards the end, like the middle or end. So just putting a lock for the first minute doesn't help at all.
Ranas nya färska ravioli.
So
Någonsin med ännu fylligare smak. Den är så Rana. Varsågod.
so that doesn't like
Ranas nya färska ravioli. Krämigare än någonsin.
Same
med
commercial
ännu
again.
fylligare smak. Den är så Rana. Varsågod. Krämigare fyllning. Fylligare
third time the same commercial. What the hell?
Färska ravioli. Varsågod. Krämigare fyllning.
Four?
Fylligare smak. Upplev Ranas nya färska ravioli.
What the hell?
Välkommen in till
Oh, now we got
och
something
upplev
else.
fixarglädjen i jul. Utforska vårt gnistrande sortiment med över 15 000 julaklappar för både stora och små julfixare. Inget kan stoppa dig nu.
Yeah.
In French, the words are beautiful. Alas, my French is out of gas. The Spanish words are beautiful.
I kind of lost my sense of talk right now because the commercials are so cringed. What was I talking about? I kind of forgot. I so forgot what I was talking about. Jesus Christ. I totally forgot about it. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So the match that's coming up, we are going to be watching SSG versus Virtus Pro. I do think, I'm sorry, fuck's sake, I think SSG will actually play better than VP. But Virtus Pro can actually play really, really good. So it depends on how they're feeling, both teams. Are they up for the challenge or are they going to miss a lot, doing a lot of mistakes? We have seen through the tournaments that a lot of team has done a lot of mistakes. There's been team killing here and there. For example, like the last game on Black Dragons versus BDS. Black Dragons actually team killed twice in the same round, which could indicate for nerves being around. G2 has certainly not performed at all for this tournament, and they seem to have been not here, like they are unfocused, perhaps. Not the G2 that we are like, not the G2 that we are used to see. And Sonics, I'm surprised actually. I actually thought the Sonics would actually perform really well, but they also are underperforming at the tournament at the moment, with losing both their games as well. So that's kind of like, that's so interesting to see how that is going to go and unfold. Vad är det? Ha? Ja, du får höra med pappa. Så det, ni får ta och dela på den här sista biten i sådana fall. Ja. Ja. Ja, det behöver du ta med dig på onsdag. Ja. Mm. My daughter, she wanted some cheesecake. There's only one piece left. But yeah, so I'm kind of surprised. The three teams that I'm most surprised about with their lack of performance and game in general is, like, obviously you have Sonics, G2, and then you have Black Dragons. G2 and Dark Zero, I mean, not Black Dragons. So Sonics, G2, and Dark Zero are the one that is underperforming really badly in this tournament, because the reason why I'm saying that is because usually those three teams are in the finals, and it might look like those three teams are not going to go to the finals, which is kind of surprising. G2 did actually miss on the last one, so I would like maybe leave it at that. They actually changed out 2 of the players, topping to get in new ones. They seem really good for G2, but still the balance is not there. It seems like Doki and Uno are kind of underperforming a little bit. The new ones might be more on the nerve side, but so that's kind of looking really bad for them at the moment. Dark Zero, I have nothing to say why they're playing so bad. It's like they are not having any coordination or understanding. They're making more mistakes as further the game goes, and they actually lost the game towards Falcons. Falcons are a really good team, but I feel like when it comes to experience, Dark Zero has actually more than Falcons. And also when it comes to Sonics, I'm really surprised. Obviously, Canadian hasn't been in Sonics for that long. I think it's maybe 2-3 months. But he's a well-known player in the community, and he's easy to get into his plays very quickly. And you can see that from time to time, but there are also a lot of times where they are not using him to his full potential. He's playing a little bit of an off role where he usually isn't. And also, I feel like from the games that I've seen from Sonics, they really don't change anything strat-wise when they are playing. For example, when they played against Virtus Pro on Border, they really didn't change anything. Especially defense, they stuck to the same thing even though they got shot down on the same thing multiple rounds in a row, and they still did not change anything. So they have hard time adapting to other strats at the moment. Maybe it's because Canadian is not in the team in itself has not had enough time to come up with new strats or alternatives, but that's also the IGL's job to make sure, like, hey, you go and do this instead, we need to do this. So somewhere there's a missing link on Sonics at the moment, so we will have to see if they are going to be able to win the next game, because right now, those games that are on right now is the last chance for them to go. They will be having another chance if they lose, of course, but that's going to be way harder because you're playing best of 3 right now in the matches, and if they lose and go to the next one, there's also going to be best of 3, so that's going to be a lot of pressure for the teams.
Fortune, we get to speak to him after his game as well. You've had an overtime win against Elevate, a loss against Falcons, and now you beat Scars in overtime. How do you feel about how things are going so far?
Obviously wins again, but still it was very tough games that we expected to win more easily, and obviously not expecting to lose to Falcons, but they played well, they played better than us, and now we just got to focus on ourselves.
Awesome. Well, a good game from you as well on this last one here. And about these 3 games in general, what are you most happy with coming from the team?
That we don't give up. Doesn't matter if we lose or if it gets tough, we always play to win. Doesn't matter if we are behind or ahead.
Awesome. Well, what's the main thing you think you need to work on as well if you say it's not really going as we wanted to have?
I think like individuals, like confidence, just bring them back. Like the next coming games, just everyone play themselves and more confident.
About those next
so the teams that I thought that would not make it through is Black Dragon, Chief, Falcons, Scars, I think Secret and Kia was one of them, and the Elevate was those that I did not think would go through.
One big problem that we know about Virtus Pro is their map pool, so we had a check-in with them to talk about how they feel about this problem.
Why does her hair look so... Why did I not fix her hair? Are you serious?
Actually, our map pool, in my opinion, is good, but we just like trying to practice it a lot, and I think we have good map pool, but we just sometimes struggle in our pick maps. Like, for example, if we pick club, sometimes we can just lose it and win opponent's map pick. So we have like some inconsistency in our picks.
We tried to expand it, but have you seen these new maps like Lair, Night Heaven Labs? Like, come on. I don't know what to say. We're still trying because our team is, I think, the oldest one. Like, and that's what behind our map pool, I guess. Because people played so many maps before that are already deleted from the game, and they have to study a new one. So that's why I think we got this problem, because so many old players in our team, and everyone have to learn it, but it's really hard when you playing for so long.
A lot of the talent, the analysts on the UL has been talking about that it seems to be a lot of the new maps that you don't like to play. Is that true? And if it's true, then why?
Because like sometimes it's so hard to prepare like 9 maps because there's 9 map pool right now. So you need to choose one map that you don't want to play, and then you need to play like 8 maps that you are playing like 50-50 or more. So for us, we are focusing on our older maps to be more consistent on these maps than like playing a new map and playing it like on 30% of our strength.
Does it make it harder for you when you go into map bans? Like, is it more stressful for you because you know that teams will try to pick against your map pool?
Yeah, we always on the ban phase.
Sure, I don't understand what they're talking about, but it's kind of.
There's 100% chance that we are going to play not our map, because people always know what we are playing, and that's it. We're always ready to play the not our map.
Not always their map pool, they say.
The good thing for Virtus.pro is that this is a best of 1 against SSG, and we're seeing the players coming in now. A bit of friendly banter before they make it to the player area. And what we saw from SSG was
so it's going to be around 50 minutes then.
Sonic's similar track record as what we've seen from Virtus.pro. SSG played our very last game yesterday. We saw a really close game with 17 kills from Ashen, but the one player that really stood out over the course of yesterday has to be J9O. A major 4K against FaZe, a very impressive performance from him. And we could definitely see that this team was able to deal with the pressure. They were able to force a comeback against Sonics, and they
okay, so Benjamin actually have the highest cost out of all 4, and he's actually new to the team, so that's an amazing start for him. That's a really good start. We like that. I know fuck's sake you would not like me for saying that, but I do hope that they win. I really do. I'm thinking maybe I should grab some chips, but I feel like I'm like...
It was a close game, and we saw Shepard then really step up against Sonics in that match. He must be the highlight player on this roster coming into this matchup. And even though we talked about, of course, their maps being a bit of a pain point, I think the entries haven't been going great for them either. They seem to suffer on that entry game early part of the round. Maybe this comes down to them being a bit slow sometimes as well. We've seen that in EU. We've seen it happen before. That's something that, of course, we want to see improve in this game. It's a best of 1 that obviously benefits Virtus.pro in this. They said, well, we know we're going into map veto. We will probably not play our map. We'll see where we'll be heading to, as it seems like we'll be going to Cafe for this map. That is a map that we have seen from Virtus.pro yesterday. They lost it against FaZe. Of course, there is something to improve.
Cafe, let's go.
We talked to these players as well.
This is going to be interesting.
They played against FaZe, so let's check in and hear what they had to say. We got Dan here from Virtus.pro. Dan, you won a game against Sonics yesterday, and you lost against FaZe. Is this where you expected to be?
No, of course not. I think the game against FaZe were pretty close. It was a hard game for us and for them, I think. We lost a couple of our rounds, and that costed us the game, and a little adaptation from us in defense cost us rounds as well. And I think that's the main reason why we lost to FaZe. We were expecting to be at 2-0, but right now we're at 1-1 against a hard opponent, Space Station.
And of course, it's no shame to lose against FaZe. They're a very strong opponent. You brought it very close. What is your main takeaway from yesterday's games?
The main take, I think that we need to adapt more and to do it faster, because like for example against Sonics and FaZe, we adapted only after losing like a couple of rounds, and that basically cost us the game and cost us overtime against Sonics. So that's why we need to adapt quicker.
Awesome. Well, you got another NA team today. What's the game plan to make sure you take down another NA team?
Space Station are hard because they are an unpredictable team. So I think the game plan is just to be ready for everything and to adapt as quick as we can, because they're unpredictable. They can do what they know. They can pick Caveira, hide anywhere. They can push every round.
They played a lot better a year ago. Yeah, I feel like Dan is more on supporting role than on a fragging role, so that's kind of what have changed for his gameplay. I feel like if you have someone, you have Joystick, who is the fragger more or less of the team, then tend to fall back to the supporting role. Then you have Shepard in as well.
The last game yesterday and the second game now. Do you feel like you've had enough time to prepare everything that you wanted?
I mean, it's definitely difficult having the last game into like one of the first ones, but yeah, I think we have more than enough time to prepare and sleep.
Also very important. Yes.
I feel like Falcons are going to be.
I think we're just gonna do our thing. Not gonna
Falcon
get away too much,
has
but
won
yeah,
2 games as well.
I see it was a very vocal
So, for my prediction to go on the right track, I need Falcon to lose to FaZe Clan, because I voted for FaZe Clan to move
yeah, I think we'll still be
move on.
Awesome. You had a really good moment.
So, yeah, sorry Falcon, you're not on my prediction list.
On your mind and the comms afterwards.
I mean, the comms afterwards were definitely like livid, but
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was just
might be a new chase that they are trying, who knows? But yeah, that is really good.
That's awesome. Hope you get more of that today. Thank you for your time and best of luck with the game.
Thank you very much.
Kind of sounded like both these teams are just gonna do their own thing, not give away too much, and certainly don't get bothered by the trash talking from the enemy team. As we're looking at this pictureception here on the pictures on the monitors here for the SSG players. We're expecting quite some vocalists from them again, but we heard from VP. They don't care. They don't mind. They can stream as much as they want to do. We will not get bothered by it. We'll see how that turns out. Of course, our players are getting ready. We'll go to a quick break, and then we're back with the game.
Prova nya Mighty Mozzarella med smoky barbecue-sås hos Max, Sveriges godaste burgare.
You predict FaZe to be top 2? Well, sorry to burst your bubble, that will not be top 2 because I have only one. Or no, FaZe Clan might be. Yeah, actually, it depends. Yeah, it might be because W7M is playing their game on midnight, so they might be the first team to make it through to the finals. So that could be it. And W7M will also be the first one. They are facing Team Liquid though, so I'm really concerned about that game. Because Team Liquid is really good. And Team Liquid has also won 2 games, so that's a very, very mean matchup, to be honest. So, Space Station needs to win this game. I do predict that Dark Zero will miss the finals. And so will the Sonics. Based on how they have played, I predict that these two will not be out of the game, and Falcons will go into the finals, but then we win the next match, though. So that's kind of what I'm leaning at the moment, based on the matches. because I predicted that Dark Zero and W7M would be the two first to go through to the finals. The reason why I took Dark Zero was because they played really well in the last tournament as well, so I thought they would definitely have it better, but they are just broken down. The top 8 to go to the finals. I did pick I did pick BDS, W7M, FaZe Clan, Space Station, Sonics, Liquid, G2. Wait, what is it? BDS, W7M, FaZe Clan, Space Station, Sonics, Liquid, G2, and Dark Zero was my pick for the finals. That was my pick. I should have taken Virtus Pro instead of Dark Zero, to be honest. I should have done that. I should have changed those two, actually. For Dark Zero and G2 to move on, they need to win this match and the next one. Otherwise, they will not be able to move on. That's the thing. And like how the bracket is done is so fucking stupid. So in the last playoff, which is going to be on the 13th, so the winner, so this is the thing. The two teams that will face off each other, so one team will be having, will have won 2 games, facing off the one that has lost 2 games. That doesn't make any sense. That's such a bad bracket, because if the team who has won 2 games are facing someone that has lost 2 games in a row, and they won and they move forward, like that, nah. That's such a stupid. But here's the thing, if any of the teams have lost 3 games, they are automatically out. So that's the thing. So if they win, they will have another chance to play. But otherwise, they are... So for Dark Zero G2, this is the last game for them. They did it so it's harder to predict. They want us to get free back. Yeah, I think so, yeah. But like, could I have done the old like bracket that I did, like that did group stage and then secured to the finals? It was so much easier to catch up. You would actually know better how the matches work. This is just plain stupid. Imagine if they did to the World Cup in soccer, stuff like that. If they did that to soccer, people would be pissed. Can we start now, please? Can we start? Hello? Just chocolate. 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 Chocolate.
Vi vet att man kan känna sig lite lat
Oh, come on.
eller hemkäk. Men vissa dagar funkar det bara inte att fixa maten själv. Dagar när tiden rinner iväg. Och dagar när...
You make a commercial for having your food delivered at home. We are not big on having food delivered at our doorstep. It's not something that we particularly like in a way, because it's like no form of insurance or anything for those that are working. It's such a bullshit thing, and if they have delivered you food wrong or something, you will not get reimbursed or anything. It's so stupid. Chocolate, the chocolate. Oh, trop cher. Trop cher. Trop cher. I'm not sure if I say that right, but it sounds pretty darn good.
You were in a boot camp. Can you tell me about what was the focus in that boot camp? How was it?
Yeah, space station boot camping. You know, it's always a fun time. You know, 6 a.m. jumping in the lake, straight to the gym. You know, you're freezing cold, but you know you're getting it done. It's hard. You're getting it done.
What?
You're eating your 2 pounds of beef a day. That's all you're eating. Just ground beef.
Are you
and rice.
serious?
And you scrim, and then you know you do some hard stuff during the day, and you know it really gets your
What
mind.
is
mind straight,
that?
so, you know, makes it a lot easier while you're here to stay focused and just.
What
really
does
dial
that
in,
mean?
Get what you need to do and do what you need to do.
Okay, so it also sounds like, at least in your boot camp, that you're doing stuff that is not just scrimming and mechanical stuff. How important is, you know, team building, mental tools and stuff like that for your team?
Yeah, here at Space Station, obviously, you know, we
W French. I can say bonjour, ça va?
Really close with each other, and you know, doing the
Très bien, très bien.
jump in a freezing cold lake at 6 a.m.
That's basically
you know, going to the
like
gym right after, just
je m'appelle
you know, I think
something.
it binds and it
I
makes
like
because you know you're all doing it together, and you know there's just not
I don't know
one
more.
person that's just skipping out or you know just missing it. So you know it really just binds you together, and we always have each other's back.
Like I do have a couple of friends that are French, so that's hilarious.
I was talking to our analysts about your team. I was talking with them about all the teams. But when they were describing your team,
I need to learn to say right or left in French, because you do get a couple of French players randoms, and they are really bad at English. I can understand why.
Yeah. I think.
Well, scratch that. I don't understand why. Because if they are such an international country as France and they don't know English, that's stupid. Sorry, I'm just going to call it as it is. That's pretty stupid. But it would not hurt to learn maybe right or left when you're playing the game and you have a couple of French people that don't know English as good to help them as well. It's harder when it comes to other language because you don't know what the majority is. But for me, I get more majority like German and French people. Maybe like Russia or like what's that side of the country? That's kind of what I have.
A little bop here. Feels like proper like NBA showdown style music is what it probably feels like as well for SSG.
Yeah, I'm really built for the NBA, Des. I've got the height for it.
We're both screwed. We're never playing basketball anytime soon, that's sure. But no, for SSG, we cast them twice yesterday. VP, we didn't get the chance to cast. Shepard surprised me. He's had a wonderful tournament so far, ranked 7th overall, doing really well. SSG have looked good at points. There's definitely pieces to work on, and I just worry that, as always with Virtus Pro, if they come out here...
They lived in Germany for 6 years? Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know much to say German. I know a lot of the German words, so like we are borrowed into Sweden, but like I can like say "Dubestein Kartoffel," which is not anything good, except if you like potato, like Du hast en min frag or something like that. Ich liebe dich. I think Batarasis, something like that. So I'm really bad at German.
Have a real habit of playing and performing to what's in front of them.
But Spanish is easier for me. Like,
against great teams, they have shown historically year
¿Cómo
after year
está?
that they can deliver great performances.
Don't forget, they finished third.
¿Cómo está? Hola. Me llamo Michaela Sandes. I mix Japanese and Spanish, or if you did not know. I love the potato one, yeah. The thing is, when I learn a lot of language, it kind of gets crossed, you know? So it'd be like Spanish for me, like, let's see if I remember. Hola, me llamo Michaela. Me gusta de Rebel Six Siege. And something like that. I have a brain freeze, but my daughter, she's going. My son has read Spanish in school, and so has my daughter's learning Spanish right now. So we are forced sounds really wrong, but in our school we have to learn 3 different languages. So we have obviously Swedish, that is our main language. Then we have English, which starts at the same time as the Swedish one that we're learning today. So we're learning those languages side by side. And then we have a third language that we can choose which one we want when we are turning 12. So. And we continue to go to school for about 12 years, 12, 13 years.
When he starts hitting, he is.
I love more learning about like Japanese and Korean and Chinese, but I don't have an opportunity to learn it. Where Japanese, I do have the opportunity because I do have the games of learning Japanese. Plus, I watch a lot of anime, so it will be like Konnichiwa, Miguel Sandes, Yoroshiku onegaishimasu, Genki desu ka, Genki desu, and so I'm like, so that's kind of what I have gone so far with learning. Oh, you see the butt? You see the butt? Oh my god! No, he missed that. Oh my god, that was so mean. That was so mean. You saw his butt. You should have shot and you should have taken that shot.
Make sure you hit that reload because it just makes your clip look amazing.
Oh, joystick. Nasty.
Well, he's on the Ash team. What else is he going to be on when the Nomads banned away? Seen him tear teams apart on this Ash many times over. Wasn't quite respectful of J9.
Let's go.
Down on Pixel.
Now the game between SSG and Virtus.pro is on its way, and right now SSG is getting slapped.
Key areas. That's what's important. Ashen still underneath, making life difficult on the Mozzie. Nitro in hand, he's down there to try and deny access.
Yeah, my husband has played Ghost of Tsushima. Ooh, cheeky!
Doesn't even flinch at the nade coming over his head. Just goes straight up to the window. Takes down always 4 versus 2. SSG looking super comfortable up on this top floor.
And even without the Nomad on side, they've just changed over and started bringing the gridlock instead, right? So it's not like it's a massive.
That was a slap to the face. If I remember, isn't that going to be a second game on that? Part 2?
J9 so far has done so much work around this piano side. Just about gets away with his life here as well. A headshot would have been enough to see him finished off, but 63 HP is what he'll walk away with.
Dan's just having a look, see if he can get anything going.
But yeah, my husband loves that game.
Seconds left to go. They know that there's going to come a point where they just need to push in. Shepard's still on the rappel.
Oh no.
I do have a game where you can actually learn Japanese. Ooh, cheeky.
This one done realistically. They know that the time is numbered. They know that SSG are likely going to lock it down. Shepard does eventually join Dan inside of the map, but Dan is already dead. Shepard looking for the one inside a washroom, takes him down, but it was
nicely
done.
done.
Set up by SSG for Ashen to step out and find the kill.
He's gassing up the team.
Sounds like his voice is going there.
Oh, thank God. It's because in case you guys don't know as well, we have 4 booths. They're all facing into each other, like 2 side
Yeah.
by side. You have 2 of the teams
Games
that
are
playing
really
on one side, 2 on
expensive.
the other. So they don't face each other directly. The teams playing each other, they'll be in booths next to each other. But it does mean you can see the other teams that are playing the other game. And as we saw
But
yesterday,
it's
the whole like wave motion, the way
I do have a game called Learn Japanese Hiragana and Katana and stuff. You basically learn the writing language on Japanese and play the game at the same time. So you're basically playing like the old school 2D game, and you learn to write at the same time. It's really pretty fun. I haven't done all 3 of them. I have all 3. I have only done 1 of them, so maybe I should go back to it.
That's a lot of information. It's a lot of denial of information, and it's a lot of denial of operators too. Like what I'm seeing from SSG.
My concern for Virtus Pro, if I'm looking at this and, you know, thinking where are they going to find rounds, my concern for Virtus Pro would be that they do, we know, we've said it a million times, play super structured, don't really change things up too much. They play their game, and that's what they're going to do, and they plan to just do it better than you can stop them. The problem is, against a team like SSG, that might not actually work very well, because we saw it from SSG against Sonics yesterday. You know, Ashen's so willing to jump over the side
you almost
of
got
Banana
killed
and
there.
get 3 kills, and they're just willing to take those risks, do those little different things. It's not going to always be the same. It's not going to be rinse and repeat, and that makes them a very flexible team. So if Virtus Pro are coming in a way,
So Goyo jumped out. Bench must have been cheeky.
Plan B, Plan C, Plan D. They're going to try all these different things, these crazy little attempts, like we saw Ashen just, you know, lead prone underneath the mining window. They're going to try all these little tricks. Nitro's gonna pick up a kill onto Always, and it's gonna make, there you go, perfect.
Where's the Claymore? Where's the Claymore in the window?
Windows, they're willing to really make it difficult.
Wow. Are you serious? Does anyone have Claymore?
Virtus Pro are not really the team to adapt
Only
to it,
Twitch,
really
I guess. Why?
They're just going to keep playing into it in the same way.
It's the pace that worries me a little bit here as well. I mean, the book being gone isn't the end of the world. They've still got 6 breaching charges they can make use of, but it's more the fact that with the book being offline, you're not going to open that ground up as fast. Virtus Pro aren't a super pacey team. They're not known as one of being the more, you know, like SSG, I guess, a bit more erratic, a little bit more crazy, able to go from slow to fast at the spin of a dime. And I just worry here that with the amount of time they've got left on side, like, yeah, they're in a spot where they've got this first floor control, but they've lost 2 players, and SSG has said, you know what? You want that first floor, you take it. We're in a 5v3 here. We can just keep playing 1-for-1, and we win.
Yeah, that's it. SSG going to be more than comfortable now. Just
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. They are actually running out. There's still a minute to play, but like they haven't had any control yet.
Is going to push down the stairs, looking to challenge onto VIP. Gets his man. That is a really important piece of the puzzle that he's managed to find. Taking down J9O. Looks to the one behind long bar, but cannot find him. Going to see Shepard down now. So effectively, it's all up to Joystick and Pasha. 45 seconds left to go. They've got 4 of
they got him up.
face
Okay.
up to. We'll see Shepard picked up, so that's something at least for Virtus Pro to hold on to here. They've still got the blitz, albeit on very low health.
Same as the last round, isn't it, really, in a 4 versus 2?
No, you
like,
could have
might find them
dropped,
picking up a kill.
perhaps.
To be fair, back to a 3v3 because they've managed to actually recover Shepard.
3v2 on site at the minute, Benja's off site.
Here we go, and they've also found the Mozzie tucked him. Down he goes. Oh no! Ashen's found his man. It'll be very noisy after this. He gets away with it. No. Pasha with the shutdown. Forest onto 1 more, and it's still a 2 versus 1 with 15 seconds to play. I don't care how good you are, Joystick. SSG are not going to give you these isolated kills. They'll give you maybe 1. I'm sure Benjamaster is long gone and hidden away and giving him absolutely nothing over to the other side.
No, absolutely not. Joystick's not going to get anything done here. The round closed out. SSG with a second. Shepard. Shepard had a real opportunity there, Des.
Yeah, I just don't know why he's screaming, but yeah.
Through the window, and the reality is, he missed
Can't
the
deny that
shots.
they are
If he
playing
hits
good though,
those,
that's the thing.
You're talking about a different situation there. Benja's off site, they 3v1 on site potentially. If they can make that call, if they have that intel and they rush in, Benja's got to fight his way back in then. Plant can be going down, shield on his back for Shepard. It could have been really difficult for SSG to deal with, and it shows the fine margins that we're dealing with. Shepard goes in, it's not the easiest. You're on the pistol, you don't have a scope, it's, you know, a little bit trickier, but you've got to be finding them. You've got to be finding them. Here we go.
That's painful.
You've got to be finding it.
I don't think Ashen was full white flash was the main one.
I don't think he was. But Shepard got, I think, 3 shots off there, and they were all left of his head. If it connects, it's done. He's at head level. It's done. Yeah.
Different conversation then, because you force Benji, you leave the bakery player isolated. You get a plant down there so comfortably. But this is the fine margins that we often speak about. You know, 1 kill, it might not feel significant in isolation, but in the entire round, it absolutely is. Here we go then, we're downstairs into Reading and Fireplace, and a small change in comp, still sticking towards the Intel Dinar, which I really like because Virtus Pro, I think it was about 18 months ago, when quizzed as to what the hell was going on with the team, as they would say, you know, we'll drone something, we'll drone it again, we'll drone it again, and then we'll drone it again, and lose all these drones and still not be able to make a decision. They're indecisive, they don't trust the information they've seen with their own eyes, which is really weird. So what I like that SSG are doing is
I still want to eat something right now. I hate it. But also now I would not be able to do this in like in next week or something, because I'm going to be on the calorie deficit, so that kind of hurts more to know.
Drastically transform how sites get played. So once again, lots of roadblocks, lots of hurdles being put up in front of a team that's so far proven to be a little bit slow, and SSG are very, very capable of tripping up in the early rounds.
Just going to be avoiding the Mozzie pests for the time being. Is Pasha looking to make sure that stage itself is at least clear?
I wonder putting a Mozzie pest in stage would actually be a good thing to do.
Looking to attack into Reading, so SSG.
That's been a while since I saw Casa barricade on double door in Cano. That's been a while since I saw that. It's kind of old strat. I think maybe to 2020, something like that. It was used a lot in Pro League.
But he showed us yesterday a great ability to absorb pressure.
Not sure why the mirror window is on a crouch level. Just don't understand that, but
into the round, and Full's using every ounce of his experience to keep
just
himself
don't get that though.
That's why the mirror window's a little bit lower down here as well. They can't shoot him if they get rid of the mirror window. Either way, a nade's going to be enough to force him away, but as you say to him, it's taken half the round to get that done, and there's still 2 more players they've got to try and clear off of this top floor, and then you've got to start worrying about sides itself. The C4 up top for the alley-oop, not quite finding his man, doing a little bit of damage on towards Dan. Here is now down to half HP. Again, just constantly trying to trip Virtus Pro is the big piece.
Yeah, now SSG need to back off a little bit.
This will suddenly be 3 players taken offline, and we're having a very different conversation.
This is what I'm talking about. SSG needs to back off. Like, they should have gone... They should have let go on the second floor a little bit earlier. That way they could have kept the mute in the long run. So I'm not sure why it was still there.
So Pasha, he's just going to town at the minute, ripping up that floor, just trying to create those angles that they need. Find those last couple of defenders, but also create a safe little pocket of space so that they can get this diffuser down, and that is going to be the next step, I would imagine, just inside of Reading door.
Got to start moving something forward, and you've already given one away as that clock starts to tick on down, but at this point they should have, maybe not. Look at this at the range, he's going to find his man unless he wins the reverse. No, he's down. All right, 1's above, this now means they've got to win. The shot on sight, he nearly gets the second down to Dan as well. No way do they choke this one out. Fan was looking to go down for a second, but not quite to be. Back up on his feet, now it's getting
Oh my god, that was crazy.
Over the finish line.
That was
a bit too close for comfort.
That was really, really close.
That was messy from Virtus Pro.
SSG just fighting out of the laundry there. Interestingly, not having that rotate already set up, but it's not necessarily the end of the world. You've got the shotgun in hand. It was,
like I said, SSG should have backed off when they lost 2 players upstairs and keep it at it for the rest of them downstairs. I just don't understand it.
They're thinking they don't have the rotate. Let's get in and get that diffuser down, but no sooner had they tried than that rotate, or at least a peak hole, had been opened up so that they could see on through to where they needed to. But a good attack that time from Virtus Pro. The top floor clearance was particularly good. You know, they had some real clinical movement. It took them a little bit of time, minute 30, but they didn't lose any bodies doing it. They took 3 kills up there as well. So, you know, ultimately, good stuff.
It had a little bit of everything for me, because they had the push into the cocktail play. It was a team effort with utility to getting cleared away. The mirror window placement was really smart to make sure that it was hard to push him. They got it done with a nade. They then find themselves fighting off against Ashen, which was a trade, so again, another good bit of team play. And the second kill that they got actually was the rounding, I think it was of always, through main bar.
Screw it, I'm going to get my chips before, because every time I buy home chips, I have a couple of rats that's eating, so there's not a lot of them left. So I kind of feel like I do want to have a little bit before it just disappears.
I just thought I'd give a pause for dramatic effect at the end of your sentence there, Des, because I could see that Dan was on his way up on the rappel, and I thought, this ain't going to end well. Venger takes him down with a beautiful entry there, just waiting for his man, and just showing great map knowledge, really, as to where those rappels might just come on through, and picks it up nice and easily.
It comes back again into the whole mute multi setup. Every single round we've seen these two operators being brought along because they know they can deny the information away from Virtus Pro, and that's when they get sloppy. When they aren't 100% confident of something, you can make them pay. And so with that information, you're walking blind towards corners. You've got not quite a spawn peak, but a very early round kill waiting for you at a window too. It makes things really hard for Virtus Pro to get through to the point of executing inside of a round without being tripped up and losing a couple of players along the way. So I do like the strategy coming out of SSG. Yes, Virtus Pro are meandering their way through it. Yeah, they've been tripped up a couple of times as well, but that's the main challenge of this game, I think, is all about that information.
Getting towards halfway through the round then, and Virtus Pro still not really established inside of the map. That's going to become a little bit of a problem for them. Joystick has now taken the drop onto red stairs, but the question is, and we'll find out in about a minute 20's time, is it going to be too little too late? Are they giving themselves enough time to be able to deal with this? Joystick just picking up a couple of pieces of utility as he goes, but as we can see, still players up on that top floor that are going to need to be dealt with the push across here. It's something Virtus Pro did really well last time, but it's taking longer and longer. We're nearly down to that final minute now. J9 finally chooses to drop himself away. That's going to give the top
yeah, they are rats.
Virtus Pro want, but do they have enough time now?
I don't get to have my switch. It's the same when I'm buying candy and I ask my husband, like, are you going to get any candy? He's like, no, I need to watch what I eat. What happens? He comes and takes my candy either way. So I usually buy more than I should because I know he's going to take.
That I keep on speaking about, you get towards the site and you've got things like the mirror to face off against. It was the castle in the previous round. There's just so many things to have to face off against, and right idea here, there is a player downstairs and they will punish him for it.
Pulse's been having bad luck today. He's been the one to die first a lot of times.
Once again going to be another 10-second push coming in here, and that doesn't tend to go well for Virtus Pro.
No, exactly not. 15 seconds now, realistically. Still opening up that floor above them.
Why are they waiting so long? It's 10 seconds left. That's way too close.
Over the barrier as well, into pillars, but only into the waiting
arms
of Venger, who gets himself a double. Always does manage to find the trade, but it's far too little, far too
They just
late.
gave away the round Virtus Pro.
Minute 30 mark, Des. There was not going to be enough time for Virtus Pro, and they ran out of the seconds that they needed.
It's becoming quite a consistent theme across these rounds is my main concern now, and for Virtus Pro,
yeah, they are taking a timeout.
It's not their main strength.
No, but I would again look at it and say
for Virtus,
change. Yeah, that's very true.
Their main strength.
And that's what they're always known for. This as being the team that run the same strats every single time and just believe they're going to be better at you because they've drilled it to the nth degree. It doesn't matter what kind of counters you bring along, they'll just beat you. That was kind of the old school Team Empire sort of. What am I thinking of here? Whatever it was. Huh?
MO.
To that degree, I couldn't think of the word I was trying to think of, but that's essentially it. That's what they were known for, right? The stereotype about them, I guess you could say, is that's how they were playing. Things no doubt have changed over time. You know, Virtus Pro have grown, of course, developed as a team. It's not the same vibe that were on Team Empire back in the day. Scooter no longer here, of course. It's Pasha that's playing with them. I just feel that you're seeing that sort of slightly static nature really starting to bite them a little bit. Where
The funny thing is, most of the time when Joystick is not alive, that's when Virtus Pro has some issue continue on to the round. So
you're going to see that Mute and Mozzie again.
Yeah, SSG are playing into Virtus Pro really, really well here. They know what they need to do, and that is a little bit of unpredictability for the first minute, which we've seen. Get a kill or two, and then just sit back and let Virtus Pro waste their own time.
Yep.
And
it's pre-play C4?
Absolutely perfectly, to be honest with you.
What?
Every time that they get those opening kills, then you'll see.
I'm intrigued. That pre-play C4 could actually be really, really good.
They all drop away. About a minute 30. Virtus Pro go in, bang, full sits a nitro from below.
Or they're going to be on that window.
That's exactly, you know, what SSG are setting up to do round after round. So let's see if they can have success with it again. We can see SSG, again, beginning of the round, making it difficult. Player up on the top floor. They're going to try and create that little bit of chaos for Virtus Pro. Give them some problems to solve.
Please, can someone repel on that window? I want to see that kill.
Drop back to site.
Yeah, it's again, this is the route where you now turn to Virtus Pro and where you enjoy, like yesterday we had so many games that started with one team in the lead and the other would bounce back and the other would fight their way back in, would go to OT, and it always became a guessing game.
But know about it?
This is the third round now, but not in a row, but third round in this half where Benja has done this, has got aggressive against the window or tried to do something a little bit crazy, and Virtus Pro just aren't adapting to it. You can say until you blew in the face of the problem, but something just will never change. You could pinch here onto Ashen, which is what they did do well in one of their earlier rounds, and that's an unfortunate team kill.
No way!
I mean, you've helped him out there, you've killed a teammate and then been killed by Always for free. Like, what the hell's happened there? Curious.
I assume that J9O had seen Always and was trying to make a challenge onto him, has caught Benja on a rotate and hit him instead, and then Always has been able to win the gunfight that he was going into.
Yeah.
Would be my guess at the chain of events there. That seems to make sense. But SSG have crumbled in this round. It's unfortunate for them. Obviously, team kills happen. It's, you know, nobody's fault. It's just one of them things. Trying to deal with the blitz here. A lot of damage being taken. That Nitro.
Oh, nicely done.
Fultz brings it back to 2v3, and with the blitz being taken out, Des, this just becomes a little bit more possible. Fultz and Forest both full health, and the time is ticking down. Now towards the final minute, there's utility on site that might be able to burn a little bit more time as well. This is definitely winnable from here.
I feel like they played against the blitz so well when it's been brought out too. I mean, they banned the Warden away, so they had to have a game plan, but the C4s they've been making use of and the crossfires that have come on through, sure, a bit of a fortunate half flash coming onto Ashen inside a coat earlier on in a couple of rounds ago. But they've dealt with it. It hasn't really been a big threat to them. Look at this, rounding up here from Fultz as well. Wants to retake. Oh my god, he's absolutely taken Always his soul.
That's so nasty.
And now he's got the vertical. Do they know about the retake above? No, they apparently don't. Down's last one. Joystick might be in and going for the plant, but where's the other player at this point as well? Forest should be rounding onto this one and looking to get involved. Come on about Forest. It's on the other side. Forest trying to get his way back through as well. Joystick's managed to get this one complete. So the two of them really need to be rounding in here and taking this contest together. Forest down to half HP already. Now rounding out towards red. 11 HP to his name.
There we go. There we go.
With a quad in the round. And SSG will be up 4-1.
That was a good flank on Fultz. Really, really good.
What a finish to the round. Absolutely brilliant stuff from SSG there. Fultz once again. How many times are we going to see that out of Fultz? We saw a big 1v3 from him yesterday. He stepped up fantastically well there. As soon as he hits it and gets it down to 2v3,
it's waking up. Fultz is waking up.
You know, one kill was all it was going to take, and Fultz found it, went upstairs and completely unlocked the round. But it also shows a lack of comms.
Interesting question, guys. If you could, no money, you got unlimited money and everything. Which people would you choose to be in your team? You decide which player are the 5 that you're going to hire to be the pro league team.
Like you say, I'm kind of looking towards Forest downstairs and thinking, where are you? Like, you got to be stopping this plant, but it didn't matter. They got it won in the end, and it was job done. But great play from Fultz.
Main thing I can't really fault Forest for there is waiting for Fultz to kind of catch up, so they can force a 2 versus 1.
Yeah, you don't want to.
Rather than challenging the 1v1, leaving Fultz then in a 1 versus 1, which is the worst thing you can do. Like, I get it. It looks a little bit like, mate, you could have stopped him running and going for a plant here, but they were so confident in the retake. They were just like, look, let him plant and we'll win this out comfortably because he puts himself in a box. And
but yeah, like, which would you pick? That is active today. You can't pick those that have retired, so like Pengu, Fabian. I'm sorry. That they're not active.
No, exactly that.
Based on the talent, you want to secure the win.
You know it's going to come.
You want to win everything.
Virtus Pro know that it's going to come, but the question is, are they going to adapt and do something about it, or are they going to allow it to happen again? And I think we know the answer is they're probably going to allow it to happen again. And this is the issue that Virtus Pro have got. They're not reacting to what's in front of them, and SSG are taking full advantage of it.
Ben just hoping someone comes on the East Repel, which they surely should do at some stage.
For me, I'm not sure which one I would choose, but I would have Void, Doki,
I also don't think Virtus Pro's intel's been great either.
I mean, they've got no
Canadian.
choice, when you've got 4 jammers down, you've got 4 Mozzie pests. Like, you can't get much insight into the building, which again is why I love the way that SSG approaches this, is knowing that they can starve Virtus Pro of energy, make them second guess themselves, make them play slow, and it's worked an absolute treat this half so far. I think it's very clear that they've looked back at what else has happened and feel they've got the answer, or looked back at the previous game where I think it was Virtus Pro playing this yesterday, look back at that previous game and realise where their strength was coming from and have prepared for it really well.
And,
so a big shout out to the backroom staff, in this case the analyst, the coach for example, getting involved and making sure they're ready for this game.
last one.
Shepard was particularly concerned about a potential run out there.
What? Nah, what?
Excuse me. Bulls survives the grenade, but will not survive Dan walking in.
The shield died,
finding
he
that
did.
final kill. The shield must have took all the blasters, what can I say? 4 versus 4.
The fifth one.
Find him taken down, but the door
the
that was
fifth one.
taken out at the beginning by the Nitro is going to be a big loss potentially when trying
That
to
was a
find
hard
these
one. The
players
last
that are underneath
one.
Ashen, once again, just roaming around on that Mozzie. We saw him down
Maybe
in the basement.
Ness?
He's likely up to the mid floor by now. Just going to be looking. Potentially, he's got himself all the way back up to top. Actually, I thought he might well just stick around underneath for a Nitro, but no, it's going to be Benja actually that's down there doing that same job. But Nitro is gone. He will potentially be able to hit them on the flank, but like I say, they're going to have difficulty chasing him down here, given that the Dokkaebi is gone.
The real nightmare Benja is.
Oh, he's got the shotgun as well. He can just, if
Yeah, I think it would be
those.
those.
I mean, back on G2, he was like, I think double the next player when it came.
I don't remember who I said, but
let's
let's see if I said it correctly. So Spoit,
no doubt he's looking for a similar
Shaiko.
Not that it matters. Jane I know has gone through 2. Benja finally tries bringing down Shepard. Looks to be a very nice complete half for SSG, unless always
Nest,
something magical here in a 1v2.
and Canadian.
Ashen is down the deck, right sort of idea. There is one down on white.
I think that would actually be very interesting.
Not too sure, but he wins this 1 versus 1 suddenly.
So you have Nusk, a Canadian who is the oldest player, who has the biggest experience. Then you had the frag potential with Spoit and Shaiko, and you have Joker as a support.
Comms that I'm talking about there. You see the difference. You see the difference in comms. Full scores upstairs, gets a kill. Virtus Pro don't react to that. He gets another one through the vertical. You see it there. Ashen's downed, he gets finished off by Always, immediate comm as to where he is, he's pushing through freezer, he's pushing through back storage, and then they can wheel around.
I think that would be my team at least.
And SSG are just looking really sharp right now. I've been really impressed with them first half. I think their style suits playing against Virtus Pro down to the ground. I think they've read into, you know, how to beat Virtus Pro particularly well. Get aggressive, cause chaos in the first minute to minute 30, and then sit back and let them waste time, let them, you know, try to do an entire round's worth of work in half a round, and watch them then attack with 15 seconds left to go. SSG have done a great job.
The one thing I'll come back to again is the setup they had. Playing behind that intel denial was so key to that whole half, and again it's the backroom staff that will commend for that, the counter analysis that they've done. But for Virtus Pro, they didn't adapt.
It does not look good for Virtus Pro at all.
There were chances there to try different things, like can you
So the other game,
I don't know, go for a fuse and a blitz if you really want to, and just push hard with shields, or try something a little bit more
Chief
crazy.
versus Elevate.
If you want to, and really smoke out the players that are potentially in rat spots. But there was no real
Round 4.
change up the comp there to deal with these players that are roaming. Benja had the whole
Chief is actually in the lead.
So it's a learning point, I think, for Virtus Pro. It's more about the adaptation when teams have got you figured out. But again, full credit to SSG and their team. They're the ones who figured this out, and they're the ones who battered Virtus Pro that first half.
Well, that intel denial setup plays in, you know, perfectly to what I'm saying. Really, is the two key things they've tried to do is create a bit of
Shaiko Sports, Citizen Canadian. No, I will never be able. No. Now you're just toying with me. Jesus Christ, I would never imagine you doing that.
That same intel denial is some of it still in place, then burns time because Virtus Pro.
Jesus, that gave me a good laugh.
Brilliant stuff. Let's see how they do then on the attack instead.
Yeah, I was about to say Dan might be getting pinched from both sides.
Jesus.
Forest is now backed away, back on towards the drones, which means Fultz was very much left in a, I'll call it a 1v1, but you're against an Aruni there, sat behind
Jesus, that gave me a good laugh.
They're broken away now with the Ash too, so not so bad for
Yeah,
them.
if I had like half of their talent that I do, that they have. I would actually call them cheater because they are so fast in shooting.
Locked inside of Cocktail at the minute. You feel like Virtus Pro are going to be definitely better on the defensive side. As we've said, they do have the ability, they do have the capability, they don't often miss shots, and we've spoken about how they are very rigid in their setups. They know exactly what they're going to be doing. The plan is there, and it just lends itself better to the defense. You don't have to be as adaptive. You don't have to, have multiple plans.
Cafe is very defense-sided, by the way.
Virtus Pro are going to be more comfortable being able to play into their own setup rather than having
Why did
to
you shoot the
think
camera
around
before you
SSGs.
got
And
activated?
we can see that already. 4 versus 2 and looking pretty comfortable in round 7.
You got the one up on the top floor in Cocktail still. The other two are back on site at this point, or at least around site. They can isolate this player. The nice thing is, you look at the cases where Virtus Pro to get to this sort of situation back in the first half, they've got the numbers advantage, but time is running away from them quickly, whereas SSG here still have half a round to work with. Blind, admittedly, have been absolutely battered by Virtus Pro in that first round. And
This could be bad.
2 halves to a game of Siege. You've just seen a round like nothing else that you've seen there. Virtus Pro finally hitting some shots and finally getting the upper hand on SSG.
Yeah, and now comes a crucial time. I've spoken about SSG being the more flexible, the more active team that's willing to try different things. The question is now, can they out-adapt Virtus Pro? So
I did not.
Virtus Pro, they struggled to deal with what SSG were doing on the defense. Are SSG able and capable to turn things around, or do they keep playing into Virtus Pro?
I was not able to fix it.
On the attack, and do we find ourselves potentially heading towards an overtime with Virtus
I will have
Pro
more
being
time
able to
tomorrow to fix it.
into it? Personally, I think we're going to see some different
Here's the thing, this game right now, Cafe is more on the defender side, so now that Virtus Pro have gotten 1 win now, the momentum that SSG had is kind of broken, or we have to see like if it's totally broken or not, but this will just prove if the SSG can still maintain the game to win, or if they are going to be losing more and more games.
Coming in with a strat they've got prepped. That's why you've got the Blitz, it's why you've got the Ying, it's why you've got the Glaz on side. They could just overwhelm Virtus Pro at the drop of a hat here, so keep a close eye out for when you have these key operators around site itself, and they're starting to think about the execute.
Ashen going to get himself into port check very quickly. Nitro will go out. It's not going to do the job. Doesn't find its mark. Ashen's going to smoke himself off, and then he can just have a look through with that thermal scope, see if he can spot anybody. Red pings are coming in to tell him that they're there, but as he tries to get aggressive, tries to push himself into a position to do something about it, Joystick is going to swing out into Wedding and find his man, and that is a big loss for SSG. They've got the Ying on side still, they've got the Blitz, they've got plenty of tools to potentially push on and aggress into sight, but you know that the Glass was going to be a big part of that.
I really love, because what they identified there was Ashen was the only one really inside the building and making any particular moves, so their red line became the red corridor. They moved 4 players up to it and were immediately
it feels like very weird what they did.
He was sat inside of the smoke. They
Thank you.
that for the most part and looked out towards restaurant window in case
It feels very weird that Ashen went in first and none of the teammates were inside even.
SSG have to peel back a little bit, slow things down again, back on the drones, of which they only have a few left already, and then start figuring out what the next move is going to be without a Glaz to execute with.
Blitz is going to hop over then, look towards the top of Brown Stairs, take out the default camps before heading on down, I would imagine. Hatch likely to be opened, yes it will be, into Freezer, so lots of work.
So they used the Ace to open up the hatch instead of opening up the wall?
Still left on the clock, so they've certainly got time. The big question is, can they deal
Question mark, that's a weird priority.
They need to get that space. If they're going to be looking for a Freezer drop, they've got to clear the smoke out of there, because otherwise he's just going to cause a constant nuisance for them.
That's one more to bring it back out. And now finally the Candela start ringing on through to try and give them some kind of ground. This is the bottom of Brown here as well to force something in. Forrest now inside the coast as well, starting his march on forward off towards the right-hand side, but they really needed to get that gunfight onto Always.
That freaking bar is unshootable.
Pretty deep here, and like that, they're mowing them down. Forrest might find one back. In fact, make it 2 with the pistol, just like that on the Blitz. He's doing Blitz things. What else is there to say? 2 versus 2, and one's isolated inside of VIP. This is looking good, and this is where Blitz really starts to shine. Steps in and finds his
this is what I'm saying. Blitz needs to be nerfed.
And now Joystick has got it all to do. And if you recall, he's out towards Bakery side. So he has got some longer angles to play with here, but he's got to find his man.
Yeah, he needs to keep that blitz at distance. Nice. He's a little bit late on the peak to find the blitz, but does manage to find Benja, and that's all he needs realistically. Because with 10 seconds left to go, Joystick can just play this dance. He needs to keep distance. That's the important thing. He's out of there. He knows there's going to be no planting coming. The best that they can hope to do is Forest.
That was bad.
Through the ceiling. He's not going to find his man. It's unfortunate.
Like for me, that situation, if it was 2 versus 1, I would pre-aim towards the end of the hall. I would not let down my sight, because you gotta have the experience and mindset that someone is going to be at the end of the other side, like bomb site. But if you have so much wiggle room to move around, you should expect someone to be at the end of the hall.
And just get to the end of the round. Well played from Joystick. 5-3 now, and Virtus Pro, they're on the comeback trail.
Defense-sided Cafe. I love it. It's really funny when I think about it. Old school Virtus Pro, but Pasha was on that.
By the way,
team, they had 4 different
I'll
players.
take this time to thank you someone that followed me offline. It's Nepter Core. Thank you so much for following me offline. Thank you so much for trusting me with your follow. Really, really appreciate that. Hoping you're having an amazing evening if you're in the chat as well.
Where he charged his way through Piano, straight in towards Pixel, and just swung on.
Oh my god, you're in here! Hi! How you doing?
I remember being like head in hand.
Hope you're having an amazing evening. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Thank you.
They are trying to force the issue here, but Virtus Pro, to their full credit, really know how to shut down the potency of these attacks. And every mistake
I usually give shout out to people that follow me offline. Everyone deserves equal amount of attention. So, hope you do enjoying the major so far. I hope that SSG will win the extra round. Like, they have kind of lost the momentum right now. They lost 2 rounds in a row now, so Virtus Pro has the momentum that they need.
Potentially bring something like that. Just switch it on. Think, right, let's just try and grab a round.
Not sure how they are going to take this.
Barge on into site and see if we can get some kills. We're not going to see anything quite as extreme as that from them yet.
Oh, thanks so much. I really, really appreciate that.
We've got the track stingers going out there.
It's always fun, always glad to hear that someone enjoys the video.
Get things going. They don't want anybody hopping out of that heaven window.
I focus mostly on having fun and also like learn in the same sense, like.
Just trying to avoid.
Don't blame them either. It's almost like weird when you're forcing SSG to be a little bit more slower and more composed. It feels quite.
Are they in the kitchen? No. When did I say kitchen? Reading on fireplace.
Someone goes on a tear, as you saw from Forest.
Like, here's actually a strat that it's not like my strat or anything. It's almost, it's not as common, but if they are defending reading and fireplace or fireplace mining, me and my friends usually like go with Amaru, that we have Ying, Capitao, those 3 at least foremost, and we use Amaru to go underneath, and we clear out fireplace. As soon as it is clear, we usually go up with Amaru. She goes on plant, we smoke, we put out fire at the same time, and the plant goes down and we can hold underneath.
Pasha does manage to shut down Fult's. Joystick, I think, well aware that he's got a player just off to his right. Dan is.
Are you kidding me?
I know. Joystick, as I said, aware of Benja's position. Virtus Pro again, just absolutely rock solid. They've planted their feet. They know where they need to hold, and they continue to do so. And Virtus
not good,
Pro
not good.
They look like a different team. Now they are on the defense. I said that Virtus Pro will often perform to the level of what is in front of them. SSG came out with a great first half. Virtus Pro come back with an answer.
I was tapping my hands there like it's got to be attack timeout, and sure enough, SSG call one in. Let's see if we can listen in actually.
No. SSG, come on, SSG.
I think with them, it's again the small mistakes that get made. Like we saw the Bees clear as day there, missing the cocktail player, and he got a free kill. This is what I mean by the small mistakes that get made, teams will capitalize on, and that's exactly what Virtus Pro is doing. Putting up a very strong defense, letting SSG make the issues, whether it's a second of mistiming,
come on.
It's a misplaced Grim Gadget. It doesn't matter what it is, they're finding something in each round here where it's giving them 2 or 3 kills, and they just snowball on towards victory at that point, and SSG are really...
Yeah, I feel like SSG has just lost the basic, like they kind of feel lost at the moment.
Well, this is it. You sort of come into the, you know, Virtus.pro win a round or two, and you start thinking, right, you know.
By the way, I'm thinking of cutting off my hair short again, like here. I'm still going to keep this side where it's shaved, but I had it way shorter, but I'm not sure if I should cut it or just let it grow, so it would like go and fall down like here.
Big difference between defending and attacking, but you
Not sure.
The sort of the surprises have gone, the aggression has gone, you know, they haven't been able to take control, you know, find the onus of the game like they did in that first half on defense, and it's just showing that, you know, they're struggling to find the answers to what Virtus.pro
I'm in such a mood to play.
By contrast, we said Virtus.pro will play as you expect them to play. They will hold the angles that you expect them to hold. They're just going to be better than you on them, and right now that's what Virtus.pro
Like me with a short hair.
Numbers here as well. Like they've got every single entry so far across.
The only thing that I'm very insecure right now about my hair, everything is because I have gone up some weight, but that's due to my health that I've gone up in weight.
How dominant their rounds again.
So there was nothing I could do because I was like, I could not go to the gym or anything at that time. Hello, Dart. How you doing? Did you finish the game today, or did you save it for the next time?
Not having players sort of step forward ahead of the rest of the pack, as we've seen Ashen do once or twice and find himself picked off.
I've just had a quick check of the botherometer, Des, and I can confirm that it has swung back from panic to unbothered for Virtus.pro.
You think they're really unbothered?
At the moment, I think they're a little bit unbothered.
All right. A little bit unbothered. So that's just slightly bothered.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what the whole like couldn't care less.
We need a scale.
Care less thing.
From unbothered to panic. We need a scale.
It's saying like I'm not bothered. It means you actually are bothered a little bit though, somewhere.
Like I said, the last 3 rounds.
The biggest annoyance, the biggest Americanism that drives me crazy is that could care less piece. So that means that you can still care less.
Yeah, you need to think about how long you'll go to stream if you have the energy for it, Dark.
I've not enough sleep for this game.
Ooh, is he going to jump out? He's jumping out. Big mistake.
Maybe getting a little bit carried away.
That was too dumb.
SSG are not managing to ruffle their feathers, but then we see them come in and manage to find a big triple.
That's not often that you see the entire freezer and bathroom being reinforced. The entire side is reinforced.
Utility well to gain that advantage, and now they can start opening up those angles down onto the floors below them. And Virtus.pro, they're going to have a tough time holding on here. It's Joystick and Shepard. If there's two who can, you know that it's them. But are they going to? I'd say quite unlikely.
Probably not. They've got a C4 to play behind with Joystick here as well. But this is what SSG needed, and I guarantee the coach is behind at this point. The call-outs there, like, guys, please, just slow down. We've got half a round to play with. We're in a 4v2. If you lose this, it feels like an absolute disaster. It's like a coach's worst nightmare. Same for the players, I'm sure, too. They know that this is their round to lose. They simply should not be losing it.
Full straight out the piano window for that quick rotate so he can get himself onto site window. He's just going to be supported by his teammates above now. Joystick is in a tough position here. They know that he's underneath.
Okay.
The nitro. It's going to be shot out, and it's surely a matter of time until one of them manages to get an angle onto him underneath.
It's a 4 versus 2. Don't wait so long. Go in and make it happen.
Successful so far. Shepard's holding a long angle onto the window. If he finds this, it could be round defining. We will see. As it stands, he hasn't, but he tries to continue holding them off.
Just need the one here, and Joystick's already stepped across and found one. Found two.
Stop it!
Surely they don't collapse and buckle here at the dying moment. They could get themselves up to match point.
I'm thinking.
Are you kidding? One more down to the 1 versus 1. Joystick's got to hold on. J9, no!
Are you kidding me? 4 versus 2 situation. You have everything in battle yet. What the fuck do you go for it?
Joystick just flipping to the
wow!
last 2 days. It's an absolutely
that was so stupid of SSG. Why would you go for the kill?
What you can see, I can see a headshot. That's what I can see. Absolutely beautiful stuff there from Virtus.pro. 2 versus 4. That is going to be crushing for SSG. They come out of a tactical timeout. They get a triple kill. They find themselves 4v2 in the round. Surely the tac timeout has worked. Surely this is the one where they get onto match point and they're not going to be run over on a complete reverse sweep. But no,
so stupid.
A 2v4 is held onto by Shepard and Joystick. Absolutely unreal.
The thing is, they knew
I said they were capable. I said if there was two who could, it was them. And
they knew that he stepped in towards Train because he's tossed that C4 Scar.
So there's a Spang. Sheep is in the lead with 5-1 to Elevate.
Didn't try to make a plant happen.
Oh, Sheep's actually playing pretty good. Okay. That's interesting.
Over the last 10 weeks, he's been the lowest rated player on this team. But when he gets fragging, He's sat at 12-5 right now, and a 4K to get his team up to a square pegging. This is theirs for the win still. SSG, they did bounce back after the attack time. They looked better. But I think the decision-making end of that round, I'm sure they've got a good reason for it, but you've just let Joystick into the game, and you've now put yourself on even keel.
I told you, Joystick is the fragger, then you have Dan pushing behind for support.
Honestly, Mental,
that's how they're playing.
Terribly difficult.
If you get Joystick out, then we have some issue.
That sound of silence? Oh, of course, Ashen's not speaking.
The gameplay that they have, Virtus Pro, is centered around Joystick.
Tactical timeout, and then you suffer the loss of a 2v4, but Benja does manage to pick up always. That's going to be the mute gone. So a nice little pickup to kick things off. Of course, the jammers will already be out there, so the utility is not a loss, but nade goes in, and just trying to deal with this player inside of VIP at the minute.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Everything, the play is basically almost centered around Joystick to survive.
Reasonably safe in his position for another 10 seconds or so.
So they got mute off the board, which is a good pick. Not gonna play their C4 off the board, so they have no C4 in play, so they don't have to worry about anything getting thrown at them. But you have Maestro, which is going to be a pain. You need to clear out all the Golio utility before you go and push.
But that's a lot of information you can steal away from the other side. Benja taken down. Maybe a late trade, but it's a trade nonetheless.
Yeah, it's going to be Pasha picking him up. Dan manages to get himself into court check as well. Knows that there's going to be potentially a bit of pressure. It's the Blitz, actually, that's lining up for maybe a little restaurant push. But I'm not sure he's going to be happy with what he gets served up.
The time is running out. They're waiting too long.
He's there, waiting and ready. He's got Ashen in support as well. The question is, can they get close enough, quick enough? That is the challenge. He needs to get right up in Dan's face before a kill. And he can't.
Are you kidding me?
Was ready. He tickles the feet and takes down Forest. Finds Ashen as well. That's the glass gone. SSG are crumbling.
We've got a Blitz. We've got Candelas. And Dan's like, I don't need to see. I can still shoot you. I just sense where you are. And he's found two inside a coat. That's the back of this attack broken. Nothing more to say for SSG.
I'm not sure what they were doing.
Candelas to play behind. This is looking dire, Tim. They're really giving this game away. And that's 7-5 that I was speaking about. It's kind of breathing itself into life here. Virtus Pro willing it into existence.
I genuinely believed SSG getting themselves into the second half on the attack that there would be rounds that they could find. We knew it would be more difficult. Virtus Pro on defense were always going to be better than on attack, but still, you know, to lose it to this degree as they are at the minute, they were 5-1 up. They are fractions of seconds away from finding themselves now 6-5 down and facing a map point. This is absolutely
yeah, so I'm thinking of starting another channel with only gameplays and no commentary.
Unable to find a single attack, unable to find a killing court check when they're going in with a Blitz and a glass.
Yeah, around that time.
And Candela's coming in as well. Like I say, it's bonkers because they banned the Warden away for this exact purpose. We spoke about it back in the first half with the Warden on side.
So last
no Warden on side. Ying is like
the last game of the day is going to be starting at midnight, so that will fall off.
No Warden on the field, but they simply just cannot find an answer.
So that's the issue that I'm having right now.
So well.
I love even his character animation. Even Legion had his hand up in front of his eyes like, this is too much light.
This is too easy. I'll handicap myself and see if I can still win. And the answer was yes. Virtus Pro are now at match point after winning 5 rounds in a row. They were down 5-1, and we said SSG, they came in with the perfect game plan. Problem is, Tim, their game plan stopped at the defensive half, and here on the attack, no matter
it's so stupid how SSG were so in a good position before, and now they're really lost.
But you'll take it every once in a while.
The thing is, this is the problem when you play
5-2 right now for
They perform
Chiefs,
to what is in
so...
front of them, and they have got players who are more than capable, especially on LAN, of going absolutely huge.
Now,
and Joystick has
I
done
would
it
say
time and time again over the
G2.
years as a
I would
shepherd,
say
and they
that
prove it
SSG
again
need to
today.
simplify their attack because they're doing way too aggressive gameplay than necessary.
They all have that clutch ability. They all have that potential in them to just turn around on its head. You know, it was Joystick and Shepard in the 2v4. It was Dan inside a court check. No matter what SSG are throwing at them, it's just not happening. And SSG, it's tough for them, but they've got to find a way, and they've got to find it now, because otherwise that great 5-1 half that they had on the defense is going to be for nothing.
So here's, as you can see, guys, VP is on purpose giving SSG the top floor towards piano side, so 3 people standing towards cocktail side, and the reason for that is when they get into the fight, they are fighting for the long run. They're wasting time. So for them to be playing there is just so they can fall back into laundry or white at the moment, if the fight is going to be too hard to hold.
Dan knows that there's one on the wide corridor window there, so he doesn't want to peek around too wide. He knows that they will certainly see his feet before he can get anywhere near a view onto them, so he's going to hold his position for the time being. SSG have got themselves inside of the building, established inside of Cigar at the minute. Need a little bit of backup here, maybe, Benja. He's got another one with him in Piano now, which is at least going to be helpful. They can start to think about pushing forward from
The
there.
time is running away from them. This is what VP are doing on purpose. They're giving them the freedom to go in a plant. They're really holding and waiting. So their plan is to do a retake push. Is their plan.
We've got the glory of a top-down view, so we can see, like, SSG are scattered all towards the west side of the map here, just like this. Thank you very much, observers. And you can see all of Virtus Pro very much condensed up towards the right-hand side here.
They're doing a retake push, Virtus Pro. They're letting them to plant and then go.
Because they know from here they can't safely plant inside a fireplace with white stairs not in their control. So really becomes the next bet, but they're not even bothering with that.
Are you kidding me?
Head first into Virtus Pro.
What the fuck?
They're all too happy to oblige and take their lives.
3 versus 5 now. SSG fighting for survival.
Yeah.
Managed to get a pass, but it's unlikely
SSG lose. Congratulations, Virtus Pro.
Needs to find a miracle. Needs to find some magic. The magician he will not be. As Virtus Pro get the final kill, they disable the diffuser, and they go from 5-1 down for 6 straight rounds to take.
Yeah, SSG crumbled for some reason.
Overall now stand on 2 wins and 1 loss in the Swiss phase of the Montreal Major.
I think Asher stood up before it even held down F to disable the diffuser. SSG really folding like a deck chair in that second half, though. Like, what more is to say? Virtus Pro played it really well, but it's one of them to look at and say they didn't really have to.
But the thing is, SSG, their attack sucked. But did so many basic mistakes.
That we didn't see really adapting to those challenges overall. It was definitely a game of 2 halves where the defenders came out on top, but that round 3 win for Virtus Pro, where the plant went down, will be the one that makes the difference.
Virtus Pro have had an amazing second half there.
Okay, so Virtus Pro has won 2 games now. So then we go into the next game, which is tomorrow. Out at 5:30 or
really showing that, you know, you can't
5:30.
You might look at them in the stage and say, you know, they were there or thereabouts. They've qualified. You know, they did okay. But when they get onto LAN, these players, they just take it to another level.
6-2 Chiefs have lost. They have won and lost 1 and 2. No, sorry, they lost 1 game, won 1 game. So that would also put them to play tomorrow, but around 9 p.m.
That will take place tomorrow are going to be so saucy. I'm loving it.
We've got a day off tomorrow.
Wait. I forgot to put this on back.
If Cairo wasn't putting up 10 kills, I would say that that was one of the worst blitz plays I've ever seen. But because he's doing so well this game, I will not go too hard in criticizing him. Certainly, though, that push could have been a lot better coming out from Chiefs. The blitz struggling at those longer ranges. They had the smoke grenades to try to go for a plants, but chose not
Let's
to
have
run
a
that instead, trying to get
muted
deep into the
match, yeah.
site. Shut down
I might
by
go
a
in and
window.
play
And
soon,
Easy,
depending on
who
how
we
it's
were just
looking.
talking about in that round, putting up 2 really impactful kills alongside an iQual.
Because to be honest, there are a couple games where I am uninterested to watch. Plus, they are going to be... And not uninterested, that's wrong to say.
To bounce back. One of the things about being in a
but the next game is going to be around midnight.
Particularly high
I
pressure,
would
but
guess.
In a major, it can be sometimes. Is attacking is often somewhat difficult. Your former co-caster Pengu talks about this quite a lot. How oftentimes in these high pressure situations at a LAN event, attacking is a lot more difficult than online because you've got to be the ones to make the movements. If you're nervous,
by the way, Foxy,
you got to sit still and hold an angle.
They did something wrong on the scoreboard.
Okay on the defense.
It says here,
lose on the attack.
That Space Station Gaming won against Virtus Pro.
They can push together and have a little bit better angles when they go for these attacks. If they keep running the blitz or if they run any other sort of strategy that could.
Did I fill it out wrong?
Over to the Osa. This is probably Osa's best site.
Woohoo! Let's go.
An open area. Often you'll see the Osa push towards garage rather than being
That's so funny.
The plants like you might see in Ranked. But a cutoff in garage with the Osa can be extremely effective. Really not
very positive. If I refresh, it's going to be correct. Yeah, here we go.
To be a more difficult inside.
Now it's right. It's because I didn't refresh. That's why.
Curious to see these bank numbers, by the way. It's a map that
for some reason it says 622 Chiefs right now.
I'm wondering.
So.
Is it just a very defender-sided map so far, or is it just the way that these teams have played? Chiefs looking more confident.
So you should be saying 7-5 to Virtus Pro, so to speak. So.
We'll have our answer likely at the end of the day, or even tomorrow, as we continue to get more.
But I would say the match would be between Team Secret versus BDS. And Chiefs versus Virtus Pro.
Damage. There's a drop, and Jigsaw gets shed as well. 2 members of Elevate holding that middle floor, attempting to get away.
The upcoming match that's going to be starting now is going to be FaZe Clan versus Falcon and G2 versus Sonics. I would like to watch G2 as Sonics. I do want to see how that goes.
Now back away to slow down the Chiefs' advance.
So now this is going to be a longer match.
If MC doesn't find at least
because it says
you've got to imagine the round
it says like 8:30 is the first match. After that, the next match is going to be at midnight. It's because now, after this game, every game goes into the best of 3 in maps. So now we're going to the longer form of match.
Inside of the site, 2 quick kills, and now it's all up to MC in that position. He'll be tracked away by the bees.
Chevron has to fix everything. Shut up, Dark.
MC. The silhouettes were incorrect for but a second, and it threw our brain for a loop. The game not making it easy for us, Jesse.
So day 1 there.
Pretty good on this map, so we always know that it's possible.
What did you think was the main key then on that defense to make sure you could come back?
I think, of course, these 2 important clutches that won surrounds.
Yeah, it's not a good compliment that we have to fix everything for the men, you know?
Every game can be comebackable.
We talk about you guys' map pool a lot. How did you feel about Cafe going into this game?
It's fine. I think right now our map pool is really strong in our opinion. Like we are feeling good almost in every map. We know that we can win on these maps, so...
there are 6 players?
This time.
Awesome, that's really good to hear. What is the main thing that you're super happy with for your team about this matchup?
This matchup, that we can come back. So all the time it's about mentality. So if you see the score like 5-1, some teams just going, oh no, we are going 0... I don't know, 0 round in defense, just do random stuff, spawn picks. But we have like this stability and mentality that we understand our players, other players, that we are really mentally stable.
Awesome. Well, some wise words.
I think it's an equal thing. Men can't live without women, and women can't live without men.
Some words we can all use in our ranked games as well. No matter the score, you can always come back. But we finished our best of 1 territory on the A stream. We're now gonna go into those best of 3s. But before we go there, we have a break.
Never mind, Poppy Pudding. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, going to be a couple of minutes. As usual. Time for some commercial. So, if we talk about like the matchup that's going to come right in a couple of minutes, G2 versus Sonics. Both of them G2 had a good start at the play-in. They won both of their matches, looking kind of shaky but still solid at the time. When it came into the playoffs, they have been playing really, really bad. That nothing has worked in their favor. They're looking very dead, and comps were probably not okay because they seem to be missing a lot of the key points when they're playing. Sometimes it looks like they're coming back, and sometimes it looks like they're just gone. So they have lost both of their games so far, and going into the third one against Sonics. And the same story is with the Sonics. They did qualify directly to the playoffs, but since the first game, they have lost both games and have not looked very solid. They lost the first game to Team Liquid, which I would say is very hard because Liquid is very good as a team, and they have faced off each other a lot. They also went to boot camp and had some scrims against each other, so that would be a very hard team to beat since they've been playing with each other a lot. The next game, they actually lost against Scars Sonics. Canadian actually had the worst game of that tournament with only 2 kills. Canadian, who is a staple in his role as a support and also getting the frags that is needed, has not been showing his potential in Sonics yet. He's been in the team for like 2-3 months, hoping that he would actually shine and push the team forward on this major. Seems not to be all there yet. They seem also to be lacking some form of strats because they have done the same strat so many times. Obviously, for granted, every team does that. Every team in this tournament is doing same strats a lot of the times, but if they know something is not working, they do adapt and change out for something else. Sonics has not done that, especially when they were playing against Team Liquid. They did not change anything. They stuck to the same play, and they got shot down multiple times and did not adapt to Liquid's playstyle. So my question is, how is G2 and Sonics going to play this match against each other, because both are in a very bad position. So if any one of those two loses today, they will be out of the tournament. So who will be kicked out first in the tournament right now for the playoffs? Is it going to be Sonics or is it going to be G2? For my part, I'm not sure. I would say G2 looks a little bit more sharper in their gameplays than Sonics, but they do have some similarity when they are playing with each other, so I'm hoping it will be an even match. How will Benjamin Master feel playing off his old team? No, Benjamin Master. What I was saying, Benjamin Master is in SSG. Whoa. But yeah, so that would be interesting. If G2 wins, they might be facing off SSG in the next match, which would be pretty interesting because Benjamin Master was in G2 before he left. So that could actually be a very interesting match. So, but we will know in about 5-10 minutes. The game will start. They are 30 minutes ahead of the schedule at this moment, by the looks of it. Just about 30 minutes, so which is looking pretty good. But we have to see. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to watch the last games that's going to be held today, or the other games that are going to be held. The last game is going to be around midnight, and that I feel like it's going to be a little bit too late. It also depends on how fast they will be done with the game. For example, if G2 versus Onyx is going to be 2-0, FaZe Clan, I guess Falcon is going to be playing as well. So that depends. If they win, usually a match is around 40 minutes for them, depending on how even it is. It can go more, but the average around 40 minutes, 45 minutes per map is what it usually is. If you talk about Falcon and FaZe Clan, so Falcon was also one of the teams that qualified to play in the play-ins together with G2, and they also won both of their games and also went into the playoffs. And they have been playing solid. Not a team that I expected actually to be this good if you compare to how they were last time. They have really evolved and stepped up their game in how they're playing. They're playing more solid right now. Better stress, better communication, better refragging position than before. When it comes to FaZe Clan, they qualified directly to the playoffs, and they have not disappointed yet. They have won 2 games so far as well. So they won against Space Station Gaming, who sadly lost this game against Virtus Pro. And then they faced Virtus Pro in the next game, and FaZe won against Virtus Pro. So both Space Station Gaming and Virtus Pro had lost to FaZe Clan. And they have won pretty, like, not too overly confident wins. So the won against SSG with 8-6. And then on the next game, they won against Virtus Pro to 7-5. So not an overwhelming win, but still a win in the least. So that's going to be interesting.
Welcome back to the Montreal Major. We have another interview with Virtus Pro lined up. I'm joined by Dan to also ask him a few questions about that game. We got to talk to Joystick earlier, but how do you feel afterwards this game?
I feel happy because we came back from like 5-1 or something. We had really bad attack. I mean, I think they just played really well on defense, and that's why we couldn't do anything on attack, but we never lost like the motivation to win the game. We were just
hello R6 Brawl, how you doing?
Have to do. And of course Joystick clutched, I think.
Oh, thank you. I've been watching a lot of games, so I'm just giving away what I think at least. Plus, like, side story, I always kind of want to be like a caster, like sitting behind the desk talking about R6. Like, these guys is so much fun. I'm doing good, I'm doing good. Been busy watching all the games. So far my prediction has been so-so. Like, on the play-ins the first day, I actually got 3 out of 4 rights. how this prediction of the playoff is being, it's looking like 50-50 at the moment. So I am kind of having some of the teams right that is going to go to the finals, but yeah.
Played really well this round.
Awesome.
Let's see
I
here.
love it. The complete honesty here. You're moving now further. Who would you really like to play against if you could pick any team that is still here at the major?
I think all teams there are very good. G2. I would like to play G2.
He said G2!
Agrees on that one. Thank you very much for your time then, and best of luck with the rest of the game.
Doki is right behind the corner. It's like, woo, let's go! I wanna play against you. Basically, I like Doki. He's a phenomenal player, but I think I like Doki because of his positiveness. Even though he loses the game, he's still very respectful, like can smile and everything. Obviously, you're not directly smiling right after you lose the game, but you do like. He's very good at talking even if you have lost a game. Like, most people have a trouble with talking when they lose a big game because of it takes a hit very much on the mental side. And like I said before, R6 is very mentally heavy game because you need to have the mentality to think ahead and not get caught in the moment too much, because if you lose 3 rounds in a row, people tend to like lock out and feel like we can't win this, I give up already. But for the most part, that's not true. You can actually still come back from the 3-1 rounds and win, just like it happened with Virtus.pro's Space Station Gaming. Because
I think part of that honestly is just being younger, like people assuming I'm American almost online, so then I was like made a statement of it, I guess, when I was younger. But I can't really remember too much of it.
by the way, ignore what this says here at the bottom. It says 0-1 to Virtus.pro. It's the best of 1 map, so I'm not sure why it's still there, but...
Have you ever thought about that? Like, it would be cool if I was called this or that. What would it be?
No, I honestly haven't thought of it too much. Like, I like it because, I mean, it fits, I guess, and it works. So yeah, I don't know. I haven't really thought about it too much.
I would go fangirly if I could meet Canadian sometimes. Or like meeting any of the Pro League players at all, I would be like so honored because they're so good. And by the way, it feels kind of very wrong because like I'm turning 40, so go and meet people that's younger than me kind of feels very awkward because they're like, oh, this is old person that's coming up talking about Siege, stuff like that. It's kind of hilarious. And I kind of like, when I tried to talk to Pengu and Intero or Milos when they were in R6 Major in Sweden, it was it was kind of awkward, not gonna lie. Let's see if I can find like the pictures for it.
How was it starting on G2, and how quickly do you feel that you got adapted?
Let's see here if I have.
Was not so easy. First of all, because I've never practiced speaking another language. That was not my main language. So in the beginning I struggled a bit, but I'm fluent in English, so it was not that hard.
Was not
just to adapt something, some callouts in game. This stuff was not that easy. And also the play style for another region, like the teams in Europe plays way different than the teams in Brazil. The practices are so different, the things they focus on.
It's always awkward. I feel like it's more awkward for me since I'm being old and stuff.
But in like 1 month or something, I was completely fine already. I think the Gamers 8 we had to play was not 100% yet, but then after this,
Let's see if I can find the...
It was completely fine. Yeah.
And during stage 2 of VUL, it was a lot of up and down for you guys. How much did you learn from that whole?
But yeah, like I met Intero during a competition with Hyper X competition, and Fluke was the host for that competition, and I got picked out. Like, it's kind of awkward when you're an adult, like waving your arm against young people. But it was a competition with like rock paper scissors, and I won the first round, and I went to the next round. So I just put up a show. But it was so much fun. After that, I talked to Miloš, and we ended up talking about old teams, how Siege has evolved. I think we were like talking about 30 minutes, and I kind of like stopped myself in mid-track. I was like, am I allowed to talk this long with you? Like, there might be other fans around. Feeling like I hogging all his time. Like, obviously he's there to work, so you don't want to take more time than necessary. But, so that was kind of fun. And then I went to take pictures with Intera Pingu, because they showed up in the major arena on the back. And so I took the opportunity to take photos with Pingu and then Intero. So that's...
people in doubt when it came to that pickup of Laura on G2, but he silenced the doubters. Definitely a big roster change coming in for Sonics prior to this event.
I'm trying to see if I can find the pictures.
And when we spoke to him, he said, well, you know, it's been a bit since we played our last game. We could definitely notice that in the way of how our comms got a bit chaotic. We're seeing them walking, of course, leading his team as the very first person to walk in front. And what we saw as well from this roster is Ambi is showing up massively. Dropped 13 kills and an ace versus SSG.
Where is it?
Versus Virtus Pro, but it was
That's not it.
enough. Very unfortunate for them there. But this is an elimination game. SI is on the line for both of these teams. And that's
I
why
can't
our
find it. That's so weird, though.
Super important. Let's have a look at them with our very first pick. A pick by Sonics, the Clubhouse games that we're going to. A 2-1 for them. G2 seem to ban this map a lot. It's definitely a map that they don't really play often. G2 themselves, they pick Cafe, a game that they have gone 1-in, 1-on in recent history. But Sonics themselves, 2 out of 5 games is not enough.
Clubhouse for G2, okay.
As well, that will be border. And the main thing I'm excited about, I hope we get to this decider, is because both these teams have their best attacking win rate on this map. It can really show us some good siege if we do make it there, but obviously is something we will have to wait and see. Luckily, we got to speak to both the teams to see how they're feeling ahead of this really important
all my stuff though?
Speaking to Elamau from G2. Elamau, it's an elimination game. How are the nerves coming into this one?
Let's see here, that's 2022.
I think I would play very bad yesterday in general. So yeah, a little bit nervous because we are in a tough spot.
High Queen to 23, that's not it.
We play BO3s now, so usually we play better when we play BO3s. So yeah, I'm confident for the game.
Awesome. Well, talking about those best of threes as well. How
That's
are you
so
feeling
weird.
about the
Where
matchups?
are the
Because you've only
photos?
shown a chalet so far. Surely we're going to see something more now.
Yeah, we tried Chalet both times yesterday. It wasn't a good.
Ooh, I'm trying to
good choice by us,
find
I think we play club, cafe.
trying to
and,
find everything.
Border, now against Sonic, so
Pretty sure this
two
is
maps
the first time
we already
Sonic
showed
on
the cafe, I
YouTube
think,
based
on the
since
phase one, but still,
2022.
two maps didn't show.
I
I
can't do
think
double
against
check
Major,
that.
I was beat him anyway, so.
Awesome. Some good talk before that game. And we spoke to Doki yesterday.
So that is correct. They faced each other August 16th, 2022 and August 15th. So on both of those matches on 2022 that was played against them, G2 actually won both of them, and it was best of one. So the first one they won with 7-4, which was a convincing win. And the next one they won with 6-8. 8-6, I mean. So that's kind of
What do you think went wrong yesterday in the game versus
one. And the Sonics, so G2 won the attacking round 6 times versus 4 for the Sonics. And on defense, it was 6-6 evenly. So, and the most banned operator that they have banned was Thatcher and Asami. Has been the most banned on both those matches. And then you had Wamai and Ying and Nook and Kaid. So my guess would be that G2 is going to ban Asami. on this one, and maybe Blitz on this one.
Very good point, yeah.
No, not Blitz. Alamo played a lot of Blitz during this game, so...
Awesome, well, no spoilers yet, but thank you so much for your time and best of luck with the game.
So this is Clubhouse, so they might...
We'll find out soon if Ambi's gonna dance his way
They
to
might
a
ban...
We're also looking at a duck that is supporting the Falcons because
You
we
too,
have
Duck.
an elimination game on the A stream, but over on the B stream, we have our qualification game as well. Two teams that have won both their games yesterday, and if they win this
Let's
game,
see.
they will make it to those playoff finals. With that live audience, we have Falcons and FaZe over on the B stream. We have a bit of a break to ensure our players on the A stream are ready, and then we'll be back.
Nothing much talking about the teams, how they have played against each other, G2 and Sonics, guessing the bans as well, so it's going to be Clubhouse. The thing is though, G2 has faced Sonics twice only, and it was Clubhouse Chalet Bank. Wait, what did they win on the last time? Oregon. Okay, so G2 won against the Sonics on Oregon in the last one, and the match before was Theme Park. So this is very interesting. That's very, very interesting. I can't believe that I can't find my picture. That's interesting. I can't find my pictures on... That's weird. Eau de Parfum.
Krämigare fyllning.
So funny.
Upplev Ranas nya färska ravioli. Varsågod.
Not sure why I can't find any photos. Yeah, so that was in 2022. That's so weird. That's weird, that's weird. G2 are basically the same team, but Sonics are completely different squads, so individual stats are not really going to be accurate. Yeah, in general, I think so, but the strat might be the same either way, because their coaches has changed, so I don't think the gameplay is going to be changed that drastically between them. But it's always interesting to see how teams have played before, because you really don't know how it's looking. Like, I'm so curious why I can't find any pictures. That's so interesting. 2022, if I write that. Now I'm just going to get a lot of... We'll see if I can find... I'm not sure why everything is so weird. Can't believe that DC and Sonics have lost to... Yeah, it for me, sure, Sonics are kind of can understand they are a completely new team. They have only played with each other for like about 3 months, but they did win like almost every single game in their like US series, so there was nothing to suggest that they would be playing bad here. So that's really concerning that they are just dropping right now. And I don't believe it's nerves, because Canada is a veteran, so it doesn't shake him up that badly. DC had like they were like 50-50 in the season. They were not too great, that was not too bad. But they have always been able to go to the finals, so that's also kind of weird. Something definitely like changed for their perspective, so... Let's see here if I can find it, if I search for this, like... Really, I can't find it. That's interesting. If I do... Oh, tweets. Let's see if I find anything. Oh, yes. Advanced. Wait, did I do something wrong here? Oh, enter search wrong. Advanced search? That's interesting. Not sure if it's... I saw in the comments that Bolo became a dad. Yeah. That's true. He became... He had to... The baby is not born yet, so she's just pregnant at the moment. So I think he would be the second or the third person in Pro League that would have become a father. That doesn't help. I just forgot this. What's here? Pengu, Dream Attack, Sweden 2022. Let's see if I can find it now. Really?
I would like to talk to you about the season that you had with your team and your
I'm not getting like the highest.
First of all, winning NA, what did that mean to you and your team?
I mean, it meant a lot. You know, it's only my second stage in the NAL, so it's pretty cool to win it. And we're a pretty new team, so you know, it feels pretty good.
And
Gosh dang it, I'm not. I'm really not finding that. That's so annoying. No, that did not qualify.
You know, scrim every day. You know, schedule doesn't really change. You just double scrim every day, and
That was
every day.
that was something I did not think it would happen.
For you guys, is that scrimming working on all the technical stuff, or are you also working on, for example, tools to get mentally stronger or stuff like that?
I'd say a mix of both, but a lot of it is just, you know,
complete
prepping the
that
technical
request.
stuff, you know, the little details in the game that we gotta fix, you know, so it don't happen on game day.
And
well, if there's anyone who gets to be proud
Let's see
of
here.
their stage, it has to be Ambi with a great stage, only technically still in his rookie year, but he would like to attend his second SI. To do so, he has to keep his team alive in this matchup, an important best-of-3 elimination game for them on the line. We'll bring in our casters on the A stream as well, and I think per special request, we have Jake and Gus. Guys, how are we feeling today?
Feeling really good. I mean, we got ourselves into a matchup that I didn't anticipate we would see at this juncture of the major for G2 and Sonics to be an elimination game already. It's quite startling, actually, but it really does go to show how excellent the major has been thus far.
Yeah, I love elimination games. They're probably some of my favorite in Siege, and this one, it really is twofold with the SI stakes as well. Unfortunately, the loser of this match, their only route forward to SI 2025 will
Let's see
be
here.
through the LCQ, so there's a lot on the line for both teams.
There is a lot on the line, and it starts on Clubhouse. The game is ready, so please take us there.
Yes, thank you, Anne. Clubhouse, we
That
go.
was
Best of
that
three.
better.
First best of three that we're going to get here at the major, and a big one at that as well, I guess, for phase 2. Sorry, we did have phase 1, but nevertheless, for these two teams, it's been an intriguing journey to get here. For G2, of course, back over in phase 1, they make it through. Things are looking great. Then they run into Liquid.
I'm just trying to find something here for you guys.
You think, okay, not a
I'm not
bad
sure
performance. After that,
why I
subsequently,
can't
they
find
drop
it.
to Scar 7-4, and they find themselves in this position. For Sonics, though, two very hard-fought losses. A 6-8 loss to Virtus Pro, followed then by that 6-8 loss last night to Space Station Gaming, day 2, 0-2, and facing the prospect that the NAL champions could be leaving the Montreal Major as early as, well, a couple of hours from now. I don't know who you've really got in this matchup. I've had a look online, I've looked at some of the socials. It seems like a genuine 50-50, really kind of pick your poison.
Yeah, this is a real tough one for me. I was pretty hot on G2 being able to make it through to the third phase at this event, but that was heading in to the event before it actually did kick off. Unfortunately, here so far, G2 haven't really performed to my expectation. I think Sonic's just a little bit more well-rounded, top seed out of North America. They should have the legs in them, I think, to have a pretty deep run here through the Swiss stage, but unfortunately, it hasn't been necessarily the best of starts from them, and we need to see them kickstart something special here this evening. Clubhouse, we go for the first map. Very excited to jump.
That doesn't help me. Are you kidding me?
As bands do come through.
What's with the search?
Club, most notably the Mav and the Kaid combo here.
Oh my god, I need to do this again. This is so stupid.
Maverick is a popular choice, and the Kaid for those basement hatches.
So Clubhouse we go. Sonics on the defense to begin. Again, I think so far
Searching for old posts is such a drag on Twitter. It's
maybe as grim as the scoreline does suggest for them at 0 and 2. They've been actually able to perform in both of their games, but alas, falling short. The other key caveat coming into this game as well is the fact that North America has not
Let's see here.
another team at the major, unless it was another North American
Yeah,
team
now I
that
found it.
last night, SSG,
Jesus
over
Christ.
Sonic. So they've got some big
That
hurdles
was
to
really
overcome
bad.
mentally. For G2, we're 2 after that loss to Scars. We actually got to cast that game.
How is it decided which team goes to SCF? So the first team that has 3 match wins will go directly into the finals. So if FaZe, who is facing Falcons, both of them have 2 wins each. So if one of them wins, they will directly qualify for the finals. Same goes for when we're talking about G2 and Sonics. If one of them, both of them have lost 2 times, if one of them loses one more, they will get booted out of the tournament. So they will be automatically disqualified from the tournament. So it's win or lose right now for both teams.
Only the two. G2 go into this with a 40.5% win rate on attack compared to Sonic.
But yeah, I was going to show you this, guys. This is what I was talking about. So I didn't meet Milos here at the event 2022. So I talked to him a couple of times. And then I met Intero. He's looking a little bit more better. Here's the funny thing. People actually thought that Pengu and I were siblings. Yeah. What do you say? Is there any similarities between him and me? He's like 10 years younger than me, so he doesn't like work either.
On the blitz will no doubt be able to create some space as well. Ambi very early on in the piece looking to contest main, not looking.
Yeah, some people actually thought that I was his sibling for some odd reason.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a minute 22 remaining in this round.
But it was so much fun. So we're sitting in the audience of the tournament as well. This is the TV. Then you have Fresh going up with it. Toon Cag. Cheer. That's kind of what it was looking. I actually decided not to wear any makeup for that day, but like it was so much fun. I want to go to the tournament again.
They maneuver around the map. They can push through dirt. They can go over towards blue. 45 seconds.
Like
yeah, dirt was soft, so that's.
By the way, I think I actually have.
An attempt to open up triple though is dissuaded by Canadian up close with those bandit batteries. So too,
yeah, I actually have.
Has this dirt push been stored out of the back of the Goyo? So the
I actually have the cards.
Strong through this latter portion of the round.
This is codes for the charm.
Got to pick up the pace here. They kind of stalled themselves out. Thought about dirt and then
I'm not sure if they are working.
And suddenly you're just sitting
So,
playing long hallway, heading into red time.
like, I'm not sure if they are working, but if you want to, Toxic, you could get the. I'm not sure. Do you see the code that you can write down?
Holding strong defensively, Canadian. And in the end, G2's push just looked so stagnant for
I also have the DreamHack coins saved here as well. I have like the band saved for each time as well, so I have a lot of things saved up.
No one really did anything. There's like 15 seconds left, and Laura's like, I gotta go find something. And while he does find 2 kills, everyone else falls apart, and that's all too easy for Sonics.
So a technical pause then called at the conclusion of the first round, so hopefully we can get this fixed pretty quickly. Yeah, a bit of a strange round there from G2, brute forcing eventually a Deimos there in through main and found Ambi, gave themselves the advantage. Then tried, as you sort of mentioned, to experiment with a couple of different ideas with left and maybe the Deimos over towards blue. Tried to range hard breach.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a second-hand screen because like buying a new one.
Still not enough to deal with the anchors on site, and Sonics with such strong anchor play, you need to ensure that you have the time and the info to help trade.
Someone actually gave a dumb comment. I can tell by the setup you're not a high rank, but nice shot. Definitely keep playing. Ouch.
You're playing the smoke. Got those gas babes, you can delay
ouch.
and eventually at some point you got to try and find your way back, but as soon as
I am actually a high player, but I most like to play around and try new things.
I have listed here that opening pick was with a minute 2 on the clock.
I had time.
Time in Siege can be a funny game.
Yeah, it was from the video that I posted yesterday, and based on that video, he says like, oh, like you're not based on the setup, you're not high rank, high player, like dude.
They didn't really do a whole lot outside of
I'm going to actually pull that video up and I'm going to analyze that based on what he says.
It's a best of 3. You don't need to do
Because
any kind of funny shenanigans. Kind of
really,
keep it default. Force G2 to be the ones to have strong clear.
Wait, 90?
I need to... So this is the one that he's talking about. So based on the setup here, I'm going to mute this, you don't really need to hear. So he's saying based on the setup, so obviously this is reinforced on the right side. And you saw on the left side, there, you see on this is open as it should. This is reinforced, this is reinforced. This is a normal setup. Usually I would open up here as a line of sight as well, but this is like... How does he say it's not a high... It doesn't know what he's talking about. That's so weird. He really doesn't know what... Yeah. That was just weird.
So we have to temper those expectations a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like wondering, what is he saying that...
Particular matchup?
I hate for them to have a tech pass. It's so stupid.
Looks like we have re-entered into another technical pause. Thought perhaps we would get the match underway once more, but sounds like a rehost has also been called. And so the discussions may resume.
Yeah, unfortunately. It's always one of the worst times to get a rehost as well. One round in, you haven't really got a whole lot to go off. You don't really want to break down that one.
Oh, he has only... No, he has on both. I was like, why does he have only one?
You know, both of these teams coming in. I mean, for Sonic's,
no, but like, it's so interesting how people come in and say, like, this is not how it's supposed to play. This is not a high rank play.
Is that fair to say?
First and foremost, this is ranked. It's never, ever, ever going to be the same as Pro League. Ever. There's... Unless you're actually playing in a 5-stack team and you go into ranked with the intention of playing a Pro League setup, then I would say yes. But if you play with randoms or with friends, there's never going to be anything like that. You're not going to see the same that you see right now on Clubhouse, which is the most played map in the entire Siege. You're not going to see what you see in Pro League in ranked.
To where they potentially could be now.
Yeah, they just have a big ego because of female. Like, I'm sorry to say, but at least 70% of the time, I get people whose comment and say, bad aim, you should not be playing this. You're too old, you're too fat, you're not good, you're not high ranked. Like, I get those type of things all the time, and I'm like... And I'm questioning, like, how dumb do you need to be to comment that? In general, like, if you don't have any nice things to say, just don't say anything. But people feel like they are entitled to go in because it's the internet, they don't know where you live and stuff like that. Doesn't mean that you're entitled to be a dickhead. Obviously, I do ignore most of the comments, but...
And that first round, a good sign from Sonic, so we highlighted a little bit there back when this match begun. Their defensive win rate so far here at Montreal has really let them down. It's lagged behind a lot of the rest.
Usually we have a mirror on fountain wall and we have a rotate. Yeah, like there's tons of things. Like, here's the thing, people need to get their head out of their asses and understand this is Pro League, this is a tournament, it's a different gameplay than ranked. It's never the same. You can't expect to have the same results as you get from the tournament. You can take bits and pieces and use it in ranked, sure, but if you're playing with randoms, you can't expect to understand what you're doing. If you open a certain wall that is usually closed, randoms are going to reinforce that wall that you just opened because they don't know what you're talking about. For them, it's like, oh no, this angle is not good. We need to reinforce it. Why is it open? And I feel like most people should try to explain, like, hey guys, I'm going to keep this open because I'm going to hold that angle. So don't reinforce that. And they're like, oh, okay, now I understand what you want with that wall. Like, people just don't take the time to explain what they are thinking. So that's so sad. By the way, hey, hello, Leaky. By the way.
Maybe as much necessarily in...
And congratulations on hitting top 1500, by the way.
At this point in time now, the event really starts.
They can say what they want, but at least you don't have a tiny brain. Yeah. There's more than one way for each side. Setup is more of how team play, how to hold. Yeah. That's the thing. That's one of the things that I love about Siege. Every match is never the same. You can set up different things however you want. It comes down to how smart your enemy is going to be pushing against. And yes, I do ignore most of the people online that leaving dumb comments. I even had to report a lot of people in Instagram, for example. But for some reason in Instagram, people guys, I have hit over 100 views on my videos over there. I'm not even sure how, but it has happened multiple times. And a lot of people are like really dissing what I'm saying. I've been sexually harassed as well on Instagram. It's like crazy. When I'm live on TikTok, I get people that just come in for hating and nothing more. It's been so weird. Huh?
So the dynamic there will naturally shift quite a bit on this particular objective, and there's a couple of opportunities that G2
Ja, det tror jag han gör. Han tycker om det.
Whether it be a map sweep from CCTV, cash cross, or perhaps they'll look to direct their efforts a little bit more through Jacuzzi. Some teams
I think it's cringe when 5-stack Pro League setup. I think if you are playing in a professional team, or if you want to up your game with new ideas, using ranked is a good way to try and see if certain setups will work as well. So I feel like that's one of the ways to grow as a player, because if you just do the same monotone thing all the time, you just get stuck and never rank up. Like, you need to try and see if some certain stuff works.
Again will be opened up uncontested. And so the hard breach game, at least for G2 this time around, has been far more effective.
Yeah, I mean, with both con, single
okay, they are not bandit tricking the wall, actually. Oh, that was bad, Surf.
As he said, over towards that cash side of the map. This is a very strong angle from Surf to see if he can maybe pick one early.
Oh, let's go.
He catches players, that's a nice free kill. I mean, the ace has done his job, so in terms of hard breach, you've still got the thermite, but you don't really need much more hard breach from here anyway.
Did I just mess up?
But it is a 1-0 start for Sonics in
again? What the fuck?
And they've got decent site control, although
what's happening with this? How do you get down here?
Quick response keeps the advantage for Sonics with 90 seconds remaining in the round. And G2 are going to have to find a way down a player.
Okay, if you see like something black underneath the eyes, my makeup is falling for some reason.
Is there a response? No one from Sonics even remotely close. Nitrocell is good from Grixer. Canadian did lose his life. But most importantly,
ooh, an esports team liked my tweet. Oh, that's good. An EU team from that contains 3 British and 1 France and 1 Czech. Whoa!
It's been a lot of talking and a lot of shouting from a lot of the North Americans, but not a lot of winning. Maybe this series that can change.
Hey, you said it, not me. We're in the land of North America. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything nasty.
Hey. I've got to say though, being honest, I actually admire the shit talk that we've seen from these guys.
Yeah, sure. That's correct, Lily. But I'm thinking like if you're by yourself and stuff like that.
when you're up,
Yeah.
when you're winning. You know, especially
I'm serious. I don't like how the fuck did this thing fall down.
to the all chat and start doing question marks and all that. It's another thing though when it's at the very beginning. You're trying to set that tone nice and early. I don't hate it at all. Great nitro solve from Grixer though. That salvages the round and then it comes down to a 1v1.
Are you kidding me?
Wait, did he actually look away there, or is that a weird? It looks like he flipped away towards main there, right? Where was he looking? Good question.
Where was he looking?
That was weird, guys. I know I'm messing with my makeup, but for some reason I'm using cheap makeup because I don't have any cash to buy higher expense makeup, so that's what I'm going to have. But back to the game, Sonic's is in lead with 2-0, so this is looking bad. But remember, it's a best of 3, so Sonic's choose the Clubhouse, G2 choose Cafe, and the last one is going to be Border.
It is Cash and CCTV in play then for the third round. Can Sonic's...
Like I said, Sonic's and G2 have faced 2 times, and that was in 2022 in August. Oh, ooh.
To be fair, he was caught. Had to try and make a play. Was never going to get out of that position.
Yeah. Now Doki's getting killed. Now we're talking. Come on. A little bit more. Ooh.
The young prodigy has started well so far in this elimination match. He might get caught on the cross back in towards Lounge. No, he actually gets himself into a position where he can fight.
Yeah, Canadian is one of my favorite players. Been for many years. I freaking love him.
Not only find a kill, but get back to site. 4 versus 3. I mean, that is a tremendous effort.
Yeah, good example of just bringing this round now back into the realm of possibility for Sonics.
Oh yeah, I did put it out. Like...
And there's still decent positions being played here at the moment from Sonics, but equally the information from G2 in response also clean. Only the 3 drones up, but one of those critically inside of Cash. Main wall able to be opened up now as well, and the pressure will really begin to ramp up for Sonics. Kit though to be rotated.
4 versus 3. They have Bug from might open up. They have Ace. So is almost good. Ooh, nice. Ooh! What's with the kills today? They are so sharp. Loira, you're not overpeaking there. Packer's really good also, but bad. So G2 actually had a good point. They opened up the wall. They was going to move towards construction, but for some odd reason they were never expecting the run out from cash to construction, which you should always pre-aim for. Not sure what Loria was doing. Those that were on the highway should expect them to come out and try to shoot them. So I'm not sure what G2 are thinking right now. They did get... Alamo did get 2 very good kills there, but then it just stopped. Yeah, Surf was just better there.
They've actually had 2 opening kills as well. So you're winning in that department. But you're unable to then follow up on that. And not only that, they had a really good opportunity in the second round when it came down to 1v1. So that was the round they did not even get an opening kill. So in all 3 rounds, at some various point, G2 have been in a somewhat winnable position. Never more than when you're...
I like Ambi in the team. Ambi is really good in Sonics. Really good. He's been killing it the entire tournament with getting a lot of the good kills, but Sonics just don't have enough push to win.
The amount of experience he has at this level. Every single time there's a hype moment.
The matches that I have played so far.
Couple of seconds to celebrate and then bang, refocus. Let's settle, let's relax, let's continue this run. There's no point getting too overexcited 3 rounds into a potential 3-mapper.
Yeah, we have to see how it goes.
Replicating that success over the course of the remaining defensive rounds now on offer. On the other side of the coin for G2, it's about extracting value from that tactical timeout. They've had an opportunity to quickly reflect.
By the way, guys, one example, if you play ranked,
each of these objectives,
the difference between ranked and pro league, if you're solo queuing,
now be able
No
to
one is
land.
going to pick an operator thinking, oh, we need this operator to open this, we need an operator to do that. Everyone goes and picks a fragger right off the bat. Ash, Sophia, whatever.
Rather similar defensive composition this time around from Sonic's here
And
on
just
basement. Surf,
doesn't
though,
care
has
about the
dropped
wall or
ball in
anything.
exchange
That's also
for
one
Lucy. Critically, though, Andy is
sure way of
seemingly going to play
telling
this
this
aggressive
more
mainstay's position
about
once
rank.
more, the smoke, and casting our minds back. Last time he was able to
A
stop
lot
2
of people
minutes
play the game like it would be
eventually falling.
Call of Duty.
That round going on to not be converted, of course, by G2. So we'll see how they go about approaching it this time around. Similar vertical opportunities on offer once more with the Ram in play. And this Melusi utility already spotted out early could be a spanner thrown in the works here to just make that mainstairs push a little bit more challenging, operating under the assumption that
Oh, cheeky C4.
You can see the red outline. He most certainly is.
He's going to die.
It's that perceived pressure now as well from Sonics onto G2. Oh, yeah,
Oh.
Blaz just looks so awkward, doesn't he, in that position? Takes a bit of damage, forced into kitchen, trying to get these boogie auto breaches down, open up the hallway floorboards, but Sonics are happy to play it from down
Don't you
below.
hear the C4? For real?
Doki on the Deimos only has the Melusi.
Are you kidding me?
Andy
Yeah.
lost his life.
That was unnecessary by Ambi. Why did he
Twice now
peek?
in the opening 4 rounds, Ampy's been the opening death. Sonics are going to have to find a different avenue in finding a 4th round.
That's a really
So
good
far, they've
C4.
been
That's a
very
really
versatile in
good.
doing so. Can they do it again? Nitrocell easily dealt with. Well, should be and will be. Rexon, though, captures Loira. And all Rexon can say in chat is lol. I mean, and he might get another one here. Doki's not careful. We've already seen Blaz get shot up through the floorboards as well. GT need to be very cautious of their positioning.
It's a really
That's
nasty nitro
very
that
weird
just
how
got
they
over the
got
time
him
and
there.
That seed of doubt for G2. So 4-4, minute on the clock. Triple ball exposed, but these mirror windows still offering a lot of value and backed up with
I like
bandit batteries.
the Melusi in the hallway because it actually fixed the enemy on the other side.
For G2.
Chase
With
weapon!
at least one nitro still up. Easier said than done to execute.
Yeah, Doki's going for a drone in towards the blue side of the map. In 30 seconds, they've got to make a move. Moto hatch available, kitchen drop. I don't know if this is going to work. Uno with a flash prepped, ready. One in towards dirt. Surf crossing back in towards side.
They go to
lose.
lose.
It's all too reminiscent of the opening round of this map. The drop from Uno, but he loses his life.
Yeah,
Canadian,
told
who
you.
stands strong inside
They're going to
Dirt.
lose this
Sonics with all the
round.
numbers.
They're playing
No
really
time
bad,
really
G2.
remaining
What's
at all for
going on
G2.
with
Once
them?
again, their attackers just look, well, incompetent.
Yeah, they're looking really bad. What is going on?
Come down to Alamau's just prone in kitchen.
Did you know every time a player uses the chat and not using to say GG or rehost,
I
etc.,
mean, Rexon makes a very good point. What are you doing?
they get fined $100?
I mean, we have the pleasure of casting the Asia Pacific region, and I've seen far better attacking than that.
I don't think that's actually true.
That statement. I mean, seriously, G2 right now.
To be honest, there's been multiple people writing in chat during this tournament.
Keep their feet planted in sight, hold key positions, deny the
That would actually be really, really weird fine, because if they allow people to yell and not write in chat, that would actually be very weird.
They just look so stagnant and slow.
Yeah, a large portion of that defensive strat from Sonics is reliant on Ambi being able to stall out some decent time over towards main, and that time around, G2 was still 30 seconds faster, and it didn't translate.
Something tells me that Alamo or Doki will actually leave G2 soon, because they haven't, like, Alamo sure is getting a lot of kills, but he stops right there, and he and Doki are more inconsistent when they are fragging. I think I'm going to bed, not feeling well. You too, fuck's sake, and I hope you're feeling better soon. Have a nice rest.
Match and making a very strong case that they could snatch this map quite comfortably. Well, I say snatch, it is their selection, but still, it's been a rather dominant performance from them so far. Can G2 find some fight here? They've already used their tactical timeout. So it's now fully in the hands of the 5 players inside of the server to culminate a comeback effort. Bedroom gym for round 4.
Well, G2 are bottom 6 at the major in terms of attacking win rate, but they're actually top 4 in terms of defensive win rate. So they don't need that many rounds attacking into club. But the problem is you've only got now 2 opportunities.
That was really bad battle tricking on Ambi, actually. So it's not hard to battle trick both walls, to be honest.
Say this, well, upcoming 5th round.
I'm not sure why he just half-assed that.
Yeah, potentially.
But you should know, guys. G2. What the fuck? You should know.
And this one's well done. Simple as.
Wow. G2's just crumbling.
5-0, and this is by far and away been the most lopsided round that we've had so far here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I'm not sure. FaZe and Falcons 3-2. And they also are on Clubhouse.
At all from G2 in this round.
Wait, they're having the same map pool? Yeah, Clubhouse Equate. We're having that on G2's map as well. But Nighthaven is the decider, and Border is the decider of this one. What's with the same matches today?
Sonic still with their tactical timeout.
That's so weird.
Available. And it will be a 5-round lead here.
Game started.
Politely reminding G2 that the game has in fact started. Just in case.
Wow.
One of these 2 teams, the other one's still waiting in the lobby. Maybe they're getting some catering. I don't know. G2 needs to find a way to get inside of the server. I mean, it is only the opening map of a best of 3. There are ways back into it.
Yeah, but this is... They should think a little bit harder now. So, the way G2 is going right now, they are... What I can see is the lack of communication, lack of positivityness. They're really not having the energy with them. They just look tired.
How to play it, how to unlock it.
Make a simple mistake. Yeah, I'm not sure, R6, because you have Black Dragons, they were yelling all the time. Space Station Gaming also yelling all the time. Like, if there was a fight, the fight would actually been like, they would be up for like almost $2,000 or more, based on how much they were yelling. So I don't think there is a fine for that, unless you can show me proof though. But
and this is what I was kind of saying when we were kind of
I don't believe that. Sorry, that $100 is actually too much just for that. I kind of feel like it's hard because Black Dragons has yelled Putin everything, and they have not been reprimanded once for that. And they are not a big organization like G2, for example.
It's deteriorating. Like, it's getting worse. Like, that loss to Scars yesterday is far and away worse.
So when it comes to this game, I feel like G2 has just surrendered on this one. They want to get this match over with and focus on the next one. That is the feeling that I'm getting right now. They are not focusing at all on this. They might have a better chance in Cafe, since this is their opening, since there is their map.
In this half, can you believe it? It's the 6th round, 4 of 6, and yet they find themselves 0-5 down.
Yeah. Many of these opening picks have not been that deep into the round. So, concerns in terms of mid to late round conversion from G2 in this match so far being left exposed.
So I got at least Ambi, which is the top fragger at the moment. No, he was top fragger, now with Surf.
They still have the Blitz available as well. This will be a powerful tool, and Doki perhaps posturing to contest up red stairs. Good counterplay though from Grixup. Smoke Babe just to stall that out, so there's 2 in the pocket.
Ooh. I would say the same thing.
This time for Sonics, the pistol. Well, it's a little bit shaky from Doki, but he does eventually get the kill onto Canadian.
Yeah, refrag. That's kinda okay. It's Thatcher. It's okay that he died. Blaze is only having 1 kill on the board. Uno is stuck on 0. He's having a donut moment at this time, which is not a good thing. So, wonder if they're going to get the one there. Yeah. Okay, good palms there. So, Alma actually called that out pretty fast, so Loria could actually react.
Is not what you want when you're playing that blitz. Good cross angle for Uno, but he is 0-5, has not found a kill so far. Will probably need to get one in this round.
And he really needs to have a kill this round for Uno. It's 5 rounds in and he hasn't got a single kill. I would say Blaze is also in the deep end because like literally 1 kill.
Nitro in response, but I don't think it will land. It's ineffective. Bit of damage done, but Uno will critically survive.
Shoot him!
Doki needs to find this kill, unable to go deep. Elsewhere, Grixer able to find one. Loiva for the trade, and now Surfer left all alone.
Again, I mean, and Lauren now has to get the kit. Suddenly 10 seconds remaining. He has to make a decision. Does he go for the kill, go for the plant? He tries to stick it, maybe force Surf out. Doesn't have the nitro.
No, why would he pick that?
Surf does it again for the second time in the half. 6-0 for
Jesus.
elimination best of 3 G2 are having an absolute nightmare few days at the major.
Yes, so I was correct. I thought like it would be weird.
Looks like we will.
I would agree they should put a fine on people cursing because Black Dragons actually yelled Puta to the other team like in 2 different matches. You don't yell that to the other team at all. And Black Dragons also went over with a cocky attitude. I think it was Black Dragon.
Very much need to make aware for those maybe
It was
just
Black
tuning in.
Dragon.
This is a best of 3.
I don't remember.
G2 will find themselves 1-0 down in said elimination best of 3 and could very well be first team from phase 2 to be eliminated.
I don't remember if it was Black Dragon or not, but one person was like, they were taunting with each other, no cursing or anything, but the other team won. So the one that was taunting with the other team went screaming, taunting after win, and went over to their side and continued to scream at Adam, which was kinda unnecessary.
I wonder if Fresh is still wearing his G2 jersey. Surely that's gone.
So that was like really unnecessary.
That's a great question.
Just trying to remember who it was.
I mean, this one's, for all intents and purposes, done. It's 6-0.
I think it was Space Station Gaming and FaZe Clan. I might be wrong.
But the series is not
that game. But you don't like go over to the other side and continue yelling. You don't go into to the other team and continue yelling and taunting right after they have won. You just don't do that. That's poor sportsmanship, in my opinion.
And a lot of these 50-50 late rounds, if you want to frame them in that fashion, have been so one-sided.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me because they really
just
like.
to note as well, we've got the B stream at the moment in terms of our promotion match. Falcons and FaZe just started their best of 3 as well.
Round 9, are you kidding me? They did not just start, are you kidding me? FaZe is in lead. We like that. That was in my prediction that FaZe would win. So if they keep it up, I'm in the right spot.
Quietly getting it done. As expected, I think FaZe being actually the first team to qualify for phase 3 would be very on brand.
I just tuned into Fresh here.
Oh, you've tuned into Fresh on desk.
He's not even watching the G2
He's not
game.
even watching the game.
Well, they wearing the jersey.
He was 2 days ago. He's sitting there wearing his G2 jersey with pride. He's not even watching the game. He probably
I think he probably was, and then he's like,
yeah,
nah,
he's flipped over. He's like, I don't need to watch this. It's in the bin. Quick update. We are still into that technical pause, but it is now done. There you go.
By the way,
That's
guys, friendly reminder, the season reveal on the new season for Rainbow Six Siege is going to be revealed on Sunday, November 17th at 8 p.m. CT, and the new season's name is going to be Collision Point, and we are going to get a rebranded Blackbeard. He's going to get a rework, so it's going to be shown fully on that day. So I hope that you guys will not miss that one.
Cafe to come, picked by G2. What do you need to see from them in terms of the fundamentals that they can get back into?
Yeah, it's definitely up to you how they want to, but still. There's been a lot of
Again, more often than not, with a decent
disrespect.
Correct.
amongst the teams on this tournament. To be honest, I kind of feel like one of the reasons why I love Canadian. He's known also for being taunting that team. Now he has mellowed down over the years, but he was way worse before. But even if he taunts and lost, he would always show respect to the other team, no matter what. Even if he's won or lost, he's being respectful and mindful every single time. And there's the respectfulness that is around is not the same as it was a couple of years back. At all.
Of the objective and shut down pushes as well. So Sonics have had all their bases covered. And G2
so I'm really annoyed with how it's looking.
To find win cons and convert, and even still, when they maybe have found a win condition or two, and maybe it comes down to a close 1 versus 1. Well, guess what? Sonics have also had the clutch factor, so it's been really rough for G2. I don't think they've played absolutely horribly on this map. But
their late round executes have been awful.
They've looked, short of the mark.
Everything else has been far more acceptable, and if they had have been better in the clutch and better in the late round scenarios, I'm sure we wouldn't be staring down a 6-0. The reality is we are. The reality is Sonics 1 round away from securing the opening map of this elimination best of 3. Again, Cafe to follow this, picked by G2.
Wow, you got quite there.
To, of course, get this one to board up. The Sonics have looked tremendous. What a game from Surf. 9-1.
Yeah.
Plus 8 on the KD. He's 1-0 on his entry with a 100% cost.
Wow. Yeah, he's had some pretty big impact moments as well. It's not even a case of farming freebies. It's been genuine impact, so.
Uno, though, on the other hand, is now minus 24 KD at the major.
Ooh.
With a 0-5 at the moment. Or I think actually maybe 0-6 now. This hasn't quite updated, but
oh no!
Opening kill for Ambi on to Doki.
Woo!
Sets the tone nice.
Nice shots. Why would it peak there?
He would have died from the run out. Maybe that was the grand plan.
Big brain IQ. Good start to the round though for Sonics, looking to close this one off as they possibly can as quick as possible. 7-0 would also be a bit of a statement, wouldn't it? I think for G2, it's can you at least get one on the board? You don't want to get 7-0 to begin this elimination best of 3. Rexon slowly making his way in towards Garage.
Alamau inside of stock. I can't quite tell if the hatch, though, is opened up, so he may be playing for life as opposed to...
we found that Valcam.
Outline at the moment.
That Valcam was actually a pretty good spot, but it doesn't cover the entire area, though.
Just trying to make a bit of a Hail Mary play, it would seem, and his position is now known. Spray through the wall.
Well, that's what it feels like for G2, is right? As the game
he doesn't have the hatch open, so he has no way to go around. Oh, so G2's playing is the whole stock as long as possible and then move down. So they're trying to decide if they want to deal with him now.
And it will be played off.
Yeah.
Will lose his life on the roam. 5 up to 3.
I don't agree on that play. That's kind of stupid play to lock yourself in that room. I would rather have been in other place where I could actually have rotated safe on.
In comparison to G2, who went for the more basic approach, kitchen hallway. Sonics have got good map control. They're forcing G2 to try and push up, go for these peaks, not playing the more conventional way. Does mean, of course, as we do progress, time will be a factor. Kitchen hatch, though, opened up. Drone in towards sight from Grixer. Notices very much that Arsenal is quite open for the taking. One in blue, one in church, leaving only Uno at the back of Arsenal to contest. We all know that Montang down bot main stairs is going to be a nuisance.
You're going to get... He went away scot-free?
Mirror window still up on the triple wall, but it will be dealt with swiftly. And right now, Canadian moving with purpose. I mean, he's taken this control. This is an absolute beatdown from Sonics onto G2. Canadian waltzing into sight on the Montang. There is no
oh my god, G2. Yeah, G2 is giving away this map to focus on the next one. I have seen them do that. Yeah. Okay, so here's my breakdown on what's happening. G2 suck. Really suck donkey ass on this map. But here's the thing. This is not the first time G2 has done this. They have done in a recently other match, I think it might have been Major, I don't remember, a Major in Manchester, where they kind of on purpose lost the first map because it was not a map that they know how to play good on, where they felt like it would not necessarily mean a win. So they kind of lost on purpose on that, and then on the second and third map they crushed it because those two other maps were more in favor to them. So instead of focusing on like trying to win the map where they had the least chance, they just kind of abandoned it and did not give a lot of thought to it. So that's kind of what I'm seeing as... It kind of reminds me of that game in a way. So it could be that they are just saving themselves from this map to focus on the next one. So it could have been that kind of play. I'm not sure. They do not look happy, but it has happened in the past where they lost the first map like that, and then just focus on the other two. So we will see if I'm right on that. So we have, I think, FaZe.
G2 are going to have to very quickly find a way to pick themselves back up heading into Cafe. It's going to be a very tall order.
Yeah, I think FaZe won the first one. Yeah.
But my goodness, they're going to have to find a way to bounce back, and if they can, credit to them. But I'm not sensing it's going to happen. I've got to say, Sonics from here surely close this series out because they were so dominant.
That's crazy. That's super crazy on how they're doing this.
From not being able to qualify for 6th Invitational 2025 on points.
Yeah,
this is a massive next couple of maps potentially for them if they're able to push it to a third. This is huge. The pressure is mounting big time.
Absolutely. Don't go too far, of course. This being a best of 3 means the second map for Cafe not too far away.
Yeah, I just don't believe how bad.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back? Can you run that back?
Why not? Why? L'eau de parfum. Yves Saint Laurent.
I'm just trying to see. Yeah. Let's see here. What do you say? So we have. So it's going to be a 6-minute break. Let's see here. Let's try to make. Let's see, how do you spell that now? 10, 12, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I hate when there's like breaks in between, but I kinda understand. Let's do without it for this one. Oh, let's go. It's crazy how long we've been live for 3.5 hours already, and I'm like, wow. I'm still surprised that my makeup is like flaking down. That's so weird. Maybe I need to dust it off properly next time. Jesus. Maybe I should try to spend a little bit more money to better makeup. Like, the color is not matching, but the color, if I'm going to buy a foundation that is in the right color, I need to do it online, and that's pretty much a guessing game, because you can't change back. This is going to be interesting. I wonder how the game is going to be right now when it comes to cafe. I don't think Sonics have played on cafe. No, they played on Border. And then it was Bank. So cafe has not been a part of their play phase. I think there was Consulate. And then this was, yeah. So FaZe Clan has played cafe once before against Virtus Pro on this tournament. So this would actually be the second time that they are playing on cafe for this tournament, FaZe Clan. So that might have better outcome. Let me check how Falcon has played. So it was Skyscraper there, and Dark Zero was Border on there. So cafe would actually be the first time for Falcons on this tournament. Let me double check. Let me double check in the group stage here. Chalet. I'm back. Yeah. So it is the first time that Falcons is going to play on the map Cafe for the first time, whereas FaZe Clan is going to play the second time on Cafe. So the question is going to be remaining: does FaZe Clan have more strats in their pocket for Cafe? Or has Falcon read enough about FaZe Clan and their playstyle on Cafe to suppress them? So that's going to be very interesting. I do think this might be the last time FaZe Clan is going to play on Cafe if they move on to the tournaments. Because I don't really think you want to play the same map more than 2 times during the tournament, because the teams are going to be reading down on how you play. That's where you have multiple different maps with you in the pocket. For G2, it's going to be on Cafe. It's going to be
start to our elimination match here for G2.
Let's see here.
Sonic's getting a 7-0 resounding victory in the opening map.
Consulate.
Of course, on the B stream, it is FaZe Clan and Falcons.
Yeah, so on Cafe is the first time for G2 to play on, and same with the Sonics. So yeah, so only one team that has a kind of an edge when it comes to Cafe is FaZe Clan, because I played that 2 times more. But hopefully G2 will make a difference on this map. This map is their pick, so they sure as hell need to have a better gameplay than I did on Clubhouse. I think they just threw that map because they knew it was not a good, it was not working for them, so they decided just to toss that map in the window and lose that match and move on to focus mentally on Cafe, which is their pick. So they are going to be needing winning this match. Otherwise, they are going to get eliminated from the tournament, which would be surprising. They would actually be the first team to be eliminated from the playoff stage and not reaching the finals yet again, because they did not reach the final on the major tournament either. So that would be a huge blow for G2. I need to double check so I don't say I think I might have said wrong about G2 not making to the finals. I need to double check. Yeah, they did not reach the finals, so the team that went to the final last time on Manchester in Major in Manchester was Team Secret, BDS, Dark Zero, M80, Furia, Liquid, FaZe Clan, and Beast Coast. And as we can see here, there's a lot of teams that are not that did not even qualify for this major, which is Furia and M80 and Beast Coast. All those 3 2 of them are NA teams and 1 is a Brazilian team, and they did not qualify for this major in Montreal, which is kind of surprising because Furia is the old W7M who won the 6th Invitational, and Beast Coast, who actually won the last major in Manchester, did not qualify for this one either. So big names, big teams who did fail to join this tournament. And as it looks like Dark Zero has lost all their games, so they are going to also be playing the elimination game later. And they did qualify for the finals, but it looks like it's not going to be panning out this time so far. And G2, like I said, they did not even qualify. And the same was for Sonics, who did not qualify for the finals in Manchester.
And it is going to be ultra competitive this year.
But for now, we are going to be focusing on the match between G2 and Sonics, and I really hope that G2 will actually fix the problem that I had before and see if they will win on this match. And same go for Sonics. Will they be able to maintain the rhythm of their wins that I have? Right now, they're sitting in a really good spot, feeling confident, and thinking that they will be able to win the next map.
Eyes on them though. The Sonics, they've got a bit of a pass here after that 7-0 result on Clubhouse. Not really huge expectations to do something similar here on the second map. It's all about whether or not there will be that response from G2 and if it is swift. So far in this entire series, they've yet to find a round win. That in itself is already staggering.
By the way, guys, do you like it? Like, do you feel like it's what I'm talking about is okay with you guys, or do you feel like I'm missing the mark on the topics and everything? Like, if you find this interesting or not, because it's kind of like the first time that I'm talking like this, like with all the information I have. I do actually want to be some form of caster or like sitting on the desk. I love talking about different teams and see how they're playing.
Plenty of time still remaining for G2.
But my English is really bad though.
Just the 3 drones up then for the attack, so G2 will need to extract the value from these.
That was really quick.
Could try and isolate Rexon at the moment over towards that bar position. We can hold down
I am wondering what they have here. I want to
successfully being droned out. What's the follow-up to look like though from G2?
Cap the flames. It's working.
Kind of.
He's just kind of sitting in it, but now over to the side of it, but no follow-up.
Sorry, I'm just checking something quickly. What is this? Oh, this is without the commentary. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, I will actually try this. This is really... This is going to be hard. Yeah, I was kind of wondering who I was watching. Looks like Rexon is getting blazed down. Yeah, I'm really bad at casting. Okay, so it looks like G2 is trying to get a hold of Whiskey. Nothing is happening too much. There's 10 seconds left, and they need to push in to get the plant down. And right now, Sonics is having a good hold, chokeholds, and time is just going to run out. How do they manage to let this go so bad? There's literally 4 guys left in Sonics alive, and it just... G2 did not go in for the pressure points. They did not go for the kills. They did not go in for the plant. They were just too slow. But on the other side, Sonics is really holding really hard on the hold to not let G2 get that inch in. And making sure to waste time. To be honest. But we will see how they are faring on the next round. G2 is having a rough start. They lost the first round already onto their map pick. It's kind of like G2 was actually kind of lost on how they were going to proceed into the site. It kind of looks like, I'm not even sure what their plan were. It looks like they didn't have any plan. So now they're going to be in fireplace and mining. So it looks like they're going to be holding hard upstairs with Mira, maybe 2 other players as well. G2 might be pushing upstairs and then clear down before that. But the question is going to remain if they're going to be passive on this round or if they going to be more aggressive. They need to be more aggressive to even get to push into site. You have Alamo with Striker, then Una's going up with Sledge to make sure to open up certain vertical plays later on, together with Ram. It looks like the nade is going to go off, but it's not quite forcing Surf out of his position in Pixel. Right now we have Doki trying to get someone on the white stairs. Maybe someone rotating, perhaps trying. But we have right now Grixer, who is holding laundry/white stairs. Might go up at some point to flank, perhaps. Right now Una's just waiting for call to maybe push in with the diffuser. They really need to push this. Uno's going down. The diffuser is down on white stairs at the moment. And so does Alamo. Loria is dying. Doke is dying. G2 doesn't have a plan, it looks like. They're just going in without having any information at this point. Right now you have...
What the fuck are you doing, Blaz? Your team is dead, bro!
Yeah, for some odd reason, Rexon is on fire with his words today. Sonics is looking pretty darn good at the moment. They are really holding the upstairs really tight, but I feel like G2 is falling out. They're not focused or pushing in on the right spot. They're pushing in with minimal information. It doesn't feel like they have droned out. They need to find their old ways on how they're playing in Cafe, because they have played Cafe before and they have done really well. Hopefully they will get back to rhythm and not get stuck on what happened on Clubhouse. Sonics, yeah, they're doing their thing and they're not going to do anything differently than they have before. They feel more confident and it's going to be hard for G2 to do anything about it. So we have to see when the tactical timeout is over and see what G2 would do differently. It feels like they're overcomplicating things at the moment. When it comes to playing Rainbow in general, it takes a lot of mentality. And if you're in the situation where G2 is, it's going to take a lot of mental pressure just to stay focused and to have a positive mindset during those matches. So it could be also that the mentality play from G2 is weak this time around from their side. Let's see how this round is going to pan out. You have Canadian on mute, who is making sure to do what mute usually do, I'm guessing. But you have on the attacking side, it looks like Uno is going to go back on Ace. They're going to be using Sophia, Lion, Twitch, and Iana instead of having Damus, it looks like. I personally would have said that maybe Doki should have stayed on Damus to push out any roamers at this point, because they have got in without having any sort of information on where the enemy is. So maybe using it, Damus would not have been a bad option for G2. Hopefully they would drone out much more efficient than they did before and maybe get some kills and try to pinch the player from upstairs and get control to move down to the site. As you can see now, they are droning Cocktail, putting a standard Claymore underneath Hell. And they are seeing that pillar is actually clear, so they're just rushing in at this moment. They are just being handed this area. Oh, will Doki get the kill into? No, Canada is stuck and getting them. Oh, will Canada get another one? Will he get two? No. Good push from Blaze and Alamo at that moment. Una, I mean. Alamo is still standing up in heaven, holding control in case someone would rotate. Right now, Blaze is trying to drone out where the enemies are. Right now, they barely have any information about where the enemy is at this moment, which could be a disastrous decision. There's literally two guys upstairs as it is. And when it's going to peek the hatch in piano, it looks like it's dark. That Ambi is going to take a peek. He's holding with Surf above. Now just making a play here. Will Doc jump out and get the kill onto Alamo? There's the jump. And there's go Alamo. I'm surprised that Alamo didn't hear the punch on the window, because that punch is actually quite high. Why would you turn around there, Loria? Woo! No. That was not a... That was a good kill from Rexon. And Loria's just watching. Yeah, G2 is looking like they are clocking out at this moment. They are not focused at all. They did do a good control. They did really well. what G2 did, they did much more better, had better comms to push in. They saw that pillar and upstairs in New Heaven was cleared out, so they could actually jump in and move fast down to take that control of the area. Not sure why they didn't go for the plant in reading, which would be kind of the default spot, but if they had droned out, they would have seen that there was only one person in reading and 2 guys above, which would actually have made G2 able to go in for the plant with support at the same time. So the decision for G2 to move towards mining is not the best road for them to take, and it looks pretty hard for them at the moment. Sonics, on the other hand, they're holding really well. Dogs should have not been allowed to jump out at all, because you would actually hear the window punch at that moment. So that was just unlucky for Alamo. Let's get back. So Canadian's doing a fantastic job. He's getting like 2 kills on board. And he's doing good as he has done in that previous match. He's getting all the frags that is needed to shift the game or the match, so to speak. So it's looking pretty darn good for them. Their energy is up to the max. Let's see how they're going to be. So they are going to be in kitchen right now. So they are using pretty standard operators. They're not focusing on having anything for denial of the wall. They begin half wall defense around the kitchen area. And on the attacking side, it seems like they are doing a little bit different attack now. So they're going to use Sense, who is not played as much in the tournament or in Pro League Sense in general. Rex was being a little bit cheeky there. Did not get anyone for that. Right now they are using Doki on as Damus, and Doki got a kill to Ambi, which is a good kill, and Grixia got Doki back. G2 is losing 2 big operators on that, and on the defender side they lost Ambi and Rexon, which is on more than a Jaeger, which is not that much of a big deal. Right now they're trying to get into Friesen to go for a plant. Will they be able to do that? Right now Sonics is backing off a little bit. Someone is hiding in a counter. This is what I'm talking about. They need to drone to be able to get the information. If I have droned that area out, they would actually have known that someone was in there. Lorian's getting a double kill right off the bat, pushing in from Bakery, trying to pinch the player. Now it's a 2 versus 2 situation with Lorian and Alamo. Alamo is usually the fragger of the team, having a little bit of a difficulty, and Surf and Grixer are in there. They still have the Blitz on board, and Blitz goes down. So it's a 2 versus 1 situation. Will Loria be able to hold and get off with the time? And he's looking the other way and dies. Sonics did this run phenomenal. They did it really well. They backed off, gave G2 the area of space to push in and plant, and then focus on the retake on the site. Here's what I'm seeing, like G2 not droning out the site properly, because if they droned out the area where they were going to be planting, they would actually see one hiding behind the half wall near Coffee, and he would not be playing there. In general, G2 would have acted on that, which is a little bit sad to see that G2 is falling like that. Right now, G2 needs to collect themselves even more. They need to drone more and relay the information. Right now, it's just run and gun at this moment. They are going for the frags and not going for anything else. And that's going to hurt them in the long run. Sure, you can go Blitz, you can go Montaigne, but it's not going to help if you don't know where the enemy is. For one to hide that close to Blitz is not okay. So this was what they would try to do. They were trying to do a simple rush into sight. And it did not work. As you can clearly see, it almost worked for G2, so it was not a bad choice in general. It was just bad droning at the same time. So if they would decide to rush like they did, then droning would have been hard. But I feel like that in this moment it's 4-0 for Sonics, and G2 have not been giving any room. Sonics is holding very, very hard on a lot of the spaces in the site. Ouch, that might hurt G2. Where's Uno? Uno's rushing in. Oh, he's getting a kill. Uno's getting a kill. Grixer took Doki, which is a huge pick as well. There goes the Finka. Alma got killed by Ambi there with a beautiful shot. Right now it's a 2 versus 3 situation. Maybe, yeah, right now Canadian is stuck in a very peculiar spot. And they just lost. So, what is G2 doing right now? They're just running a gun right now. There's no plan. They have just given up. I'm telling you guys, it's looking very rough for G2. G2 needs to do something else that is not a run and gun. They need to think something else. You can clearly see on the team now that they are really pushing it on their mental state. You can see Alamo and Doki are having the heaviest blow right now. But what they need to stop doing is to go in for a run and gun, because it doesn't work on a team like Sonics. They are well prepared for them to run and gun. And same thing, that they are not aware of where the enemy team have been playing for this map. Canadian was actually hiding in the same spot where they killed him last time. So for Canadian to feel comfortable to be hiding in the same spot is huge. So G2 don't even have with them the memory bank where the enemy might be again, and they are also one focus. So what G2 needs to do is go back to droning. A cheeky run out for Rexon. They do have that. Oh, he almost lost his life. Got shaved out to 81 health at this moment. Right now they decided to go with Dokkaebi and Damus to push out the enemy. So hopefully it will work. Hopefully it's not going to be in run and gun mode. Maybe Rexon is going to be cheeky and jump out again, question mark. He's feeling a little bit antsy near the windows at this moment. Here's the G2, they're going to push in with 3 nades. And Rexon accidentally team killed Ambi. What a kill! And then Alamo killed Canadian, and then refrag the Surf with Uno after that. So it's a 2 kills versus 1 kill at the moment. Now Alamo's pushing in cocktail. They know there was an enemy in there. Alamo died by Surf. Rexon is still by the window, uncontested. There's no call out of him being upstairs. And now you have Loria taking Rexon out this late in the game. And that's good. I didn't even say the last part, but there was only Mira left. After that was a messy round, just gonna say. G2 won this one, but I think Sonics was a little bit too aggressive, because you have Rexon being near the window trying to get out. Then you have Ambi who is trying to get that kill onto the window. And there was refrag after refrag, and it worked in G2's favor. Will this be enough to push them back into the game now that they get the foot in? I don't know. But it would be interesting to see if they could push in and get the foot in, so it would be a more equal game. Remember guys, this map was G2's pick. So they need to show how good they are. So they've got to go over on defense now. So G2 with the defending side, and Cafe is more defender sided than attacker side. So that G2 lost this on attacking side 5 rounds is not a good sign. For granted, when it comes to Cafe being more defensive sided, doesn't mean it's a huge defense sided map. It's still closer to 50-50. It's said to be like defense side is 60 and attacker side is 40. But we have to see. Now they are on defense G2, so maybe they would turn the tides around. And there's a cheeky run out from Alamo. which I personally wouldn't do, but that's just me. I don't have the balls for that. So right now G2 is going with a traditional setup with Mira, Aruni, Mute, and Wamai and Castle. So they're putting up a hold in piano right now and making sure that no one comes in. Pretty sure I saw someone is playing a cigar. I might be wrong. Sonics is taking the time. They're droning out, making sure to clear utilities. They are actually going with Cali, which Cali is not typically used a lot on Cafe because there's not too many spots where you want to use Cali. But I think they brought Cali for getting out the utility from the mirror window, so she would not be able to see, and also maybe get the castle barricade. Right now, Sonics is doing very well with clearing the utilities and to be able to push in to side. Right now, Ambi is taking control of piano or cigar, leaving there uncontested. We have to see now if it's going to work. Lori is holding up in freezer right now with Wamai using I forgot the weapon, AUG. But guys, remember a very important thing: the bomb is not upstairs; it's actually downstairs in the fireplace. Lawrence getting taken out by Ambi, and Ambi is getting a double kill onto Alamo, which is huge pick. So you get the DMR out of the board, then you also get Wamai off the board, who has his disc. It's a 3 versus 2 situation for the attacker side, and right now it's not looking good for G2. Oh no, he's getting a Grixer there. Who was hiding? That was a very good shot from Uno to get there, who's getting back into the game. It's a 3 versus 2 situation. So let's see how they're going to do. They still have the Candelas and Soft Breach left to open up the top floor to make sure that they have the vertical play before they go and plant. I'm thinking that maybe Cal is the one who's going to be planting, and then you have Ash above, and Ambi is getting Blaze, and Blaze is getting Canadian, so that's a good trade right now. The plant is going down with less than 5 seconds, and overpeak from G2. Sonics won that round, so it's going to be match point for Sonics at this moment. We all thought that G2 would actually have the foot into the next round when they switch to defense, and it doesn't look good for G2. They're still getting the kills and trade-offs, but they really are not getting over the finishing line for the rounds. Sonics is still keeping up. They are having good attitude, good mentality right now. They're in a good spot, in a good rhythm. So pushing Sonics off that would be very, very hard for G2. While as you can see that G2 is struggling a lot with their performance at this moment. There was there was almost no information called out for where they died. Would not agree with only peeking that at that moment. It looks very off from G2 side. They do the same strat, but bomb side is going to be top floor. So they're using the same operator, except for they are changing Wamai instead for Jesus Christ, I forgot. And they're having a Kaid. So it looks like they're going to be focusing more on holding off piano, not letting them in again. Are they going to reinforce the ticket wall? Is question mark? It doesn't look like it. They are leaving the ticket wall soft. Oh, and Blaze is getting a free kill onto Abby, who was rushing up red stairs for some odd reason. And Blaze actually knew about it. I would suggest, Blaze, you would actually be good stepping off and not hold red stairs at the moment, because there's going to be some kind of push coming up there. Very positive to see someone running through the bar when there was someone in Skylight. That could have been a free kill. Right now, the enemy is using Striker and Capitao, Damus, and Dokubi. So they try to push off the roamers as much as they can. And you can see here that Sonics is droning as well out a lot of the areas where they can push for. Now the nades is going to come off, and now the drone is gone. It just confirms for Sonics that where the enemy is holding is going to be mainly focused towards Freezer side. So they're going to see it's going to be more easier to get in and push on the red stairs. Cheeky little thing going on here with Alamo. Why would he peek that? Now you see that Sonics is just pushing in right now. G2 is just giving them the leeway to rush in to the side, but it's getting tough because it's a 1.5 scenario right now, and Surf is just jumping in. So right now, Sonics just did the same thing as G2 did. They just went in for a run and gun moment. There was nothing more to have about that round. So what will G2 do now? Canadian and the other guys in Sonics, they seem unfazed about that round. They gave it a shot to rush in. They would try to see how it would work. G2 played it pretty good. They should have been warned that there might be a rush since they backed off so far towards the Freezer side. In general, it was a good pick in the beginning to get Ambi off, because Ambi is really good fragger. He gets a lot of almost free kills, so to speak. So that was a good pick for Blaze, and that he figured that out, actually, that would be an Ash rush upstairs. Now the hold is going to be down in the kitchen, and they are using kind of the same utility. It's not the same utility, but they are using a lot of roamer operators. So they have Ella and Vigil, who's probably going to be roaming upstairs. Unless they bring Ella for the shield to put in on Christmas, or VIP, how you want to call it. Right now it seems like Sonics are focusing on getting top floor control before moving down to train and mining. You can see Ambi is droning out so far, and it's looking pretty good. But you have Alamo, who's waiting underneath cheekily under the skylight, but he's just running away right now. The hatch, okay, that's an interesting play. Having the hatch open in Freezer is going to give them a little bit of a leeway, but time waste management has been really good for G2. It's gone. There's less like 1 minute and 50 seconds left, and they still have all operators still alive, and you still have the kitchen side, and then you have the castle. Right now they're focusing on getting off Goyu from the side so they can go in and plant safely. That way they will not be burned to a crisp. Right now Rexton is trying to see if he can get anyone that's flanking. But he is not going to get anyone at this moment. Ram is going to use her gadgetry to open up the floor and see if they can find anyone from underneath to get some free pick. They get ready to push into Bakery, and he's going to be in trouble. And Uno dies. There goes the first kill, which is in favor of Sonics. It looks like they're getting ready to plant in right now, and it might be going planting in. Oh, nice kill from Canadian, who saw that Doki would actually peek. A little cheeky that he's going with a pistol and not with the main weapon. Just saying, that's a little bit cheeky of him. Not sure why he would go with a pistol. And there Sonic wins the game. G2 is officially out of the tournament, guys. Officially out of the tournament.
Points. Their last hope, their last chance will be through the LCQ. They'll have some time to prepare, to reflect, but it's going to
Hi,
be a tough
Dark.
run for them.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I think for Sonics as well, now they can look upwards as they make the climb to the next portion of the bracket. It will be, of course, more best of threes to come. 2 more best
Yeah,
of threes
Doc
will be
is
required
crying.
to make phase 3, but so much confidence can be certainly found from a result such as this. It's not just a win. If this was, you know, a 3-mapper and it was close, it was contested.
This is what I was afraid of. G2's been very off with their play.
G2. It got to a 12-0 margin before G2 finally found 2 rounds in Cafe. So, I mean,
That
that's
was-
a scary prospect now.
that
if
was
you're
bad.
A team that has to
Let's see, how is it looking on FaZe Clan? So FaZe Clan won the first map, so this is the second here.
Along the way, Hashom on the board this
Ooh.
round against Handy. Souls taking out Dovahkiin, and Hashom still firing back from inside of Small Bake. KDS doesn't seem to know how close Hashom is, and that lack of information will hurt FaZe Clan as KDS now falls. The Goyo of Hashom swinging up. Vidiking gets him, and also onto Robbie. Guards is the last one up. Very limited time. Vidiking will have
I've been
to stick this
sitting,
play. He's now been dropped.
I've actually
Cyber
been
the only one
sitting and
upright. He won't have time
done
to get
commentary.
the diffuser or the man. And Falcons
They actually have a link that I can use that you don't hear the commentary, so I did my own commentary game.
multiple opportunities to do it.
It was weird, it was really, really
They
weird.
still sit on series point, but Falcons have now won 2 as defenders. FaZe Clan only need 1 more.
Big moves from Hasham, the hero that Falcons need as they are on match and series point against FaZe Clan. He's got to do that 3 more times in order to force that overtime and then eventually bring us to Nighthaven if they can win it.
So
in OT
it's
as
10?
well. It's a big mountain, but Hasham is exactly the guy who you want to be climbing it. Brilliantly played inside of Small Bake. Never was making a misstep. Always
Why
had
am
his
I
gun up to
getting-
stop that aggression coming in through the bakery door. They played around that Osa shield so perfectly.
Why
Going
am
to
I
his impacts at
getting...
it, couldn't destroy the shield while it was being held, but still disrupted that just enough to then go for the
That was
swings and
weird.
get those picks right afterwards. Inside a Small Bake, a little bit farther back, Hasham was the guy that cleaned up the majority of those kills, played really well around red stairs, and was able to just buy
Why am I
enough
getting
time for his
into-
teammates to then win the 1v1 on the clock. You got to imagine Cybers, who's putting
What
up a
the hell?
4.0 KD ratio right now. Had he found the gunfight, likely would have won it, but for Falcons, when you're playing on the site that is typically the slowest in the entire game, you can stall out really nicely, and that's exactly what they did.
That's so weird. Why am
As
I
we get
getting...
underway with a very critical round for both of these teams, we do have the results from over on our A stream. Spoilers inbound for those of you that are looking to watch it at a later time. Pause for the next 10 seconds or so. The first team to go home through phase number 2 will be
They could
G2.
have it. Why am I getting German? Swedish? Come on.
Sonics live to see another day. They will be in action tomorrow in yet another elimination game. But unfortunately, after a heroic run that sometimes looked a little bit grim, through the play-ins, G2 is going home.
Rough year for G2. That's likely them missing out on SI as well unless they win the qualifiers.
Both of those points are correct. The LCQ is the only way for G2 to make it to SI at this point. So not only will there be no Montreal Miracle for them, but Boston might be out of reach as well.
FaZe Clan have already secured Boston, though. This game's still important just to make it to the main stage of Montreal. They'd love to be major champions once again. These here in the so important city of Montreal, but it's gonna be tough.
Why
with
am I
Cyber already
getting-
taken out by Robbie? If he heats up, this could be the comeback.
You've slain the final boss already with half the rounds still left to go for Falcons, so you can breathe a sigh of relief. Though, again, goes back to a point that was used just 2 rounds ago. FaZe Clan, an embarrassment of riches
Why
when
am
it
I
comes
getting-
to potential, and all of these players can step up when needed. Troubling sign, though, is that FaZe
So
Clan
weird.
are on the absolutely worst side of Cafe. Nashom will guard the window. Vidiking looking for a swing in. Souls will give his position away. There's the swing in from Handy, but he can't make much noise. Oh my goodness, that round was over as soon as it began. Falcons flawlessly ending that one. I wouldn't be surprised if FaZe used their timeout now.
Yeah, they're trying to use good utility get in. Right? We're seeing the flashbangs. We're seeing everybody push together on the side of FaZe Clan. That's the right stuff to do. They got to just calm it down a little bit, and I think this will
So
be
the next map
yes, there it
match
is.
is midnight, and it's like 10 right now.
Moment. These pushes, I think the idea behind them is always smart.
Might
but
start
right now, we're starting to see Ronnie
10:30 if we're
step up.
lucky. I might be able to
These have been
see
the players
some
that have carried
match.
Falcons throughout the stage so far. I will remind you, the Falcons have not lost an official Tier 1 game of Rainbow Six Siege since Stage 1. Flawless in their regional league, flawless in Phase 1 of the major, flawless through Phase 2 of the major. So
Tomorrow
far.
the games
We've
will
lost
not
maps
be
in
as
3
many or as...
before this game, and now here,
Tomorrow is there's
an
going
hour
to
or
be
so
1,
ago.
2, 3,
But this would be
4,
their
5,
first
6.
loss of a series
So there's going to
overall
be
since
2 games,
months ago,
3
so
games
all the
in
way back in the
total.
spring.
So
FaZe Clan not quite
5:30,
as undefeated,
9,
but still a
and
very
midnight.
good win-loss record for them.
So it depends
They've
on
been in tougher
where
situations
they're
than
going to
this.
be.
Obviously, this is a spot where they just need to win 1 of the next 2 rounds, and they will be able to avoid overtime. A team who have often been in high-pressure spots, looking to close it out here against the Falcons. But could you imagine if they make the comeback now and force that 3rd map? I don't want to jinx it just yet. I'll knock on wood, but Falcons, they're starting to get there.
I mean, this is the side doing what the side needs to be done. You expect a 4-2 half. Obviously, FaZe Clan ran ahead of that number by getting up 5-1, and it bought them 1 extra round of an insurance policy, of a cushion, because Falcons will now need to do
There's been a lot of talk. I feel like my throat is like really sore because I've been talking so hard during that match. Wow. It just goes to show how hard it's like how much it takes on the caster's voice when they are casting these type of games, like really. Like, kudos to them, like, seriously.
5-1 comeback's a bit of a sore spot for FaZe Clan, too. Nighthaven's map 3 as well.
Oh my goodness, do you feel it coming on?
A couple of flashbacks, perhaps.
This is a team, by
the way, guys, tomorrow I will be able to do a giveaway, another giveaway. So we are going to have so much fun with that. So be looking forward to. It's going to be a $5 and a $10 gift as well. For those that have one, make sure that you're using the entire amount. It's a one-time code. So if you're not using the full money on that code, it will not save the cash that's remaining on that gift card.
Just have to do it tomorrow. Falcons at the moment still underdogs. I would still be betting against them if it were up to me. FaZe Clan seem like the team that'll be able to pull it out in a 2-0, but that's just idle speculation. Really depends on how this first engagement goes. Dovahkiin tried to do the exact same thing as last time. Cyber and KDS with 2 very quick picks. They have commandeered most of this top floor, but not all of it. As you can see, one more was playing from above. That was Robbie. So now it's up to JLad and Guards, both of whom are on that middle floor. And through the kill hole, Guards slaughters KDS and what remained of him. FaZe Clan in a 3v2, just a little below half of the round still to play. And with FaZe taking that top floor map control, they can keep somebody up there while Cyber and one other player go towards the bomb site on that middle floor.
You can see that everybody's nervous. They're holding angles. Nobody wants to make an early step. Lots of time in this round. They don't need to abuse it. Falcons not going for any over-eager flanks, although JLad thinking about it now, and FaZe are being very careful to hold it. If JLad pushes up red stairs, it's very likely FaZe will see it. I believe there's track stingers on the staircase as well.
There's the shotgun blast from right now inside of the reading room. A push up towards white stairs, expecting somebody from FaZe to come down that part of the map. That's where Cyber was positioned, but instead they will pivot. They realize that most of these players are far enough away that they can go through the reading door. Guard showing off a lot of damage. He's been dropped. It's all up to JLad, who gets Cyber, but has to deal with Souls and Vidiking. Cyber might also be retrievable. JLad drops down to pillar. Diffuser been picked back up by Vidiking. JLad giving his position away, pre-firing. As the 3 players remaining for FaZe know where he
FaZe
is.
won that.
And
No
Souls
surprising.
will say no more. The 5-1 first half proved to be too tall of a mountain for Falcons to conquer, either on foot or by flight.
Okay, so
and it will be phase up.
G2's
into the main
out,
stage
so
on
my
Friday, our
pick
very
for
first
G2 to go to the finals. So I got one match, one team wrong, so they are not going through to that. I was hoping that they would actually reach this time, but I'm guessing not as much this time. Yeah, that one actually hurts. Haha.
Why not? Why? L'eau de parfum. Yves Saint Laurent.
Max Power, vårt tuffaste diskmedel mot fett för att enkelt tackla intorkade matrester som de här. Skrubba 4 gånger mindre jämfört med det näst bästsäljande varumärket. Utan varmt vatten. För mindre tid vid disken och mer tid tillsammans. Yes Max Power. Maximal diskkraft, minimal ansträngning. Jajamän!
We have to wait a couple of minutes, really? No, it's not over yet. There's two more games are left. So the 2 games that are left is W7M versus Liquid and Dark Zero and Dark Zero versus Darwan Kia plus Kia, I mean. So G2's out of the tournament. They lost against Sonics with 7-0, 7-2 right now. So they are out. FaZe Clan won against Falcon with 2 maps and 0 to Falcon there. So right now Falcons is going to be playing a game here, and FaZe Clan is officially the first team to enter the finals at this moment, so that is confirmed. And if W7M wins their game, they will also be going to finals, and same goes for Team Liquid. So both Team Liquid and W7M have won both the game, same with Falcon and Liquid. FaZe and Falcons, I mean. So we got the first elimination, which is G2, and the first one to go to the finals is FaZe Clan. I do predict that Dark Zero might win against Kia. Kia hasn't played that well, to be honest. They lost to Black Dragons, and then they lost to BDS. So, and when it comes to Dark Zero, who they faced, yeah, they might, depending on which map Dark Zero goes to, they might win. They lost to Elevate, which kind of was a surprising choice to lose on, and they lost on Cafe. That's kind of a weird thing. Not sure why I'm getting different language. Thank you. That's so weird. So when it comes to W7M and Team Liquid game, we are going to be watching that. I forgot to change my title as well again. No, I did not. So we have... Let's see here if I can change W7M. Oi. 7M versus Liquid. I think it was pronounced Liquid. Yeah, was right. I can't even write anymore. 50 seconds until we get to see more of the game. I'm going to close this down because I can't cast another 7 minutes. Are you kidding me? That's the wrong one. Here. I was on the wrong one. But yeah, I don't have the voice to do more casting than one. That was interesting though. It was fun casting. It takes time to get into it, but... Interesting cheers.
After we saw the disappointment on the faces of G2, I'm sure we'll see smiles on the faces of the FaZe players. Congratulations, you were the first team to qualify to those live finals. How are you feeling?
You know, this feeling is the amazing feeling because we work a lot to be in the finals, so it's amazing.
Wait a minute, I got something here. What's this?
Awesome, it sounds great. Well, it was a very dominant game from you guys' side. With how well Falcons has been playing, have you expected this game to be so dominant?
I was expecting a little bit of support.
Oh.
A team we don't play too much because the first time
yes. I want it.
Falcons, I don't remember, but
I can't say what it is, guys, until the 17th. Like, that's going to be so good. So tune in on Sunday, guys. That's going to be amazing on Sunday. I'm so excited.
The big thing you're proud of for your team today?
I think the communication is very better than the first day. So this is the main.
Thank you.
We fix. So
that's so fun.
Very good for us right now.
Awesome. Is there anything you want to say to the fans?
Love it.
Keys if you want to.
Thank you everyone for support FaZe. We are working a lot to win this major, and thank you everyone buy the skins on the share on the store. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Like, that's so much fun. Guys, tune in on Sunday. It's going to be amazing. It's so sad that I can't say anything right now. It's so sad, but it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
Who would that be?
Yeah, you have to continue guessing. I can't say anything, dog, but it's yeah. It's going to be so much fun.
Well, to be fair, I think honestly, I say if we're just talking about longevity, I would say Troy, Canadian, yeah, just purely off longevity. You know, like you get these other guys like Fabian that have won 3 SIs, obviously one as a coach, but you know, I think longevity is a big thing in this game, like it is in like normal sports. So yeah, I'd probably go with Troy.
We're seeing the Dark Zero players walk in as they have an elimination game on the line as well. Do or die it is against D+ for them here today. We heard Nave talk about how he considers the GOAT in the game, and of course we saw Sonic.
So we are going to be watching Team Liquid and W7M, but they are not starting yet, so it's okay. Yeah, I can maybe say it off stream, like maybe not. I am, yeah. It's so, oh my god, so much fun, so much fun.
Bolo is not having the greatest of times here at this major. We're looking at him to step up in this game. He needs his team to step up around him as well to keep themselves alive.
Bolo hasn't been playing good at all.
Those players, of course, come into the venue as well earlier today, and this team, of course, great in their own region. We see them struggle internationally sometimes. We're looking to pick it up here. And these players, of course, as well, Envy Taylor, a player.
I'm so glad that the games are getting not as heavy anymore.
A good game versus Black Dragons. Some inconsistencies here and there. Something we're seeing from more of these players. But
wait, so the next on final, do we have any timestamps on that? No timestamp on next week. Well, or the weekend, I mean. I forget it's Monday, so.
With SI, Dark Zero have already qualified, but for D+, the same goes. If they don't win here today, they don't qualify to SI based on points. That means they have to go through the LCQ if they want to appear at the SI as well.
Yeah.
Best of 3, let's have a look at what the maps are for this.
So that's kind of the thing. So what happened to G2? They got kicked out of the tournament because of their losing streak, but they also missed 6 invitationals, so they need to win X amount of tournaments, like major tournaments and stuff like that, to qualify into SI again. So G2 has actually lost the privilege to get into 6 invitational, which is not good for G2. So that's one of the reasons why it hit G2 so hard, but I feel like they needed to get a slap on the face, because they need to wake up, because I've done a lot of mistakes during this tournament, and they look like they were not here. Why is Bolo live? Who's holding the watch party? Bolo is in the tournament. I need to watch this. Ah, okay. So Pojuman is taking over his stream. Okay. Now I understand it.
Wait, this is a pre-recorded interview. What the fuck?
Oh my god, why aren't you responding? Reload. Wow.
Those were using words like a...
Go back.
Power H Serum by L'Oreal Men Expert, boosted with a duo of hyaluronic acids to deeply hydrate and visibly reduce wrinkles.
Do I have any?
For 2 times more efficacy.
Almost done.
Power H by L'Oreal Men Expert.
Head get a nook. Hell yeah.
Exactly, and it's a best of 3 as well. How are you feeling about the maps you've got coming up?
What was that?
How are you feeling about the maps you got coming up?
1 minute.
I mean, I think we feel pretty good. I think this is going to be our first layer coming up, so it's going to be an exciting matchup, and hopefully, you know, that's another thing is like we've had good boot camp, and our scrims and our practice haven't really shown into our practice. So especially with a new map debut, brand new map in the map pool, you never know what can happen. But I think we're feeling good, and I think we're ready to finally get some maps on the board.
Did you pick Lair, or was it picked against you?
They picked it. They picked it against us, but it's all good. We're ready for anything.
Okay, we'll see what you have cooking up. Thanks so much for your time, and best of luck with the game.
Thank you.
Just tried to get the commercial gone on this one, but
being picked against them. They are ready for it though, and I'm excited to see what they'll bring to this map. But just bring up the map veto once more, because there are so many maps in the map pool to start with the sea. It's easy to get confused.
okay. Lear, Kia picked, Clubhouse.
Win rate for Dark Zero. So if we go to the decider, they definitely have a good start there. Now, of course, we'll be heading to Lair first. That is our first map.
Hello, Gabrielle. How you doing? So it's going to be Lair, Clubhouse, and did I see Border on the last one, or did I miss it? Break again? Okay. Let's break this down instead. So let's break down how the game has been for W7M and Liquid. So, my throat. So, W7M started on playing against BDS on the playoffs, and they won with 8-7, which was very equal game. It was very, very hard. But W7M won the first game, and then they faced off with Black Dragons, where they won very easily with 7-3, and now they're facing off Team Liquid. And for Liquid, they had a kind of convincing victory against G2 with 8-6. Not convincing though, but yeah, it was close. And after that, they faced off... where are you? Liquid, they faced off Chiefs, who they won against fairly easy with 7-4. So if we look at the maps that they have played so far, so we have Clubhouse and Lair. I don't think Lair has been played more than once. So W7M have played on Border. And then we have Night Haven. So probably it's going to be the first time that they are playing on Lair and Clubhouse. And for Team Liquid, they played on Chalet on the first game. And on the second game against Chiefs, they played on Chalet again. So both teams are going to be facing off with very interesting match. So here's the interesting thing. So W7M and Team Liquid have played against each other a lot during the last couple of months. So I'm muted on YouTube. No, I can't be muted, Dark. That's impossible. It's under the same code as it is on... I'm not muted. Dark, what are you saying? I'm not... Dark, you muted the YouTube. Like... Yeah. I was like, no. But as I was saying, so W7M and Team Liquid have played against each other. They played against each other as early as on September, where they won 7-4 in a best-of-1 game, which was Chalet at that point. And then they also faced each other on April. And Team Liquid also won their best-of-3 maps, and that was Liquid that won that as well. So it's not like pretty good for W7M, so hopefully they have picked up something during the matches that they have had against Liquid. So the maps Border and Consulate and Night Haven has been played on the map in April. So that's... None of the maps that they have right now is something that they have already faced at each other. So this is going to be fairly new for them. Or why I'm talking about the wrong team. Jesus Christ. Talking about Key and Dogs here. I'm so stupid. Sorry, ignore everything. I thought I was talking about Liquid. See, like I'm too tired to even understand. But now that I know that I'll be talking about W7M and Liquid, it might be a map of Border that's going to be coming to play. Maybe Consulate, because that's what has been played. I think W7M wants to avoid Chalet at this point, since it has been played a lot. So we have to see how that goes. My bad, G. Oh, really? You think so? Really? We're taking the hogs to Isengard. Hogs? Hobbits. We're taking the hobbits to Isengard. Hobbits. You need to learn your Lord of the Rings. You know that, right? What you just said is very offensive, sir. Nine minutes? Whoa, that's a major time difference. No, it's hogs for me. Let me be. No, it's Hobbit. Don't disrespect the Lord of the Rings fan base. You'll be eaten alive if you do that. Taking the Hobbit to Isengard. Taking the Hobbit to Isengard. I know that I don't have. Taking the Hobbit to Isengard. Thank you, now I have that song in my head. Thank you very much, Dark. Thank you very, very much. Let me be Harold. Oh, sure. You asking for it, Dark? You asking for it? Oh, I actually put that on.
Available now.
I would like to do an operator blitz with you. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. And I want you to mention as many operators as you can when I say go. Are you up for that?
Okay.
Go.
Buck, Fenrir, Solus, Ash, Ram, Vigil, Blitz, Monting, Fuse, Sledge, Thatcher, Ace, Jackal, Mira, Goryo, Brava, Twitch, Maestro, Dokkaebi, Lion.
Stop.
Yeah.
23, 24. About that. Are you satisfied?
No, it's okay though.
Go.
Tachanka. There's another one. Fuse.
You're welcome. Glad to I could assist. Oh, shut up. He's stuck.
Wait. What's that operator? Recruits? I mean, striker? Yeah.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Okay, that was 4.
Oh, man, that's great. Come on.
Why are you called Bolo? And how do you feel about
Ooh,
being Bolo?
that's a common question. Bolo. I mean, boring answer. Bo, like the pronunciation, like the spelling. You know, I know it's got some deep French stuff going with it, but I just liked it, and I was like, okay, well, that's just someone's name. I can't just steal someone's name and throw that as my gamer tag. So I just threw Low, slapped it together, called it a day, and here we are.
So it has nothing to do with a bolo tie?
Nope. No bolo tie, no, police bolo, no nothing. Just, on a whim, liked it, loved it, sent it.
And when did you choose it? How young were you?
Ooh, I probably had that I was probably like 13, 14, something like that. I'm 23 now, so a bit.
And if you were forced to choose a new gamer tag, have you ever thought about that? Like, I would actually like to have this instead? Or would you change it at any point?
We don't think about plan Bs. None of that. I'm just so used to Bo. Sometimes I forget my own name, right? It's just Bo. So couldn't imagine a different world.
Lol.
And the other question we always like to ask is, when does Bolo play? Well, he'll play in a few minutes over on the A stream. But of course, we have a look at our brackets. First, we have a bit of a delay going into this game, so it gives us some time to talk about everything that went down prior to this. And we're highlighting our elimination games. This is what we saw just before we sent G2 home. So what we're seeing now, of course, with DZ and D+ as well. We'll focus just a bit on the top of the bracket as well. Our first qualified team, we spoke to them earlier. FaZe has already qualified, and you are hearing the W7M hurdle right behind me. They are playing a qualification game against Liquid as well. We'll qualify another Brazilian team to those playoffs, but it just feels kind of weird to not have G2 there. They have missed out, of course, and I think the last time we had a 14-2 in a qualification game, or an elimination game rather, it was back in SI 2021. Empire and Liquid in the lower bracket. Just, it shows how rare it is that we get a 14-2 in an elimination game. We'll talk to our casters for the A stream as well. We're bringing Guz and Xenox just to have a little bit more of a conversation as we see the disappointed G2 players. Guys, I can pretty much say this is a big surprise, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, and I mean, I think also you can see the reactions there. Doki clearly upset with the result, and it's one thing to lose, it's another thing to lose in the fashion that they did. I mean, admittedly, I probably had Sonics as the favorites coming into this matchup, but it was a close call, guys, and it wasn't necessarily supposed to be this one-sided, and that makes it even more devastating for G2.
Yeah, I think the reaction here from G2 really highlighting that reality probably now setting in, right? Unfortunately for this team, it now means that their last pathway to 6 Invitational 2025 in Boston is through the LCQ. They haven't accrued enough points throughout the year. Struggling at these international events has ultimately come to cost them. So we'll see if they can recover heading into the LCQ.
The thing is, the G2 did bounce back and won SI with Fabian. And the Fabian left and then everything crumbled. That's the thing.
Very, very sad. I mean, we saw happiness from the Sonics players, but from G2, it just felt like they were so happy to quickly pack their bags, get out of there, and I don't think they were willing to speak to anyone either about this. I mean, it's bizarre as well. You're thinking about it. The last time we saw G2 here in Montreal was when they lifted the hammer. We're seeing the 2 players that lifted that hammer on this roster as well. We know that's not going to be a thing this time around. Disappointment continues, though, as we're seeing them with that kind of conversation after the game. I mean, guys, what do you think they could be discussing here?
I mean, probably a whole range of things, whether or not you're discussing the
yeah,
game,
but the G2 is one of the biggest organization in Siege. Like they had players that was like world champion multiple times. They had the best players in the world in the same team. Like 3 of the guys were considered they would consider
Yeah,
as the
absolutely. I
world
think
best
it's gonna really
players,
come down to the
and
leadership
they
figures,
retired.
the G2 roster and
The,
coaching staff to
the
sort of
other people
reroute
took
their efforts
over,
now
and it
towards
kind of
the
worked, but they didn't
have an
go as
opportunity to
far.
be upset. I think that's totally natural, but they then need to channel that
they
into
changed
positive energy. They
roster,
can't let
and
that
it
weigh them
went
down
kind of
too
so-so.
much.
Then
Otherwise,
Fabian,
come
who
the
was
LCQ,
a former
they could get
player of
exposed
G2,
again, and then that's
came
gonna be,
back
you know,
in
a
as a
really sad
coach,
storyline for them.
and he turned around and they won the whole competition of Six Invitational, and then he stepped down right after that, and since they have been struggling. So it's been really, really weird from them. If anything, they should be thinking about right now, should they need to change the coach at this point? Because the coach is not delivering and has not delivered for a while. Because they can't change the rosters, because they just took in Blaze and Loria, who has been playing with them for a couple of months now, who did phenomenal work in the beginning. So,
I mean, it was a really tremendous
really weird.
Sonics in the way that they played coordinated as a team. We got to hear Canadian quite a lot there, and his ability to sort of enable his teammates.
Let's go over
Cover it
to...
again. It's going to be an absolute belter. And I'm going to cover it again in the future, no doubt.
Almost
These two
certainly.
teams that have definitely built a bit of a legacy in Siege for themselves. W7M obviously more recent in history, but Liquid been around for a long time, Tim. As long as the game has always been itself, I think it's fair to say.
Is this the one?
Is this the one is the big question everyone's asking about Liquid, but W7M can certainly play spoiler. I think these two, plus FaZe from how we've seen them playing so far, they're looking like the ones to beat.
Yeah, they really are. I often come into events looking at it in terms of regions. I'm thinking, come into this one, I thought, and this is not from a biased perspective, it'd be nice to have an EU winner. Haven't had one for a while. Plenty of Brazil last year. NA in Manchester. It'd be nice to, you know, let's spread it around a bit for the fans.
Share the
but
love, man. Come
like
on.
you say, it's very difficult to look away from these Brazilian teams, isn't it? They're just looking so good again.
Well, don't look away from your screens, because here is the W7M esports roster in case you aren't familiar with them. Of course, the numbers, EPS is the one to kind of give an indicator of your performance against expected performance, hence EPS. So you can get a vibe there for the 4 players that are over 100. They're playing pretty well. Dot's a little bit quieter, but Tim, as you can see, he's maining the Monty, which normally means...
He's facilitating.
I've seen a lot of very lethal Monties this tournament so far.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of
We've seen a good
kills,
few.
but, you know, ultimately your primary role on that Monty is to create space and provide intel. He's no doubt, you know, I'd be interested to know how many of the kills from the other players have come because
Of him,
he's taken the attention and they've gone in and got the kills.
Now,
So,
that is
yeah,
a
we've
stat
got,
that is going to be very hard to track.
It certainly will. I won't ask you to go through and do it, but yeah, it's, you know, it's the sort of thing that you look at and his stats maybe a little bit lower, but you got to account for those things. He's definitely contributing, definitely bringing into the team, and that's part of the reason that W7M are doing so well at the minute at this tournament is how well they are all playing together as a team.
Look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take a look at the other
Yeah,
roster as well. In case you guys aren't aware, there is also a roster known as Team Liquid, not Team Secret. We'll change that over for you in just a second. But for Team Liquid, Resets, Nesk, Maya, Lagonis,
We
Harley.
don't need the pictures.
We don't need it. We know him by now. And I tell you what, if you don't know Maya's name by now, he has been an absolute demon. Nice one. Richard has got us covered. It's that Deimos in the middle. He has been lethal with the operator. You're scared of Shaiko? Well, I'll tell you what, Maya's the man to be watching out for. And what I love about how uniquely he's been playing that operator is more saving it for later in the round and making use of the Deimos trackers when it's 2 players left, 3 players on the other side, and they are screwed.
I tell you what, and a stat that would be interesting that I might have a look at tonight. Who has been so far the deadliest Deimos?
The deadliest Deimos.
Would be an interesting one to look at because we've got some, you know, you've got Doki, you've got Shaco, you've got Maya, like you said, we've got all these big names that are generally playing Deimos and such a powerful operator at the minute. It'd be fascinating to see which one has actually been the most effective with him.
Well, unfortunately, obviously, Doki not going to be able to partake in the competition for the deadliest Deimos anymore.
No.
G2 are now going home, unfortunately. Very, very sad for EU fans and, of course, fans of G2 all around the world. But the focus really comes onto these 2 teams. And again here, another Shield player on the team in the form of Lagonis as well. That's been his go-to throughout the competition and throughout most of Stage 2. No real surprises there. That's kind of always been Lagonis' bag. It's being in the back line, playing the more supportive roles, and Monty gives you a hell of a lot of support.
Great support player, no 2 ways about it. You know, he's going to be leading his team, going to be calling the shots and keeping himself anchoring in sight or on the attack, going to be, like you say, bringing the shields, feeding that intel, piecing it all together, you know, looking to be sort of the central brain that pulls all those threads together in a round. We've got our map
Okay, Lair, that's interesting.
Cafe Chalet, we'll be seeing none of them, Des. We're going to be kicking things off with a Lair pick for Liquid.
Which I love. This is a map that Liquid tend to hide away and only bring out in very, very specific situations against teams they believe they can beat on it. over the last like 10 weeks or so, banned it away 9 times. It's been banned against them twice. That gives you the indication of how much they don't really want to play this map very often. Right down at the bottom of the list when it comes to their map preferences. So they're bringing out here it is specifically to try and beat W7M on this map, where they've no doubt done some counter analysis. Labs coming out, I'd say, is not too bad for Liquid. It does sit in the middle. For W7M, though, it's also around about that 3rd, 4th position. So for them, a map they love playing, but very rarely get the opportunity to. However, they are 3-0 on it over the last 10 weeks. So definitely a W7M map.
I tell you one thing, I'm absolutely loving this map ban. Lair, Labs, and Clubhouse. What a set of maps that we've
that's
got
interesting.
for
That's
these
going
teams
to be
shut
an
down on.
interesting
But,
map
ooh,
play.
W7M, I mean, W7M are capable anywhere, but Liquid on Clubhouse. Liquid are very good on Clubhouse.
I was looking at the stats just now as well, and for W7M, Clubhouse is definitely not in their wheelhouse. It's something that, again, sits very low down in the rankings for them. Don't often go there, but the times they have gone there, they've won twice. So I'm looking at it and thinking, might not be high in pref, but it's one of the ones they keep in the back pocket for situations just like these when they need to surprise their opponents. But we can talk all about Clubhouse a little bit later on. For now, it's about Lair and newest map in the pool. Tim, I always love seeing new maps in the Get.
I was saying that I was not going to be live for this, but since they are starting like 1.5 hours earlier, then it's okay. Then that's a-okay in my opinion.
Going to begin with, second attacker will follow.
So they did not go on board or anything as a thought, so they ditched all that.
Is pretty much as expected.
Target bans against each of the dots, a through and through.
Yeah, Maverick Blitz,
operator across stage
Asami, then the last one is going to be
Blitz
Leisure?
29 times, so it's 100% a target ban. This one against Nesk in the Azami, played it 28 times.
Fenrir, okay.
Fenrir
I would
here
actually
coming
say
in against
Leisure
Volks,
there,
who's
but...
played it 12 times. So, quite specific bans here that it looks like, and some of them you'd say, okay, they're pretty staple bans.
Woohoo, I got a headgear on to Nuke. Let's
on either team, there
go.
are very, very significant threats on those specific
Go to open that tomorrow.
This is what you've got to look towards sometimes.
Right now they are banning here.
Looking to take away
on
the function.
The map.
Is it trying to hinder the individual?
Lair.
And like you say,
There's going to be a blitz ban, I think, on this one.
Certainly with these ones, the blitz particularly. Blitz is an interesting one, 'cause obviously, like, you know, we've been
whoa, that's interesting.
Blitz. The teams have, in general terms, been dealing
Lair.
with really well.
Yeah,
so
Sami would be one.
I think they've pretty much been on top of how to deal with them. And
Maybe Monty. Okay, that was a shield operator at least. I'm thinking maybe they're going to do Tubero, Warden perhaps. Valk, that's a good choice.
In the sense that a blitz would. When you bring in the blitz, you want in that aggression. Blitz is actually really good. This is one
Okay, so they are not going to go for my pick. I was thinking like Tubero or
if you want
Asami.
through ops to push onto this site, which is a really popular position to push into, you usually have them playing in sort of the 90 corridor, top rocket, and you know down the left.
Mirror, okay, that's interesting.
Running it, you got to be careful of any pre-placed nitros. Make sure there's no pre-placed nitros.
Let's focus on this game.
If they're playing a mirror or anything, if you keep yourself sort of face onto the wall, get in there with a blitz. Once you get into that corridor, you're actually pretty safe. If there's anybody that decides to stay and challenge you, you can flash your shield. And it can be a really effective way of gaining space. I think, you know, given the fact that Blitz is banned, we'll probably see similar with the Monty instead, should it be brought along, which it has been by Dots. It's just a really good area that you can take quick control of.
So my lips are dry, so that's why I'm using this. This is very hydrating lipstick.
Straight through the I know, right? Straight through the vertical slice. But normally if there's two walls that are normally reinforced.
By the way, guys, I still have the sub challenge if you want me to drink this ginger with chili in it. That we do have the sub count here. We are almost halfway through.
And isolate away the defenders. That's assuming, of course, Tim, they even care about that because of how things are currently shaping up here. They're going for this mass war. They've got two players looking towards ops. You can see what the focus is going to be.
Yeah, W7M are playing into exactly what I said. They want to push the Mountie in through ops. They want to take that corridor, but Liquid.
So they have both Thermite and Ace. So I'm guessing they're going to be opening up the wall on.
Ahead of you. He's just going to be holding that Monty back, and Clash is the perfect counter. If you're unaware, Clash's electricity will do damage to Monty even through his extended shield. So it's just absolutely perfect. Legonis can just hold that shield at bay for as long as possible. They try to get the breach, but again, Liquid doing a great job with the Tuberite,
really interesting.
with the electricity, combining those operators.
So I'm guessing Thermite is going to open up on the backside.
So far from Liquid on the defense.
I mean, working wonderfully. They've stored away so much time, and the Selmas have all been used at this point as well. So now all attention turns towards the Thermite. But where's Dash? He's inside of the map. He's not focusing on helping them get the mass wall opened up.
No, he's
like a little rat.
Okay, Thermite ratting, that's interesting. I would never guess that.
It's the only hard breach they've now got left on side. So they've got to be respectful of this. I think if you don't end up having any hard breach available for these main walls that you want open, you're going to pay the price for it.
And we're seeing here that W7M, I think, are making that rotation, saying, look, this isn't working at the minute. We're not getting into ops. We're not getting the breach open. We're going to have to push towards our 6-room side instead. And that is what they're going to do. They move across towards bathroom, towards that window, try and get themselves on inside of the map. But they're now being fronted up by Palu on the smoke. We've got the Toxic Babes going out. Volps does manage to get a kill onto Nest, but with 20 seconds left to go, this is going to be a difficult push for W7M now.
So he's just hanging onto this angle and waiting for the Liquid players to walk.
And they won W7M.
Himself completely deleted the other side, and although it looked very, very slow, and for a good amount of time, a little bit worrying.
That was
there,
interesting.
To describe it, they still get it over the line.
Liquid have taken their eye off the ball a little bit there.
Yeah,
they've focused up on that rotation, and they've moved absolutely everything over to it. They've got Toxic Babe canisters going there. They're moving Lagonis over there. They're wanting everything over that side. They've switched the push, but W7M smartly have switched it all but one and just send one in towards Top Rocket from Ops, I think is where he's got in from. Gets himself 3.
By the way, guys, I might not watching all 3 games. If they go with for 3 maps here, I might not be able to watch all 3. But at least it's better than nothing.
And looking back at that, I'm sure that they would say the same. They are going to mix things up. We're moving
depending on
to
how fast the game is going to be.
Basement.
All right, well, that means there's a full map to work through here for W7M. And if you were attentive in the previous round, you'll have noticed that they didn't quite move at pace, Tim. They left it until the final 25 seconds before they finally pulled the trigger. They struggled to get walls opened up. They were held at bay by the stall play coming out from Liquid, and you're getting more of that in this round. Cap Cancer, as soon as you trigger the first Cap Can, it's like, great, where are you the 4? You got Smoke to worry about, you got the Goyo, you got C4s, you got the Bandit, you got the Kai. There's so much here to stall and inhibit W7M from making progress through the map.
It's kind of interesting. I need to watch more of a layer games because I don't play layer at all because it gets banned a lot in general. So
around the map at the minute, it's only really the Stoke that's the what? The smoke that's upstairs. I say the Stokes that's upstairs.
The Stokes that's upstairs?
It's upstairs with us here, sure, yeah. But no, the smoke that's upstairs in this
So
case.
they're going for Jackal.
That's
interesting. W7M is going for that, so...
Speak about power spikes. You have different points in the round when operators are particularly potent.
So the map layer is so big. It's really big with a lot of stairs. There's a lot of roam presence. Like, not everyone needs to be necessarily on site. They can hold a larger section instead of being cramped in one spot.
They want to get some verticals by the looks of things. They've got the Jackal going in with the shotgun. They've also got Striker going in with the secondary shotgun. So they're going to be doing that little bit of work. It will take them a little bit more time. If they're trying to support the book, they're going to do less destructive work, of course. But so
it seems like Liquid just left up a floor.
Shoot through that floor, and they're going to be able to get a lot of the verticals. They've got the hard breach gadgets for the hatches. So really, W7M should have everything they need here. They are taking a lot of time though. We're halfway through the round before they start opening things up, and that is really an indicator of the size of Lair and the difficulty to make sure that everything's clear before you go in.
Yeah, I mean, the first time I saw Lair play was actually in Brazil, and I forget which team it was. What team's live on? It's completely escaping me, 100%.
Sorry?
What team is live on? You remember? One of the newer teams. E1, that's it.
E1, there you go.
They were one of the first teams that I saw attacking this map. And actually, this exact site, they had a wonderful setup where the plant went down, and they had a double crossfire on the downstairs, plus live with the bucket upstairs, holding it off, and there was nothing the defenders could do to retake. They had to force 2 or 3 players upstairs to try and retake things from live, but they just didn't have the time. I think it was against NIP where they really struggled with that. And I can see the semblance or the makings of a similar attack coming together here, where it's all about the vertical control. It's about the pressure. You've got the Monty downstairs feeding information, and you've got Dash on the Jackal.
They're taking a lot of time, W7M, to do anything. It doesn't happened a lot of stuff here.
Pull out the impact EMP. We'll need to know roughly, of course, the radius fairly small, so we need to have a good understanding of where that electrical is, but I think that is not posing too much of a problem whatsoever. 20 seconds left left to go. Toxic Babies
pushing in.
just going to be wearing off as they manage to push through the door, but Lagonis and Nesk managed to find one apiece. Monty's a little bit stranded, and it's going to be dealt with by Palu 4 versus 1 as Palu manages to find another. Make it 3, Des. Why not? He just keeps going and going. The gift that keeps on giving down in the basement.
Didn't surprise me at all.
That's going to be Liquid taking their first
Not
defense.
at all.
3 for him this round, and 3 for Dodas in the prior. We've had our 2 heroes of the game so far stepping up. That really was again about the time-wasting gameplay, and I spoke about it at the round start and also in the previous round. They're trying to slow down W7M as much as they can. That's why you had the smokes raining out. That's why you had electricity to try and get through. It's why you had the Goyo canisters everywhere. Just leaving a little bit too much for W7M to do around the map there in terms of getting it fully cleared out and hunting down any would-be roamers. Just keeping them very, very busy, and I think it was really well played despite W7M's best efforts.
I think W7M were actually a little bit too slow because they used to battle to try to open up the hatch, but they could have just used Striker a little bit earlier. But
rotation. They did have the option potentially to go back up to the top floor, but they're not going to choose to do so. And instead opting to just go through. Sometimes teams like to just continue that rotation on the defense. You know, they've already lost one. Let's give somewhere else a little bit of a whirl. They're going to need some top floor control, as we can see. Bit of utility being expended up there. We've got the reinforcements. We've got the rotations opened up. So they're going to be trying to hold on to that top floor, but with a little bit less utility than they had previously. Obviously, when you're holding the top floor, you're sticking absolutely everything up there. That's not going to be the case this time.
On our other stream, by the way, it's Dark Zero versus D plus Kier, I believe, is the matchup over there. Just a reminder, we do have 2 streams running for at least the next couple of days, and then it starts to all simmer down to just 1 stream where all the action takes place. So if you do have a second monitor, get it up and keep an eye on what's going on over there as well. I love it when you have the end of round syncing up with the prep phase of the other, so you can kind of jump between round endings in a way and skip through the prep phase in the early parts of the round. Exciting stuff can happen sometimes early on, but again, 2 big games to keep an eye on, so fully recommend tuning into that one too. Dots is getting himself up towards the Skybridge here, and is now going to be very conscious that he's not too careful. He'll find his feet getting shot out, and Myers now also found him as well. That's not so ideal for them. Dodas might get the trade, but look at this, the aggression coming in from both sides here, really going neck and neck. And don't forget, this is just the doorway into the building, Tim, the other side of the map from where the bomb sites actually are.
Palu and Ness, the dream team, just doubling up there on the doorway and making sure that W7M were getting absolutely nothing for free. They are going to lose the Monty, they are going to lose the Grim. They've got an IQ down to 1 HP. Liquid certainly in the driving seat when it comes to this round. Also, potentially going to have a little bit of intel. I wouldn't have expected too many of those black eye cameras, if any, to have survived.
You're scared of a C4.
Given that the IQ is still on side. But yeah, Lobin definitely being careful of the potential still for any calls coming through, whether with intel or whether just based on sound. He doesn't want to be anywhere near those explosives from below.
Also, don't forget that that trap works both ways as well. You've got the Valkyrie track down, sure. The Bandit standing nearby. Of course, it's got the Valkyrie right next to him, sat, you know, brothers in arms, essentially. Resets and Nesk here, where they can call to each other as to where the Deimos roughly is. And if a C4 goes the right way at the right time, goodbye, Deimos. It is the risk of running in by himself without, like, a Dokkaebi or a Lion on side there, is that you leave yourself quite exposed to getting baited. That's almost what happened there, but obviously for now chose to back away instead. Palu keeps up the killing, mind you. A 2K in this round so far, and Dodes offline.
I'm not sure they're aware of Dash's position here. He was just going to wander on in towards sight. A few bullets seem to find their way towards him. Maybe they are aware. Look at the beauty there from Resets. The patience, just using that little head glitch over the bomb. Has a little look through the far side. Sees his
looking bad for
man
W7M at the moment.
Perfect swing. Gets the kill. Liquid 3 versus 1. It's all up to Lobin. Has 1 track left to use. Sees the Valkyrie. Knows he's being pressured from multiple sides here. Can't get the Vandal singing, so he's going to switch away to the primary, but won't get the job done. As Palu says, enough is enough. I'm coming out and I'm getting this round.
He was sick and tired of waiting there to see what was going to happen next, but it's well played by Liquid, I think, in the end of round.
I'm so surprised that they can talk so fast as they are. Like, it's crazy. And that they and that their throats are not hurt at all is also crazy.
Things go a little bit back and forth. We've definitely seen a few teams caught asleep for 2, 3, 4 rounds at the start of their map so far, but Liquid, especially Palu, it feels like really turned
Let's
up
see here.
today.
It's always a dangerous
So
thing.
like I said,
It's
I
always a
don't
dangerous
play
thing
much of
when
Blair
that
because it gets
happens,
banned every single time. People don't,
wrestling
at least
with
in
somebody like
those
Nest
matches that
potentially
I've
for the
played,
top
it's
spot,
always
fighting
kind
over
of
kills. That is
banned.
exactly what you
I
want.
do
A
have a
feeding
couple of
frenzy,
setups that I
if you will,
like using on this
inside
map.
of the
I
server,
usually
but
don't
right
like
now
reinforce where
certainly
Maya
Parley
is. I
eating
usually
this
use a
one up
half wall
6-1.
play. And focus on making sure that wall is not open where Maya's reinforcing now.
Wildly far apart. W7M, generally speaking,
But making
are getting
rotation
in
in
towards
there
site.
is
They are
not something
making
that
those
I'm
site
used to
players
seeing.
think about where they're
People would make a
positioned,
rotate
take fights, have those
around
challenges,
that
but
side here
ultimately,
on that
last
wall,
couple of rounds,
which is
Liquid
not
have just had the answers.
like,
We'll
yeah,
see
there's
now
a rotation
whether
there.
they can hold
So
on
they
to
open
the
up there
top
and
four
there
side, whether
and there. So
W7M
the reason
once
why they're
again, it
doing
was-
that, open up those
don't
three
know, last
here,
time they struggled
is to
get
make
into
quick
ops, they struggled to get
exit
the breach,
in
so
case they
switched
get
around.
pushed.
They got away with the round because they had a little backstab
Fuse
come
with
on
the
through
shield
and
coming
Liquid took
in,
their
no
eye off
surprise
the ball a
there.
little bit. That's not going to
Using
happen
Fuse
again.
to
I
get
don't
rid of
think they're gonna be
utility,
making that
and
same
this
mistake. It's
case,
not something
they will
that
be
can
using
relied upon. But how
Fuse
about
to
this
clear
then?
out
Double
utility
shield.
on the
We've
wall
got
where
the
they
Monte,
would
we've
try
got
and
the
open
Fuse
up because they
shield.
use
I think
Tubero.
it was Kagu for
So if
popularised
Fuse
this,
can get
Anity
one round
specifically.
in,
Fuse
it
is obviously a
will
little
open
bit of
up
a
the
meme
wall for
operator
them.
that you'd only really see brought along in ranked, and someone chucks it on a barricade and it's of no use to you at all. Not always quite the case. Really good for making space,
Hearing
destroying a lot of utility. when
goals
it's scattered
right
down.
now.
It's definitely excellent for overwhelming things like ADSs and magnets.
I'm not
that maybe
sure
scatter
who
around,
I'm
but
rooting
quite a
for, to be
traditional
honest.
gadget
It could,
to get the
like,
most
I like
value out
both
of.
teams.
Here, it's definitely that shield that Dots is currently
Both
rocking,
teams have
and by
played
the looks
really
of it, they're
well.
picking something up here. They want to go fast by the looks of it with how they're currently
Maybe
ready to go,
might
just
be
waiting for
more
the
of a
right opportunity,
Liquid
the right
fan because
distractions
you have
coming from elsewhere,
Nessiga,
and the rest of the
Palu,
team
and
can
they
start
are
making
really
their
old
moves.
players.
Yeah, I think they're definitely just waiting for anything to happen with this breach. It's going to be about getting these few charges through, but look at this. Liquid have read into it beautifully. They start playing with the Bandit batteries as well. They know exactly where that pressure was going to come from, and they were prepped. They were ready for it. Ness has had those mute jammers down. Toxic Babes come in.
How did I miss that?
Parlu and Ness managing
Jesus
to get three between
Christ.
them before Dots can find any answer. But what about this? Dots, he gets another
Dots,
two.
what the hell?
Continues, but no. Lagonis
Wow,
is there
the
to shut
PPM
him
is
down. The
crazy.
Fuse shield was almost
That gun is
decisive
crazy.
in that round.
Potentially massive. I mean, Palu to win the 1 versus 2 as it broke out around the art window. That was the most impressive part for me. You got a shield bearing down on you, a Gridlock just snaking nice and tight around the corner, hoping to catch you off guard, and he still manages to find both. I said he really ain't missing them today. And I remember a good few years ago, Tim, actually speaking about this team when they didn't manage to win SI. We said, could you imagine a timeline where Palu and Ness don't win something at some point? I think Palu still remembers those words because...
Oh, they're bringing Scopus this time, so they are probably going to be taking... Scopus would probably playing offline.
Those players that can have those games is
Offsite, I mean.
Palu, you know, not many
last
of them
time,
where they're just gonna come out.
Scopus was used, he accidentally died to a nade, so we went off Scopus for a second, then he went back to Scopus, and just when he went back to his other robot, there was a nade at his feet and he died. So yeah, gotta hope for another repeat of that, because that would actually be kind of embarrassing.
More of the same here. Question is, I kind of think, Paulu's doing great. He's 8-2. I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
No, that's more going, the scope pass, to be fair.
It'd be a good thing.
That's my excitable noise.
Is it?
I was about to do a Yoda impression.
That's interesting.
Oh, I think we've all missed out there.
You have a little bit. Maybe I'll bring it out later for you.
I think we've all missed out on a wonderful clip. It's great that Paulu's going 8-2, but it does keep everybody else quiet. It wouldn't be the end of the world if everybody else could get involved in the round a little bit, because heading towards the second half, when you get onto attack, it's whether Palu can keep doing that or not. You want everybody being sharp, so it wouldn't hurt Liquid if everybody else can get a couple of kills as well.
They're going in fast here as well. Don't care about the Scoposs up on top floor. They're going straight
wow,
in.
they're just going in. What the hell?
Volt's just tearing Liquid a new one at the start of this round. Like that, they've lost so much control. The site is no longer theirs.
What the hell are they doing? Liquid just lost.
As I said to him, you've not really got much information on what's going on site at this point. You've lost two of the players that were in your backline. He's managed to sneak his way forward. A shield over the top, and a C4 comes in. Half damage done towards Dots here, but still sat on 69 HP. Nice.
This is the problem. You've got 3 players.
Yeah,
more than
Wolf's
capable
got
of crunching this
Paulo
out.
there.
Fox
Yeah,
stays down
it
Paulo,
looks
which
like
certainly isn't gonna help the
W7M round
situation.
here. They
But
have
when
the
you throw the
control,
Monty into the mix
pushing
as well,
back.
what do you do? They're just gonna get bullied all
Liquid
around
there
site.
with
Logan manages to
the
find
Monty.
Maya.
You don't want to be
Nest,
too
he's
close to the
closed
Monty
out
when
the
that
side at the
happens
minute.
because
trying
he's
to work his way back
hard
in,
to
but Lobin's there
contest.
for the kill. W7M a much better attack from there, and it was all driven by that double that Volts managed to pick up at the beginning. Just wanders on in, gets aggressive, and it feels like again Liquid, the rounds that they're losing, it's when something happens that they're not prepared for. It's something that they don't really notice is gonna happen, and it was the case again. And W7M, they've taken full advantage of that. So for me, the more unpredictable W7M can be, the more different directions that they can press Liquid from, the more joy they're gonna get. If they're just going in on a default attack, if they're just going in from
this is
one
going to be
position,
very
one angle,
even. I
Liquid
think
are
this
standing
game
up
is
to
going
it
to be very,
fantastically
very
well. They
even.
need to be prodding and probing from all over the site and
This
making
is going to
Liquid
be
turn on their
very
heels
interesting.
so that they're creating that
How
space,
is it
those
the
angles
under
they can walk in
2-2
on,
between
and it's that
those?
age-old
That's
sentence.
kind of.
How is he inside a site
Wait.
and 2 of us are dead and nobody
Yeah.
saw it coming?
Big one for me is more the pace game, right? And it kind
So
of it builds off
layer,
what you're saying there. It's
clubhouse,
less about progression for
order.
me and more about the change in pace.
Layer,
I've got rehearsed
yeah,
comments, we'll sort
it's
that out
not the
now.
same.
But just to kind of touch on that a little bit further, the pace game is where things. Imagine if you were playing ranked, for example, right, and you're on defense. In a dream world, there is one
Like,
engagement.
why are you
being
having
taken
a
at time
mask
where an
on?
Attacker pushes by themselves, and you go, cool, taking the gunfight, killed him or lost. Okay, then we can rotate players over and now recover that.
Wow,
right?
that's not creepy
Where
at
teams,
all.
even at this level, will struggle is when a team says, right, 45 seconds in, we're going into sight. I'm pushing into this hole in the defense that we've pre-analysed. We've already done a lot of homework on how they play this map, and they're in a spot and they're exploiting a hole in the defense. That's exactly what Volts has gone on and done there. Found a way through and cut through 2 players and completely upended the backline, meaning the roamers no longer have a safe way back towards sight. Yeah, Maya gets a kill. That's all well and good. But the ability to get back into sight is always going to be a big challenge from that point. Whereas where Liquid have seen success is when W7M are doing a full map clear, are getting super prepared, and it's taking them 2.5 minutes to actually start taking gunfights. That's where the success is coming from so far for Liquid. So for W7M, I think keeping mixing it up and keep on bringing new ideas and changing the pace mid-round is the way to do it. It's why I look at some teams that have been doing particularly well and are quite successful. FaZe are a team that I think of as being quite slow, and SSG, as much as they've been up and down at times, their attacking game tends to be pretty strong because they have that ability to go slow and go fast and keep teams always asking questions about what the hell's coming this round and what's coming next.
It's opportunity spotting.
Yeah.
It's like you say, seeing that gap and having the confidence.
And saying that gap's mine.
Having the confidence, exactly, to know that you're going to go in and know what's going to happen. Know that you are going to get those kills and just have that firm belief that that will be the case. I don't think we're going to be too long until we're back into this one. So don't you worry at all. I think we've got everybody
Everyone's
back in the lobby. We're just waiting to get things started. We'll make sure that everything is nice and smooth before we take you back to it. But right now, I feel like Liquid are on top here. Like I say, the rounds that are being won by W7M, generally speaking, are rounds whereby there is an opportunity, there is a gap, they're able to maybe take Liquid's attention or, you know, make a lot of noise over here and send somebody in through this gap over here, you know, create that space. Liquid, generally speaking, as I say, I think have been the more complete team. They've been more settled in what they want to do. They just need to make sure they're not getting caught out by that unpredictability from W7M. It's pretty much going to end after the next round anyway. The question is, can Liquid bring their own version of that on the attack?
It's more of a case here for Liquid feeling they can hold out for the 4-2. Otherwise, W7M taking 3 attacking rounds does not feel too bad.
4-2 would be a great start for Liquid, to be fair.
Not forgetting as well, I mean, for Liquid, this is a map that, as I mentioned, they very rarely play. They only bring it out in very specific situations where they feel that they've got something ready in store to bring against the team. And that's obviously what they're hoping here against W7M, but I don't know. I think W7M have found the answers at points and adapted pretty well to the situation put before them. Game is now booting back up, so we'll get back into it. Yeah, one thing I've never heard before is Brazilian efficiency, because they were back in that lobby rapid.
No messing about from them, I'd agree.
Whereas some teams can take minutes to get back in. I'm just like, come now.
It feels like a lot longer sometimes when we're sat here yapping, Des.
For those at home, absolutely. I can only apologise that your ears have to endure the yap.
We all love a good yap. We all love a good yap.
Yap for days, mate.
3-2 it is then as we get back on into this one. Liquid versus W7M. It will be our final defensive round for Liquid. Playing it out on Lair. It is the first map of a best of 3. The winner will join our first qualified team, which is... Pause for dramatic effect. FaZe, who went through in...
Well, that was a really undramatic ending to that dramatic pause.
Because it was a piece of information that pretty much everybody already knows. So FaZe went through after they were able to beat Falcons in the last matchup. This is in the same bracket of games. It's 2-0, so both of these teams have won 2, lost 0. In the Swiss stage, it's really, the simplest that I can make it for you is you win 3 games, you go through, you lose 3 games, you go out. It's as simple as that. You play until one of those 2 things happens. Whenever it's going to be a 3rd game, so a 3rd win or a 3rd loss, it will be a best of 3. So to qualify or to be eliminated will be a best of 3. That's where we stand at the minute. Both of these teams can get that 3rd win. Whoever loses does not go out. There will be 2-1. They will go on to play tomorrow against somebody with a similar record. It'll be another best of 3 for them now and another opportunity to qualify through. So by getting themselves those first 2 wins, they've given themselves now essentially 3 chances to qualify in a best of 3.
Spot on. So a very handy explanation. Right, Heartbreach coming on through onto the wall to get themselves moving on it. Hopefully they guys actually get a second one on that, because it might end up going off here, and that can always be the worry when it pops back online and takes it away about half a second away. I've seen so many teams get it wrong. It's always quite terrifying, to be honest with you. Left side done up here as well, so no real effect. Not quite sure what the game plan was with the second one, but we'll take it. At least the wall's opened up, and that's the most important part.
I don't know if they were maybe hoping for a bit of movement or something, wondering if the bandit was in behind there. Yeah, you know, maybe dump the impact EMP, see if they go to pop a bandit on there, and then, you know, you could just have a look in through that hole that you've just made and get yourself a cheap kill. I don't know, but there was no sound. There was certainly nothing to attract them to anything else. How about that?
Whoa.
Dots with an absolute beauty of a long shot onto Parlu to kick things off.
Why does it look like they are playing controller? People are complaining that I play on controller.
Round 2. W7M have just completely undone Liquid here in round 6. They'll get that 3-3 split thereafter, unless Lagonis, the poor sod, can pull something off by himself.
How often do we see Lagonis in these 1vx situations? He's always the last to lie.
He's our tennis hero. I love him to bits, but he ain't that guy. I'm afraid he ain't that guy.
For a 1v4, 1v5, it's good. There's not many people who are that guy.
He ain't that guy. And you've got Deimos alive with 2 tracks left. And he's dead. He's dead. He's got to be dead. That's going down, and now he's dead. There we go.
Flawless round will come.
There we go, he's dead.
Again, similar to what I was saying, Liquid just getting caught out with that multiple angle approach, with just focusing in the wrong direction at the wrong time, essentially, and W7M taking full advantage of it, just collapsing all at the same time. 4 kills come in rapid succession, and Liquid find themselves now 3-3. We do have just a resurface of that technical pause, so we will just have
There's been a lot of technical pauses today. It's been really, really crazy.
I don't know what that is.
It's an anime. I know you're uncultured.
I know what a mouse mat is. You know why I know?
Well, you didn't know you didn't bring one.
I was going to say, you know why I know? Because I forgot mine. I left it at home.
I've been joking for a while that I want to start taking over. Yes! Yes, production!
There it is! Demon Slayer!
Inosuke. His name is in the...
Inosuke.
I don't know why. It's a
Inosuke.
character that wears a hog's head, but is absolutely batshit crazy.
Okay.
It's good fun, actually. You should watch it at some point.
Okay.
Give it a go.
Yeah.
Cartoons for adults.
Why not?
Oh, no, exactly.
I've nothing against it whatsoever. I'm just... it's not on my radar, really.
Well, now it
the
is.
thing is, I've got, you know, I don't have much spare time, Des. You know that I spend all of my available free time in the ranked mines. You know, 260 games a season don't play themselves, Des.
They do not.
Those are the dizzy heights that we've got to in this season.
Damn, he plays a lot of ranked games.
It's been a good one to me.
Jesus.
Kind of hard stuck Emerald at the minute, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, the other series is on Lair and it's 3-3.
Is it? What are the chances?
I'll tell you what, it's poetry and motion. They're following each other like a mirror.
Slightly different outcome, though.
Yeah.
I believe the other series is an elimination game, if I'm not wrong.
It is, yes. You were saying to me earlier on, imagine if D plus Kia send Dark Zero home. Imagine. I mean, G2 have gone home and like that. The thing is, I wouldn't say against Sonics it was unexpected. I think it's more the fashion in which it happened.
Yeah.
Getting 14 and 2 across the 2 maps is like crazy.
At that stage, it's largely unheard of. I think it's. I'm not sure that we've had that scoreline as an elimination scoreline before.
No.
We've certainly had the.
We've had I think actually there was one that was found back in 2021. I think it was Laxin mentioned he found one.
You got to go a long way back.
You are really digging into the history books there to find it, for sure.
You're going a long way back, aren't you?
And for Laxing to find that is crazy.
It's always an entertaining team to watch, and it's from our perspective, we never want to see those kind of results. You know, it's nice to come out and see somebody play so well. The Sonics were absolutely fantastic. It's nice to see that, but equally, we want those competitive games. We want it going the distance. We want two teams in there delivering their best and really fighting, and it's been a tough afternoon for G2.
A geezer in chat said that apparently the exact same maps are being played in the other series.
Really?
Literally the exact same
map
3.
patterns?
Yeah. That is weird.
I'd like, I mean...
That has happened before.
It's not exactly the same. No. Lair's the same, but they changed Night Haven to something else.
I can't remember if the third map would have been the same if we'd seen. I mean, G2 were getting nowhere near third map, let's be honest. But if they got there, I'd love to know if Falcons and FaZe were also going to go to the same third map. Because that is... They're going to the labs. Oh, they was different maps, yeah, because one was labs and one was something else. I forget what it was, but it was definitely a different map.
Just to confirm,
but the first two...
Des isn't randomly calling me Richard.
The voice is in my head.
He's talking to
Well, you know that Richard is another name for Dick, therefore that's what I'm calling you Richard for, mate.
How rude.
Got him!
Wow.
But this is the B stream, and it's nearly the end of the day, so I feel like I can make those kind of
I'm not talking.
G jokes. B stream, best stream.
B for best.
Richard's right. Thank you, Richard. Right, let's crack on. We're back in, and we're into the second half. It's going to be 7M on the defensive side. I feel they kind of like cracked that egg wide open in the first half, getting those 3 attacks. Look pretty good at it. But one thing you got to really fear, Tim, as I said in the pre-games, Maya on the Deimos. He's a nightmare on this operator. You might look at it and go, oh, well, Desi's an entry, right? So he can go down sometimes, right? Nah. Very consistently, he's one of the last couple of players left alive, normally with a couple of those Deimos scans still in back pocket, and that makes any 2v2 or 3v3 they get left in, or even a 1v1 in some cases, basically...
I wonder if they're going to do the same entry W7M, if they are... No, it's... Okay, it's changed. I'm at Liquid.
Not an unusual site either. Hibana is, of course, one of his operators as well that he frequently uses, but...
I think this map might go to overtime.
Open up at least one of those castle barricades, just puts the Excaros pellets on there for the time being. He can run away, he can detonate them at a later point. It could be a really nice distraction. Again, it's an interesting technique. Just put them on there, leave it, and then you move over to the other side. You're looking to get that push, you detonate them. It takes the focus away from what you're actually doing, potentially. As it is, we've got Palu just looking to roam around underneath as well. He's obviously going to be on the book. I think he's not sure exactly where they're pushing for, whether they're going to be looking for the main breach or not, because of course from underneath he could try and support that and make sure that the bandit can't just play in behind that wall, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Instead, they're going for the windows, and Palu's going to be looking up through this hatch, seeing if he can get anything going. He's getting a little bit of intel above him as well. We see a red ping just signaling the position of a defender. If he can open up that floor, Palu's going to make it very, very difficult for W7M to play this side comfortably.
Slice one open. They get the wrong angle. They step
Ooh,
across the without realising he's there.
Whoa.
Palu in towards one. Back on his old trusty buck as well. Rounds around the side, but resets. He's like, nah.
Well, Liquid is doing that really good. Really, really good.
And it's like snakes on the ground. What's going on? I think everyone got blown over by the edge at that point. But either way, it's not a win going his way, and it's a very comfortable first round here for Liquid.
Liquid did that very, very well. I'm actually quite
was hunted
surprised.
down, but managed to find the kills, and we just see the speed of thought that comes out as well as he moves around, switches to the skeleton key, blasts a hole in the wall. He didn't need to. His teammate helps him out with a kill, but it just shows that speed of thought that he's coming in with, the use of that gadgeting utility to try and find those kills, and it's absolutely no wonder. I think it's 10-2 at the minute. I know we've had a stats reset. No, at 10-4. I correct myself. He's had 4 deaths so far, but still going fantastically well for Palu inside of the first 7 rounds, and I'm sure Liquid are going to be hoping that that continues, especially, as you said, Des, if they can get Maya activated on the Deimos as well to continue. But we are going to see W7M move along. They're going to do exactly as Liquid did when they lost the top floor. They're going to head down to the basement for their second defensive round here in round 8.
We know I played out in the first half. It was about dragging.
So they're going off Dokkaebi for Grim instead. Would say not a bad change, to be honest. And on this map, Ram is actually very, very good on this map. Very good. Can open up a lot of angles from above on each site. Maybe not top floor, of course, but she's very, very usable on this map. So I would say she's maybe one of the most needed operator on this side, on this map.
Monty. And, well, yeah, shields can be quite lethal these days.
Oh.
It's also pretty fair to say that sometimes it's not
A little
really
bit of a
his role, it's
cheeky
much more
thing
about the
going on.
information that you feed for your team.
Yep, Monty, our ever-present shieldy boy, will be looking to push in and just create that little bit of space, take that attention, and facilitate everybody else on the side of Liquid. There's a lot of droning going on because they know that there's players in that mid-floor. I think W7M just trying to defend the verticals. They don't want to give them up, but it looks like Liquid are going to be heading much more direct to site. However,
I would actually reload after that for some reason. I would always reload.
Something that Liquid need to be aware of. He doesn't catch them out, but certainly could do. Liquid now in control of that mid-floor. We can hear the boogie drones of the Ram ripping up the floor and trying to create those vertical angles. We'll see whether Liquid can get any joy from above.
Completely agree. And for me, I think Lagonis actually almost got caught out by Loban as well. He was running around by the outside, ran out the building once he already pushed his way inside, and enough to get away with it. He's back inside now. They've managed to force Loban back at the very least, but it means they're inside the building. We're still half the round to play. It's been a bit of a slower start, but I don't mind this from teams. Like, often I speak about the kind of being able to change pace, and some rounds go fast, some go slow, or even sometimes do both in the same round. Being able to change that pace is really important. But what they've tried to do here is ensure they've really got a good setup, that everything's locked down, they've got the flank drones set up.
Yeah.
I don't know how many they're going to have at this point, because there's only 2 drones out in the field, but it's enough that they're in a spot to start marching forward. My main concern, though, is that all this utility is now going to impede them, and they're pushing towards site, which only got 60 seconds still to play.
Palu found a starter by taking down Volks.
You really
want to
peek that?
Babe canisters off the board as well. So important when trying to deal with a Monte. Lagonis is down to 58 health, but without that utility, it could be difficult to find the rest of his hit points. I'm not sure exactly how they stand for Vulcan canisters or where they are at the minute, but they could be critical when it comes to holding this shield.
They are going to have to rush in the last seconds, because that's literally...
Drop, but resets, just trying to get a little bit of attention on this side as he knocks the barbed wire. Nesk manages to knock dots out, finding himself a kill, and that leaves us 20 seconds. Liquid, gotta get moving.
15 seconds with numbers advantage. You feel like they should be able to get it over the line here. There's still an EE1D to go. The last scrims have come out as well, but there's fire impeding them, so they've got to run through the fire, and that is never a great way to do it, through the fire and the flames. They will cook, as will W7M. A 3v1, and by the looks of it, Palu.
They were too slow, actually. They were too slow.
That with only 5 seconds on the clock. W7M shuts Liquid out.
Yeah, I think Liquid are going to be sort of left scratching their heads, really, as to how they've lost that one. They're in a 5 versus 3, but I think it was that late rotate. It was the utility, exactly that. They couldn't push where they wanted to, so then with 20 seconds, 30 seconds left to go, you've got the monster.
It was a little bit late, to be honest. I actually did not expect them to do that so late.
It wasn't happening for Liquid. I don't hate the call. You can't just brute force your way through things. If it's not happening, it's not happening. Sometimes you've got to make the decision to go elsewhere. But it just left them having to then take risks. When you're so short a time, you've no option. We saw it with the Grim just having to run in through the fire. They've no idea what they're running into at that point. They don't know that there's somebody hard left, and it's just W7M using that defensive utility well and creating a situation whereby Liquid are squeezed for time, and they couldn't get the job done. So W7M, a good defense there to level things up 4-4, and there's very little to separate these two at the minute, both having good passage as a play.
Yeah, and I think the main thing to stress here is, like, this is why time is such a valuable resource in Siege, and why you'll often hear teams, casters, whoever, celebrating when players waste 45 seconds out on their own but don't get a kill or do anything like that. And it looks like, well, what have they done? All right, they killed a drone and got back. Was that really worth it? And the sheer fact that you're slowing a team down, if they get to a situation like that where they've got a numbers advantage but no idea what's happening on site because drones are all dead, they're out of time essentially, you, even if 1 or 2 players are alive, can really slaughter and stop an attack by knocking the diffuser down. With time being down to 0, you win the round by default. So always keep an eye on that clock. If the team's going especially slow, they will get punished for it. Now, here's an interesting change-up, because Myers over onto the Thermite, and it's Nest's turn on the Deimos. That's not what this team normally does. But Myers absolutely seething right now that Nesk has taken that one away from him. But let's see what he can cook.
I reckon Nesk will be all right on the Deimos.
I think he'll be all right.
I think he'll probably be pretty good. Myers going to be going in looking to get this exothermic off, but
no
inside. He's gone off to the wrong side. It's always a bit of a gamble for the Bandit when you've got 2 walls to go at. You don't know
That's
exactly where,
unfortunate.
but you've got very little time to choose. You can't really wait to see where the exothermic appears, because if you do, you're gonna miss it. You're gonna get hit by that explosion whilst you're trying to put your battery down, so you just got to pick one and commit. Dots, unfortunately for him, picks incorrectly, but Resets just takes a ton of damage there as he gets hit through the window. That's going to leave him with some serious missing HP. 38 is going to be the cost, and needs to be careful through the rest of the round.
He does. Tracks it on towards the castle, but at this point you aren't going to go chasing him down when there's 5 left up. Hell no, that'd be suicide. Main thing really to look at there is there are 4 other players alive that can catch you as you're trying to isolate and target down the one operator you've got a track on. It's why personally I think actually that Deimos is really effective later in the round. I know early it's useful and it's great for forcing roamers away from certain areas of the map, for example. I much prefer it when you're coming into an execute when you've got a player pinned down, because that little bit of info you've got is super valuable. It's why teams like BDS lean so heavily into something like a Dockerbee, is to be able to punish teams and use that information in the execute to ensure that you're the one hitting the shots first and they're the ones coming in at a disadvantage. The Bandit's already fallen down, but now Palu also dangerously low, as is Maya. Not looking good in the HP front, Tim, but it's all good in the kill feed.
Yeah, Resets has been aware of this player on Rocket Stairs for the longest time here. It's Lobin now who's low health on the mirror, but how about that pre-fire? Slams him with the Vector, and W7 again fighting from almost beyond the grave.
Wait, you should not be able to do that.
The round looks won, and they fight their way back into it. 2 versus 3. If they can get Lobin picked back up, the diffuser is down, of course, but they've got time. They need to find kills. They see the man. Can Lobin move around? It's Ring Around the Roses. He gets the kill. 1v2. They've got to do something about it. They've got to.
Time. Enough time to play with here, but they need to win this one out. Someone's got to start sticking it, and sure enough, he will. He's only got to get them down, but he finds
Are you kidding?
Gaps. Removes his knees from him, puts him on his backside.
W7M coming back for the
defuse. What an exciting post plant that was.
Absolutely brilliant stuff from W7M. I love the communication at the end there. Lobin saying, you've got Monty pushed outside. There's a goo mine in his leg. Just push him. Just get aggressive. I'm going to hit the diffuser. There was 8 seconds left. They didn't have a choice. Lobin had to stick it, but it was brilliant stuff to deal with the shield, and I called it. W7M again from almost beyond the grave.
Yeah.
They keep getting to the point where it looks like the round is going to go in Liquid's favour, where it looks like Liquid are on top of things. 5 versus 3, and W7M.
What does this say? 2-0 to Phase? Yeah, Phase 1. Sorry, I was looking at something else.
Ooh, have I been sleeping on W7M, Tim? Everyone was so excited about Liquid coming into it because they topped the league, and in Brazil they were top dog quite literally. Beating out teams like Furia, who many looked at.
I didn't sleep on W7M, and I actually thought they would be the first team to go through to the finals. So
any tournament they go to. For Liquid, I think again there's a lot of excitement about them, but now you're starting to wonder which of those 3 Brazilian teams could be the winners. I think it's fair to say, Tim, all 3.
Oh, they're all certainly staking a claim. There's no 2 ways about it at the minute. If you look at it as regions, who's performing the best?
Brazil.
Definitely.
Through and through.
Yeah, 100% at the moment. There's plenty of time for that to change. Let's not forget, we're only inside of Swiss. When things happen, like you start getting on main stages, there's a crowd there, there's all sorts of other things happening. Look, you get surprised and you get upset. When you get into those final teams, anybody is capable of beating anybody. But right now, the smart bets are going to be hedging towards the Brazilians because they are looking great.
Hard to see a way to beat them at the minute, to be fair. Not impossible. We've seen it happen, but just difficult. Very, very difficult. Notice once again, we're rocking the Monty, as we've constantly said, he is the go-to Monty player, the designated shield bearer for this team. And Maya is back on the Dame. I've said to him, Ness, you've had your fun for 1 round. I want it back now. And that's exactly where he stepped himself into. I'll say it again, keep an eye out for the late round if he does manage to keep himself alive. It's where you really see him coming to his own. Smoke being thrown out, though, is going to at least impede away the Monty for a short amount of time. Can he recover that without exposing himself? I'm not too sure he can. Feels a bit too risky to do just that, but for now, it is keeping the attackers at bay. There is still over half a round.
Sorry, I needed to look for the phone so I know what's happening tomorrow with family. What needs to be done. My family, my daughter's going to have a school trip on Wednesday, so I need to like buy certain things. So. And my son is having a meeting, regular school meeting with. My son is going to have a regular school meeting with school just to check out how off the year has been. Can I do that every year? Nothing weird.
Maya had very little success, to be fair, so far. Torres does manage to find Nest. Volps onto resets. W7M, they're looking like they're starting to cruise a little bit. Liquid need a hero right now. Lagonis and Palu, they're going to start fighting for the title as they find one apiece and try to get something going inside a site. 2 versus 3.
He's still got 2 EE1D scans.
Whoa.
Out
You need to lift that. What?
Held on to it in favour of trying to go for the kills itself. Guman removed, 2 full HP members on the other side, and now out comes the EE1D. I really feel that would have been far more valuable.
Yeah, earlier. They should have done that earlier.
Just going to be holding this tight angle at the moment.
Yeah, he's going to shotgun you.
He's going to have to push in, and as he does, it is as easy.
W7M is getting a hold on the game right now. I wonder how it is on Dark Sierra's side.
That for another round. W7M managing to lock it out. And they are now
it's already
cruising
done.
towards a potential win on layer 6-4.
They're looking good, and understandably a Liquid timeout comes in. They can't use it at any other point, so it may as well be now. I always tend to feel a little bit worried when teams are calling in tack timeouts when your back's against the wall, when it's already match point. Because as I often say, the defenders here of W7M only have to be right once. Catch a Monty not watching the right
Did Dark Sierra won the first game?
Coming out of spawn. And that is the game basically wrapped up, whereas Liquid have got to be right in every single decision they make for the next 2 rounds. W7 just have to trip them up as they run past, and it's as simple as that. Job done.
Feels like they won the first map.
This was Team Liquid's map picked him.
That's the big problem that Liquid face right now, is the fact.
Let me check here. Did they really won the first one?
To get themselves off to a good start, they've then got to go to W7M's
There's
choice.
no
to
updates.
Labs, and it's not an easy map to win on, especially
They are
if
not.
you're against
They
a
are
team
not
that loves
quick
it.
on
It's
the
a big map.
update.
There's a lot to do there. There's a lot of angles to worry about. And if you're a team that's confident, if you're a team that chooses to go there, that's got the game plan, it can be very difficult to play against. And Liquid, they're going to have a tough mountain to climb if they don't get this done here on layer. And I think the crowd will have been fairly split to begin with. I think there'll have been plenty of people backing W7M, but Liquid always have a very big following with a very big expectation to come away with wins, and we're going to see whether they can overturn this one. But right now, there's no more.
Oh, by the way, guys, I forgot to mention, I'm actually going to get a new stove tomorrow. I'm so excited for it. I'm super excited. It will finally work. Finally. Ah, it's going to be so good. But they're going to be here 10 AM tomorrow, so I need to like be awake before that.
They get a nice come through the top floor, but you also get one back in reverse too. So keep an eye on that. I don't think you'll see it become a massive part of this round, given where the site is. But when you see it up on that top
I usually wake up
changes how that site gets played out.
around 10 AM.
I love this from Dordes. Just getting aggressive up onto that door. Seeing if it can get an opportunity. Nothing's going to present itself, but W7M just happy.
Funny
to
thing
take
is,
the
I
risk
never
and
go
know they've got a couple of
on that
rounds to
part of the
have an
map.
attempt at getting this
I
done, a
usually
couple of
focus on the
rounds
other
bank,
part.
if you will, and nothing comes of it, but
Oh,
not hate the player for trying. See if
where did you get damage from?
Enjoy resets, taken down to 11 health already, Des. Already a tough point for Liquid to work from.
Was it a shotgun blast to the face? Nearly brought him down to that level. I'm pretty sure it was. And at this point, Dots, I know he's having a rough try with
cheeky.
the rehos come in. It's 0-4. He finds himself.
Let's see here if
much better than that, but he struggled to find himself in the last few rounds.
Darkseer won the first one. Okay, so we got that at least.
Liquid, I think, starting to burn down now. They know
They
they've
won
got
the
that
first.
minute, still getting themselves safe
That's
in position to
surprising, to
start
be
thinking
honest,
about what a
because
hit could look like
Dog
here.
Zero.
Nothing else, I'd be more worried about Rovers around the map.
If you
What can
compare
see
it
up here,
to
for
Dog
example, there's
Zero
a Castle up on
and
the top floor.
Kia,
There's certainly going to be a point
Dog
of concern.
Zero
You've also
are
got
a
Dogs
little
out
bit
on the
stronger
leash up
than
here at the
Kia,
same time. They really need to
unfortunately.
force these guys away before they can start thinking about going towards the site itself. Maya being
So
found out, that's a real
Chiefs
stinger,
have
because
won
against him,
2
he's on that there
matches,
Demos.
so they're going
Maya's
to be
been
playing.
so quiet today, and you can see the impact that it's having on Liquid's attack. It was driving them yesterday, but not today. Resets down on low health is not going to help either.
Oh!
C4.
Dash managing to take down Lagonis, and you've got to say it looks
What
like
the
this is
hell?
going W7M's way at this point. 5 versus, I was going to say 3, but it's really 5 versus 2 and a bit.
That's,
As Resets can only take 1 bullet, so he's got to be very, very careful when and where he chooses to take these fights. And W7M are playing it smart at the minute, Des. They're not getting aggressive. They're just keeping themselves inside a sight, holding their angles. They're going to let their utility do the job for them as much as they can.
Flash coming in front of them here as well on the swing.
Ooh,
Baited that one out
nice.
perfectly from Lobin. One more sat in tight here as well. I think that bounces back. So that's maybe not quite ideal. He's still dug in here. I don't think they know at this point. Now they definitely know. And the other side of it, there's one waiting. There's 2 of them here. Another flash comes on through. One's on his backside. Nesk is really pulling his team back into it, but he's now taken down.
What the
Resets
hell?
is injured, and Palu's got to do it against 2.
We know that he's capable. 1v2 sprays through the wall. Can't quite find his man, but does do some damage. Does he manage to find the headshot onto the Warden? Palu pushing through.
Oh,
Yes,
boy.
he does. 1v1. 15 seconds left to find this kill. Dordes full health, though. Steps out, finds him through the rotate and takes him down.
W7 won the first one.
W7M
Okay.
taking Lair.
And again, not their map pick. Liquid opted to come into this. They're the ones who walk away empty-handed. It means Labs waits for us next. I'm sure Liquid will feel very happy going to Labs as well. But it does now start to play in the back of your mind. W7M are 1-0 up. One more map, and they'll secure themselves a spot in our live quarterfinals in this case, on Friday.
Yeah, they will go and join their countrymates FaZe, who, of course, already qualified with a win against Falcons earlier. But W7M, I won't say that it was necessarily comfortable. It was a very good game between the two, to be fair.
yeah.
It was close. It could have gone either way, but Liquid just really went off the boil in that second half. Those last few rounds, they certainly weren't up to the same sort of speed. And I don't know, you know, kind of looking at the body language, it maybe looks a little bit dejected there for Liquid, and maybe a little bit of frustration creeping in towards the end of there.
A little bit, but I think the players are still walking away smiling and
they'll
all
be
heading off for a little
fine.
bit of a chat. They look all right about it. They know that there's still a long way to go, and things are hardly ever decided in one map. With best of threes, that's the beauty of it. It's about performance over 2 or 3 maps that you've really got to deliver and be consistent. W7M look great, but will that carry on if we get into Labs?
We say so often, this is their map pick. They go into the other team's map pick, and, you know, like we say, ultimately, you've got to be capable of doing everything, Des. You've got to be capable these days of playing everywhere, and Liquid, they're going to have a good Labs as much as they're going to have a good everything else, so I'm sure it'll still be competitive, but W7M definitely winning the mental game and taking the momentum with them.
That's exactly it. And I think overall, in terms of top performers that stand out for me, Palu had one hell of a series, as we mentioned, right? Sat at 14-8 here, as you can see in the screen. Great timing on that one, Richard. And on the other side, there was a few players that really got themselves into double digits. But we touched on him in the game itself.
W7M
really stepping back that you
did
really wanna
actually
see
play very
getting up
good,
there and
but
getting busy. He's that player
kind
that
of
has
sad
such a
that
massive
Liquid
impact.
did not.
When he's had a quiet first map, you're really hoping now builds himself back in for map 2.
Yeah, if you remember, I said, I think it was after round 4, round 5.
Oh well, guys, I have to end this right now because I'm way too tired and I'm not engaging in conversation or anything right now, so I need to go. Wow, I'm looking very yellow. My foundation is so bad. But they're going to be playing maybe 2 more matches. Hop into their match on Twitter or their YouTube channel, and you will find the remaining matches there. Hope that you enjoyed your time. For everyone in Twitch, just stick around and we're going to be rating someone. For everyone in YouTube, thank you so much for being here. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you for liking and subscribing to the channel as well, for helping me to get closer to YouTube partner. Do hope that you enjoyed all the games. Sorry I could not stream the last full game in general, but I still hope that you enjoyed everything. I will be back tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. tomorrow CET. So I will see you then, and I wish you guys an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are, and I will see you